Good morning, educators. Thank you for getting up so early to pick up new skills or inspiration. This is day one of the Digital Learning Conference, and you are joining us in room three. My name is Michelle Aguilar, your DLC room three host, and I'm wrapping up my time with CFISD EdTech team this summer, but I'm going to be transitioning to supporting the LOTE curriculum. So those LOTE teachers that are joining us in the room, nos vemos en agosto. Joining me here in room three, we have our YouTube facilitator, James Brown, and he is joining Bridgeland High School this coming year. And he's going to be moderating the chat room and dropping in some helpful links in there as well. Thank you to those who have already been participating in the chat and being interactive this morning. Remember that sometime during the session, we'll take a quick 1 minute break, and that is where we are going to share the attendance code on screen. We have a handy sheet for you to write down your codes and then submit towards the end of the day as well. So you'll hear all about that throughout the commercials in our breaks. All right, so let's get moving and introduce to you our very first presenter. His name is Scott Nunes. He is a employee of Canva. He's really a dynamic creative. He lends his superpowers to the Canvas District Engagement Advocate team, and he really advocates for fostering those meaningful connections in the world of education. His background is as an educator and an instructional coach, and Scott knows firsthand that transformative power of creativity in the classroom. When he's not busy revolutionizing education with Canva, you can catch Scott podcasting on Education Today, where he shares his wisdom and expertise. And you can connect with him on Twitter, Mr. Nunes Teach, and we'll drop those links on the chat here in a bit to join his conversations. Good morning, Scott.
Hey, sorry, I jumped the gun there.
Oh,
Sharing the
no, quite all
presentation
right.
a moment early. Hey, I'm doing great. How are you today, Michelle?
Good. We're really excited. Lots of traffic in our room, so that's always a great way to start first day of DLC.
Ooh, I love
Yeah.
it. I'm glad
Hmm.
I get to go first. It's like I get to get this party started.
That's right. All right, all to you.
All right, thanks so
Hmm.
much. And here we go, everyone, talking about the magic of Canva. And here's a little bit about me. I'm Scott Nunes, a district engagement advocate with Canva. As Michelle mentioned, I'm a former educator, tech coach, helped build a virtual school, and do some different things in education, and fell in love with this great tool called Canva a number of years ago. And when this opportunity found me, I was all in. I get to use like my favorite tool every day. So if you're new to Canva, I hope you have that same love affair that occurred with me. And fun fact, also former graphic designer. It's interesting. I had my roots in design, and now I'm back. So hey, you never know how things are going to work out in life, and a great lesson to share with your students as well. Here's a quick rundown of what we're going to cover today. I'm going to go a little off of this, slightly in the middle, but we're going to just talk briefly about what Canva for Education is, give you a quick overview of our Magic Write feature. It's probably our most prominent, easy to use AI feature, and then talk about how to use it in the classroom. We'll go over the Magic Studio and like all the Magic features. We're going to dive a little deep into Magic Write, and then also, I'm going to give you a little nugget, kind of like my favorite thing with Magic Switch. So I'll pop out of the presentation for that, show you that. And then really, we'll just go from there. We'll give you some quick things on how to join our community on Facebook. And then I'll take some questions at the end. So let's go. If at any time you have questions, put them in the chat. The team at SciFair is going to save those for me. And if I see any that I can kind of just jump into right away, I will. Or Michelle, feel free to just pause me. Right. So, what is Canva for Education? What's a simple, intuitive, powerful tool all under one great interface? And so you get all these premium features with Canva for Education. SciFair already has it. You have access to over 129 million assets in our content library. Among those are over 80,000 education specific templates. We believe education's a human right over here at Canva, and we believe the skills students learn in Canva will transcend the K-12 landscape. It's becoming a very popular skill on LinkedIn, for example. About 94% of CEOs want their employees to have Canva skills, which is amazing. And Canva helps to foster so much for students, right? These timeless skills, from being adaptable to being flexible, collaborative. Think of the 4 C's. All of those things are possible within Canva. That's why I love it. It never gets old. So let's talk about like the first superpower here. What is Magic Write? What is this thing? Well, consider Magic Write, your personal AI assistant, right? Can help you draft lesson plans, assist with grading, create parent communications, and so much more. It's about saving you time so you can reinvest that time into meaningful experiences with your students to just bring about the best outcomes possible and to increase student interest. And Magic Write is available in our whole visual suite. So if you're in a presentation, you're working on a video, you're working on an infographic, you can utilize Magic Write. So what are the benefits of using Magic Write? In the chat, pardon me. Put in how you might use it, like especially you veteran folks out there that have been using Magic Write already. How might you do that? Help give your peers some ideas. Let's explore some of the ones I have. I love the personalized learning experience that can be created using Magic Write. You get your time back, which is huge. Um, a quick note there, when I first started teaching, it would take me like 18 hours, I kid you not, to grade the essays. I was a secondary ELA teacher. I remember being at my kid's soccer game, grading essays because I heard that's what you're supposed to do. And a gust of wind blew. My whole stack of essays went, and thankfully some very kind people helped me collect all those essays very quickly. And I decided, okay, there's got to be a better way. And I started leaning into technology. Fast forward a number of years, I was able to get that process down to about 4 hours, then 2 hours to grade 150 plus essays. I wish I had Magic Write. I could have done it in an hour or less. And then you can make lessons fun. So if you have a lesson, maybe that's all ready to go, you can go in and jazz it up and ask Magic Write. You can give it your lesson plan and what you have and say, hey, give me 3 hands-on activities to complement this lesson. And always safety first. So make sure that you're using generative AI tools like this if you are introducing it to students, to follow the SciFair policies and all of those things. So check with the tech department if you are looking to introduce this specific feature to students. Can you, in fact, have permission to do that? But for teacher use, you're good to go. So how do you use Magic Write exactly? I've talked a lot about what it is, but you know, what is it really? I'm seeing some good things in the chat. Additionally, for the last part, some hooks on lessons, effective communication, parent emails. Oh, yes. Real quick, I gotta go back to that because that is so important. I will do like a little draft for parent emails. Maybe there's some kind of reoccurring thing that needs to be addressed. I can put in a little prompt, and it's really important to not put personal information in there. And I'll just put brackets and put something like student name, and it'll give me like a little template. It's really neat, saves a lot of time. And I like it because sometimes I can get a little emotionally charged when something's happened and I need to just pause and sit back. And normally my process would be to just wait a little bit, then engage the situation. But with Magic Write, I can jump in and it takes that emotion out of it, and I can send that communicate right away. So, such a blessing to have that. And here are three Magic Write rules that Canva has. Start with a prompt, redefine and edit, achieve your goals, right? All about achieving those goals in education. And then here's my process that I've layered over. I like to start small and explore, then expand and summarize what I've been given and ideate a little bit more. How can I make this better? And then fine tune and construct. And because it can take a little while to generate some of these, I've pre formatted some of these, but we will dive in so you can see some of this live as well. So the first thing you'll do is start with the prompt, right? Telling it to generate a lesson plan, and boom, just like that, I'm able to see my ideas come to life in an instant. It really is that fast. And then here's my process, right? I'm going to go into the program, select some text in a Canva design. And mind you, there's multiple ways to bring up Magic Write. This is just my preferred way. This is my own workflow. Sometimes I'll throw in a little hiya. The so if you click into a design but don't click the text and you give it a little hiya, the backslash, that's a shortcut key to pull up Magic Write in some of the Magic features. So you'll see the Magic Assist pop up, but usually I'll have an idea that I want to work from. So I'll select that text and then I'll click Magic Write and then I'll add it in as a prompt. So a fun one I did was explain quantum mechanics to a fifth grader. And then I layered on and tied into the Avengers and Ant-Man, and oh, so good. So try that stuff out. So fun. Okay, here's my example for y'all. Ask Magic Write how to teach numeracy using a visual tool like Canva. Let's see what it came up with. Whoa. It gave me all of that, right? So I'll start small. I gave it just a quick little prompt. Now I have all of this to work off of. Okay, I really like what it has about infographics. Like all of this is really good. It gave me some ideas. Um, Flashcards are great. Like, um, I know a little old school with some rote memorization, but hey, it can really help, especially with those sight words. So then what I'll do is I'll select that text, and that was a lot. So I might ask it to summarize that, or if it's not enough, I could say, hey, expand this. And I may go through a couple iterations to get what I like. And I can always reframe an AI prompt and say, hey, I like this, but I don't like this. Or rework this section, keep the rest. Or you completely missed the mark. And if that's the case, I may give it a little more prompting and maybe an example if I know of one. So rework it until you have some results that you like more. So I took that and I asked Magic Write to summarize what it gave to me. And here's what it did. Gave me a nice, succinct paragraph. It condensed everything. Uh, this is really great. But I did kind of like some of the breakdown, like with the presentations and the infographics. So I might choose to go back and grab some of that and kind of mix and match a little bit and really make my own thing. That's why Canva's Magic Write is more like an AI assistant, right? It's going to get you a good portion of the way there, but it's human powered. You still have to do the work, but it's going to do a lot of it for you. Okay, so fine tuning, right? I'm going to use Magic Write to rework the portions I talked about. Maybe give it some new ideas. Consider using Magic Write and asking it to do something more specific, like summarize this text by 75%, or bullet point this text, or give me a TLDR, like too long, didn't read on this text, right? I love that. If I get a big long message email, and you do have to be cautious because it's not always perfect, but I'll take a big long document. If I just need like a bird's eye view real quick so I know what I'm about to get into and maybe get some key areas of that I want to focus on when I'm reading, so maybe I don't have to read the whole document, I'll grab it and I'll put it in a Magic Write and I'll say, give me a TLDR of this. And it'll do a great job. Or I'll say, break this into several bullet points for me. And wow, it does a great job. So go back through the cycle as many times as necessary to really get what you want. So that's what I tried. I had it focus in and I said, hey, give me what you gave me before on infographics, but keep it succinct. And it gave me this piece here, the create infographics. And then I asked it for a TLDR version, and it took that paragraph and condensed it even more. So this is something I could quickly put into a slide if I'm breaking it down. And then verbally, maybe for my notes, I could use that paragraph. And so I've really cut down my design time. Yeah, we have people asking where Magic Write's located. Let's just jump in right now. Let me show you. So keep in mind, you can access Magic Write from anywhere. Like I could go into Magic Write right here, but I have a doc um, that's ready to go. Okay, so I mentioned I have my text. Okay, I've already clicked into here. There's a couple of ways, right? I can hit this plus sign, and it's that that quick actions, that backslash shortcut key. Or if I click out of here, oops, I'm still clicked into the text. Let me click out of here. May not work with me right now because I don't have anything else there. Let's just hit the Magic Write button. I'm actually going to just grab this text, hit Magic Write. I can tell it to continue writing, like expand the text. I can have it shorten it. Let's hit Magic Write and go right in. Okay. I can tell it to rewrite this. Spelled Teaks wrong, so I'm glad I had it rewrite. Copying this, I'm just going to take this out. I hit that shortcut key, that backslash. I'm going to pull up Magic Write. I'm going to put this in here and hit generate. And look at it go. It's jamming. It's giving me my teak standards. It's giving me my objectives. It's giving me a lot of lesson plans. This is more. So I might go back and say, hey, this is great, but I need just a single day's lesson plan. And I may need to be more specific. So maybe I need to say for the Hunger Games, give me a lesson plan incorporating risk taking and humanity, focused on Rue and Katniss's relationship in chapter 18, something like that. And then I can additionally add, give me 3 hands-on activities, or I love the work of Catelyn Tucker. I could say, hey, give this to me with several station rotations. some digital, some analog or non-digital hands-on activities. So that's really cool. It would give me something really good. I'm going to jump back into the presentation here. Hopefully that helped out a little bit. All right. So we kind of talked about this, like redefining and editing, but you can see it here live. Takes me a little bit longer when I'm presenting, so I like having the graphic that goes through it a little more quickly. But again, you can have it expand, you can have it summarize, um, but always double check what it's coming up with. It's pretty good, but it's not perfect. So it does need that human touch. And then um, use Magic Write to help you with your to-do list, right? You could say, hey, I'm stuck on this, or you just need some ideation, like, here's my goal, here's what I want to do. How can I do that? And that will allow you to be less in the production phase of things. Like if we think of like design thinking or a production phase where we're kind of exploring, ideating, then we're constructing, creating, it will do all of the heavy lifting or most of the heavy lifting in the creative production phase. And so you can spend more time exploring, thinking of those great ideas and refining and tweaking and ultimately come up with a better product and do it more quickly, which is great, thus getting your time back. So how would you use this in the classroom? Like what's another way that you could use it? So I pulled up an excerpt from Ray Bradbury's There Will Come Soft Rains, and I wanted to share that with you. So I grabbed this block of text from this piece that I would teach, and then I gave it this prompt. Give me the same passage in quotes, but one example at a Lexile level of 580 and another at 940, because I had an array of learners. And let's see what it gave me. Okay, not too bad. It gave this to me at a Lexile of 580, and I may go back and tweak it if there's like a vocab that I want to make sure that's in there. I can go back, insert it, or have like a little legend on the side of the passage if I'm curtailing this for a group of students that need a little more scaffolding, a little more help. I can do that. And then it gave me a little bit more for that Lexile 940. There's some complexity there. Um, so I can work with that as well, and I can make it even more complex, a little less complex. I can go back to Magic Write and say, hey, I need something a little more like this, or a little more true to the text, because it went off a little bit, because there's a lot of dialogue in that story. It's a tricky one, and so it's going to need a little more of the human touch to do that. But you could do this across all content areas for a variety of things. Think about things like with social science, if you need certain examples there. It can organize those facts, chunk them down more simplistically, and be more explanatory. So I'm a minute early, but I want to take a moment and pause for attendance at this time.
Yes, thank you, Scott. So we have a full house. I don't know if you've noticed. A lot of participants really excited, a lot of new people to Canva. And Scott's really just kicking it off. There's a lot of other Canva sessions, so a lot of information for you that's coming your way. Here on the screen, we are going to be seeing the attendance code for today. Okay, so give me a second to pull up.
You need me to stop sharing?
No, I'll pick it up here
Okay.
soon. And the attendance code is now on screen. It'll be on the screen for about 60 seconds for our attendees to capture. We also have our handy form for you to start writing it down. And towards the end of the day, The Google Forms for attendance will open up at 3. But, we do have a 3 o'clock hour session, so you can just submit all the way up through midnight. I know we had some other questions about, can I access these sessions later? You can always scrub back and rewatch. But after our 2-day event, we do keep them up and only for SciFair employees. So you would go back to our DLC website where you would log in with your credentials to be able to access some of them. So they won't be open on that YouTube Live. So again, about another 15 more seconds for the attendance code for room 3 for our July 24th, day 1 of a DLC. All right, Scott, back to you.
All right. And while I cue that presentation back up, quick shout out to my buddy Tony Vincent, who's presenting at the same time on Canva as well. So you can go back and watch his session. The great Amy DeLair is presenting on Canva as well. So lots of Canva goodness happening at SciFair. Check out those other sessions. Unfortunately, Tony's is concurrent, so you'll have to go back and rewatch that. Guy's phenomenal. Seriously, like I learned so much from him when I was in the classroom. Phenomenal. Just go watch. Trust me. So, what else can you do with this magically written content, you might be asking? Well, you could turn it into a Canva doc. Um, and you can turn any Canva doc into a presentation with one click. Let's see how. And then after this little section, then we're going to jump in and I'm going to show you the power of Magic Switch. I hope you're ready, folks. All right. So what you can do, it's going really fast. I'll go slower through it and talk through it, but this is a quick bird's eye view. So you have your Canva doc and you hit convert to presentation, and then all of a sudden, everything is in there in the presentation. It's ready to go. So the reason I like this is because I can take a lesson plan, I can take an outline for what I'm going to do, and then I can get right into creating and then morph my slides from there and make it more aesthetically pleasing. Follow like maybe like a design guide that I have. There's so much. So I'm going to walk you through my process here. I guarantee you it's going to save you time and make things not only looking good, but it's going to just get you your time back and be rewarding that way. So I'm going to pop out and I chose this. This is like my whole process. I've already created a Canva whiteboard. So I know I'm going to show you how to convert to from a doc to a presentation. But first, I'm going to add a little pro tip here. The way I form ideas is really just like quick little brainstorms. And so I'll bullet point ideas, I'll put maybe a header. And then what I'm going to do is convert this into an outline in a Canva doc. And so the first thing I need to do is grab all my little sticky notes here and I can come up to more and then sort. So this is magic sort, and I like sorting by topic. So I have a few things here. I want to sort things by topic so I can visually see them. And let's see how it does. Again, the AI is not perfect. I didn't run this ahead of time, so I don't know what it's going to give me. All right, it did a pretty good job. And if it doesn't break things down like this, it just needs some more information. So that's something I've learned along the way. Okay, the more information it has, the better it does. Um, and so, hey, it's given me all these pieces on design thinking, AI, SEL, other things. Okay, so I just had, hey, how can all this be included in Canva, financial literacy, digital literacy, and cybersecurity? And then now I want to start formulating my presentation. Maybe I want to give this to a group of students, or maybe if you're an instructional coach, you want to give it to a set of teachers or whatever the circumstance is. So I'm going to come up here in the top left to the right of File, select Resize and Magic Switch. I liked selecting Transform into Dock, and then I like just telling it Dock again and transform into doc. Now, while it's doing this, this does take a little bit, about 30 seconds to a minute. If I had a lot of data here, it may take longer. So I do want to prep you. This piece is a little less instantaneous, but it's still relatively quick, right? So much better than copying and pasting. And what the AI is doing is it's analyzing this. So it may tweak and add a little bit and reformat it. It's looking for key things. So it's looking for headers. So it'll probably have some headers like this. It's going to look for an encompassing idea. So it may pull up some things. And I left this a little ambiguous. I'm hoping it maybe gives me a little bit on Canva and how it can integrate into there. I'm hoping it answers this question. It may or may not. Sometimes it'll pick up things like that. And so because it's Canva and because we are a powerful visual communications tool, it's also going to make the doc more visual. So let's see what it's given us. And you saw me create that fresh. I didn't have it pre-generated like some of the other examples. This is something you could do quickly as well. And if you're wanting to play around with it more, maybe you can use Magic Write to just give you some pre-formatted text in there to work with as you're playing around, and you don't have to be too heavy in thought, I guess, in terms of like really constructing this. Definitely play around with it a few times before you start using it to construct things. But oh, look, it gave me a nice title, Design Thinking and Essential Skills Workshop. Has all the pieces broken down here, incorporated design thinking. So I didn't break down design thinking like this, but it knows what design thinking is. So it broke this down for me already. How nice. And then it's really up to me to either use this or not use it. It took my poster ideas, incorporated those there. A design thinking card deck, it helped me out a little bit there. It gave me a little bit more with methods like Scamper and mind mapping. I love that kind of stuff. Gave me my financial literacy things here. What I'm looking for is, did it do anything in Canva? And it did, right? I had just that one little sticky in Canva. And look, it gave me all of that stuff. It's so good, right? From design thinking posters, and it like is a complete amalgamation of really the other pieces I had and that Canva piece. It's showing me how to connect those pieces in Canva. So I just love that, right? I can do a guidebook and worksheet on there. Very practical. And if you thought that was good, you ain't seen nothing yet. All right, so I'm going to switch things up again with Magic Switch here. I'm going to convert this into my presentation. Let's say I want to present on all these things to you all, for example. I can come to Magic Switch and I can convert to presentation. So you can hit transform and you can transform into different things, but I like just going to convert to presentation. I like these, my personal preferences. I like these very specific translations. You can go out of order here. So you can go from like a presentation to a doc or a whiteboard and convert it into like an infographic or social media graphic. The sky's the limit here in terms of what you can do, but this is my personal process. So I'm going to create a presentation. It's taking that nice graphic, that header. It's going to work with it. I'm going to just randomly select one of these. And it's going to give me a little preview. Look at this. It's breaking things up. Okay, it's a little light on the design side, but I can work with this. I mean, we're in Canva after all, right? I can find a template, bring that in. and just play with the text a little bit here. So it's going to take 15, 30 seconds. It depends how much information you have. If you have a lot of information, like a 200 slide deck, this one's 29 slides, like a 200 slide deck, that's going to take a couple of minutes. So be mindful there. I already have a brand kit ready because work for Canva. Canva's awesome and has all this cool stuff. I can instantly apply my brand colors to this, and I can even do it across all pages. You may have seen it change across the bottom. So cool. And I did that just here in design. There's templates, layouts, and styles. I'm in styles. And if you don't have a brand kit, or don't want to use like the school brand kit, you can use these color palettes or these combinations. So I'm going to start with this color palette. And that's not the color I want. I want that bright cyan color. Oh, that's magenta. Here's the cyan. And I'm going to apply to all pages. And there it goes. Or I can use one of these combinations. The orange. There we go. Apply to all pages. And there we go. And I'm reading a question here in the chat. Let me see. Is a card deck the same thing as a slide deck or a slide presentation? No, no, it was giving a suggestion to make like physical cards that you would print. So you could look for a template on cards, like think like trading cards, think like Pokemon cards, something like that. You could do a little set of cards like that or deck of cards, but maybe with facts to, similar to flashcards too. So yeah, kind of a unique idea. I like that. Canva helped me out with that. So I have this. It's a little more visual, right? I can add in my graphics, all my elements here. I like dinosaur, so I'm going to put in dinosaur. Add in this hip dude right here. I can start layering in and beatifying this a little bit more. And then what I like, let's take something like this. I'm going to pop in a couple of my dino friends. I'm just going to randomly pop them in. Let's see what happens here. I'm going to go back to design and then come to layouts. And there's a few options. The AI right now is thinking, it's like, okay, I have this text, I have these images. How do they kind of collate and go together? Right. And so it's giving me some options right here. I like this. I really like this one right here. Okay, I'm going to add this. I can either, when I add one of the layout suggestions, I can either have it replace that page or I can add it as a new one. Sometimes, like if you're not sure, I would add it as a new one and you can always delete it, but I really do like this one. So I'm going to replace current page and this looks so much better here. And I can adjust the text, make it a little bigger. I want this define to be huge. And I'm gonna move these friends of mine down here. There we go. What I was trying to do there was group them. I think it's my mouse. I'm using a trackpad here. Oh, it's letting me know it's locked. And so I have to unlock that element. That explains it. Okay, so double check that. I don't know why it locked it on its own. But if you ever get that, that's kind of why that happened. So neat. I can also go in, add some pictures, like see if there's some photos. Let me add like 3 photos here. I'm just gonna randomly add them in. Like I'm not even gonna do anything fancy here and go back to design and layouts. Okay, it's given me this. I'm going to replace the current page. And there it is. And then let's say it didn't do it right. I could have it match a style if I have a brand guide in there. So, or if I had like brand templates, maybe somebody from the school has set that up, or the ed tech department has set those things up. You can also tap into that. And so, like with the Canva colors, I could tap into that. So, really fun, ready to go. I have like the bare bones for a presentation. If I needed to deliver this like ASAP, I could with very little effort. So in seconds to minutes, you're generating tons of great content in Canva using the magic features. And so that's the power of Magic Write and Magic Switch. We could even go into Magic Write here, and I can tell it to maybe rewrite this text right here, right? If I didn't like what it generated, and maybe I can add some words, I can have it expand that text as well. Like, okay, I don't like these activities. Let's come here, rewrite. Let's go back to this description here and continue writing. Okay, give me a little bit more. Let's see what it's going to do. Whoa, it gave me a little too much, but then I could maybe um, condense this either manually or ask it to um, shorten this, right? Okay, that's too long. Shorten this. Okay, gave me something in the middle. Okay, not too bad. I'm liking that. Okay, I'm going to jump back into the presentation here. Let me know how you like that. I switched it up a lot. I know that was intense, but you can go back and rewatch for a slower pace. Okay, so that was my favorite way to use Magic Switch. What you could layer on once you have a presentation like that, you can add in alt text. This can be for any of your graphics. If you're doing videos in there, maybe you're using present and record in Canva. You can also have auto captions in there. You can also do translations into over 100 languages. So you need to do that. I'm seeing a question in here. Can you upload Google Slides or PowerPoints and remix them? 100%. And I don't have one in the queue ready to go, but my favorite way to remix a pre-existing slide is to just bring it into Canva and then apply, going to design and applying one of those styles. It cleans it up. So I'll give you a real life example. I took over for a seasoned veteran teacher, taught for like 30 years, had all these great PowerPoints, but they were from the late 90s when PowerPoint was like brand new. They needed some serious work. So I could have pulled those in and quickly dressed them up and then swapped out some of the graphics. Like there were some good historical ones on like King Henry VIII, but I could have updated some of those photos, or like King Arthur and Arthurian legends. I remember there's just boundless content that was solid. I could have had Magic Rewrite, rework that a little bit. So great question. Thanks for bringing that up. And I know I'm throwing a lot at you. There's so much more Canva has to offer, right? So we talked about like those cards. We're thinking like, oh, like playing cards or like trading cards. You have different cards here. You could do a comic strip. You could do a classroom poster, a header, a desktop wallpaper. Have kids create their own books. You can do a book cover. I love that. I can create a book cover in like a minute or two in Canva with ease. And if there's time in the Q&A, if you want to see me do that, just let me know. I'm going to rip roar through these features to make sure I'm able to answer some of your questions. Um, here. So let's unlock your creativity with Magic Studios. So Magic Design, this is where you can just drop in a photo or a graphic and it'll give you several design ideas. And then Magic Design for presentations. I'm going to pop out because this one has actually changed a little bit. I'm going to just come to a blank presentation here. If you come up to design, we can just type in a description. I'm going to use the suggestion down here. All right, and let's see. So it's giving me some templated results that I may go, but you see this blinking here? That's the AI thinking. It's analyzing that prompt. And so it's trying to design something around energy and renewable resources. Okay, and it's giving me something. I can kind of look at these. Okay, I'm liking this one. And I can either choose select slides or I can apply all 7 pages. So another great way to generate a lot of content quickly. Of course, I would want to add in like some research, some more materials, but this gives me like a general sense. Like it gives me a general theme because we're talking about renewable things that need to incorporate green for growth. Pretty powerful stuff there. I've seen some of those questions fly in. I'm going to hold on to those questions and I'll do my best to answer those. Thank you so much for putting those in. We've talked about layouts. We've kind of talked about Magic Assist, but there's so much more it can do. It can make suggestions for graphics as well. So check that out. Remember, give it a little hiya. Pull it up, that shortcut key. If you click into any design, hit the shortcut key, or if you're on a graphic, you can hit the little like plus sign and pull it up that way as well. You can manually add things to your image with Magic Edit. So a bunch of balloons. I could take a picture of a mountain like that and maybe try and make it look like I'm on there, right? I could say, hey, put a man there on top of this mountain, and then I can like superimpose my face over it using background remove. You can also remove unwanted details. The classic example of this is like, hey, your cousin at the family reunion, her boyfriend is in the family picture. They're no longer together. What do you do? Well, hey, use Magic Eraser and take him out. I know that hits hard for some, but real life example. Or text to image. There are so many things you can do here. And this is now within Magic Media. And so here are ways to use that. Lots of practical examples here that you can see on your screen and prompts that help generate these images. So if you're not seeing something in the content library, or you want something fresh that's a little more you, but maybe you lack the design skills or the time, or you just want to have fun, use that text to image feature. It's very powerful. You can also do it with video, which is super sweet. Talked about this. You can translate pieces of text into over 100 languages. Now you can even segment the text. You can grab, just the header or just different sections. And I'll just pause there real quick. I'll leave this up, this QR code. Sorry, I don't have the link for it. So you'll have to use your phone or device to grab that. But this will give you some Magic Write prompts. And now for the Q&A.
Yeah, Scott, we've actually dropped in the information on Magic Write. Canva has lots of, small tutorials. They have courses. It's self-paced. A lot of our viewers are like, I need this slower. I need more hands-on. And so there's going to be lots of opportunities for that. And with that link with the Magic School, this form was in there as well. So you can either scan with your QR code or get there. And like I said, Magic Write is just one component of Canva. So I really suggest just getting in there. You can't break anything, right?
Yeah,
So there's no, everything auto saves once you start working on something. So just that apprehension level can come on down. And then once you kind of start designing on your own, then say, okay, how can this magic assist me in these other ways? So it's all about stepping stones, but just getting your feet wet is the first step. So
absolutely.
I know someone had asked if they can embed timers into presentation, and I don't know if you have the capability right now to show them
Yeah.
the magic key for the timer. It doesn't embed like we kind of used to on slides to embed a YouTube video, um, but when you are in present mode,
Yeah, let me
you're
go back.
able
Sorry.
to. So let's
Okay,
say you're in
that's
the
the one you were
classroom,
asking for.
you're in
So
present mode, and
you
then
can
you
hit
can.
the number key 1 through 9. Let me try 0. I don't think we have a 10-minute timer. Let me see. No. If I hit 0, it gives me like the short one, but you can always add
So you like
minutes and
it's almost
do a
like a little
custom
hack. You go
time.
9 and then you add a plus if you do a 10-minute
Yeah.
timer.
And then there's like the magic shortcuts, like I can blur this, or I'm trying to think like what other ones. I could do
The
like a little drum
drum roll.
roll.
And that's
Um
all you're doing is putting 1 through 9 for the timer, D for drum roll. I think it's C for confetti. There's a
yeah.
few little fun things there to jazz up
B
your
for blur.
presentations. Hmm.
Uh and
Yeah.
Canva's design school has done a great job creating some guides there. So just
Yeah.
type in magic
Canva Design
shortcuts and
School. Yeah.
yeah.
Also,
What other
you'll find a
questions?
lot of things. I think that's it. Everyone's just really excited to learn all the different capabilities. And I know it can be overwhelming, but like I said, if you just jump in and you can upload some of your existing things on that purple banner at the top, right underneath it has a ton of icons, and there's a gray icon that says upload. So that's where you can upload some of your docs, some of your PDFs, some of your existing PowerPoints, and then remix and jazz them up
Yeah,
for
and
a
you can
newer
even
style.
just drag and
Hmm.
drop. So if I were just in the Canva homepage, I could
Hmm.
be in a folder and literally just drop something right
Yeah.
into here.
Hmm. Well, Scott, thank you for kicking off such an amazing day of learning here in room 3. Um, so another reminder, if you're new to Canva, know that you have the ability to access with SSO, which means a single sign-on. So our district has on the back end captured your email addresses. So if you go to my.cfisd.net under additional resources, you'll see the Canva app, and that is a perfect way to do it. If you are joining us from out of district, know that Canva for Education is free for educators. But coming up next, we have another Canva professional, Amy DeLair. She's going to be telling us all about that, expanding your creativity with Canva. And for those of you that are out of district, she's going to have details on how to get your district signed on to do that SSO if your district does not have that. So, all right, friends, make
Thanks,
sure to,
everyone.
yes, thank you, Scott. And make sure to take a stretch break or re-warm up your coffee before our next live session here at the top of the hour. Good morning, educators. It is almost 9 o'clock. We're moving towards our second session of the day. Thank you for joining us for our 2024 Digital Learning Conference. My name is Michelle Aguilar, your DLC Room 3 host, and I'm wrapping up my time with CFISD EdTech, but I'll still be around supporting the LOTE, which is our World Languages Department, here in Sci-Fair. So if you're a LOTE teacher joining in this hour, nos vemos pronto. Sometime during the session, we'll take a quick hydration break and share the attendance code on the screen. You'll submit for credit all in one Google form towards the end of the day. We have a lot of information on how to access that rolling in our commercials. Joining me here in room 3, we have James Brown. and he's an educator over at Bridgeton High School, and he is moderating and facilitating the chat room for us today. So he's going to have a lot of links for you to get even more self-paced information on how to use Canva for its max use. It's a wonderful tool, and it's Canva for Education has committed to be free for educators, so that's an amazing thing. All right, so at this 9 o'clock hour, we are joined by Amy DeLair, and her session is Unlock Creativity with Canva. Amy has joined us here in Sci-Fair for several years now, so it's not her first time here at DLC, so we're welcoming her back. She is an experienced elementary educator with over a decade of her time in public education. She's passionate about social emotional learning, student voice and choice, and finding those effective ways to integrate technology into the classroom and the larger school community. She currently lives in sunny San Diego, California, where she's become an amateur sunset photographer. I love that in your bio, Amy. Good morning.
Good morning, Michelle. Thank you so much for inviting me into room 3 here.
Yeah. You can jump on in, and we're excited to hear what you got.
Perfect. So thank you all again for joining our session, Unlock Creativity with Canva for Education. So excited to be here talking about Canva. As Michelle mentioned, it is 100% free, so I have lots of goodies I want to share with you all this morning. So without further ado, let's go ahead and kick off our session. I know we are live streaming, so if you're joining live, please feel free to hop in to the YouTube chat. Would love to kind of see your responses and engagement there. So I have kind of like a two-part question to kick us off here. How well do you know Canva? So on the right-hand side, you're going to see this Canva comfort level scale. So we have from numbers 1, being brand new and perhaps unfamiliar with Canva, all the way down to a number 5, where maybe you use Canva daily. Now you've gotten your students into Canva, and maybe even you dabble with Canva outside of your classroom and use it in your personal life as well. So again, just curious where folks are kind of showing up this morning when it comes to Canva comfort level. And then if you'd be willing to share, especially those of you who maybe are more experienced users, we'd love to hear how you've used Canva so far in your classroom. Or if you're perhaps a newer user, maybe you've heard that you could make something in particular in Canva and you want to learn a little bit more about that. So while y'all are kind of introducing yourself, your Canva comfort level, again, thank you so much for joining live. I just wanted to take a moment and reciprocate. I know Michelle also introduced me, but again, I'm Amy. Good morning to you all. I serve as a Canva learning consultant. Again, taught elementary school kind of all over the US, but currently a West Coaster out in San Diego, where I have become obsessed, as Michelle mentioned, with trying to capture as many sunsets as possible. I found Canva in that year, 2020. Don't need to tell you why I was searching for technology in that particular school year. And the more and more I taught myself about Canva, not only did I become more obsessed with the platform, but I really realized the power that was right at my fingertips. And it kind of changed how I saw myself as a creator of instructional materials. So without further ado, let's go ahead and hop into our session. I want to be mindful of time and make sure that I save enough time at the end to go over questions that you all may have. So here's our agenda for our session this morning. What is Canva for Education? Then I want to kind of highlight how you and your students can use Canva. We'll take a minute to log into our Canva accounts. If you don't have an account yet, I'll also share how you can get an account. You can also hop into Canva, you'll have some time, if you have an account, to kind of go through our template library. We'll go over some Canva editor basics. Again, this session is meant to be hands-on, so you can log into Canva and follow along. And then at the end, we'll wrap up, make sure that we have some time for Q&A, as well as sharing of some resources. Okay, and thank you to everyone participating in the YouTube live chat, seeing lots of maybe new and somewhat experienced Canva users hopping in this morning to our session. And lots of folks are creating slides, posters, newsletters, as well as classroom contracts. So again, I have some ideas to potentially kick off the school year with Canva as well. So without further ado, let's hop into our session here this morning, starting with just briefly kind of providing that foundational understanding of Canva for Education as an EdTech platform. So we like to say here at Canva, if you can dream it, you can make it. Truly, it's a one-stop shop for all things visual communications for any audience. So this could be your students in your classroom. It could be your school community, so more like internal school communications, as well as communicating externally to your families and larger community outside of your school building. Within Canva for Education, all of our Canva for Education users have access to what we call our visual suite. So that means you all, right at your fingertips, have access to different Canva document types. So I just want to highlight a few of those. We have Canva documents, we have Canva infinite space whiteboards. I know a lot of you already mentioned that you're dabbling with Canva presentations or slides. You can also create social media assets in Canva. We have an entire video editor built right into the Canva platform where you and students can record yourself and then edit that right on up. We also allow folks to print their Canva creations. Either we can print it professionally or you all can send it to your school printer. And then you can also create Canva websites. Again, this entire visual suite is offered to everyone in your school community 100% free. In addition to those Canva document types, you have access to Canva's template library. So let me kind of break that up really quickly here. You have over 80,000 education-specific templates and resources that are fully customizable, made by current and former educators with standards in mind. And then if you've ever heard of a Canva Pro account, you also have access to over 3 million other, we call them non-educational resources, but I really encourage you, they could easily be modified and used in an educational setting. And when you think about Canva's template library, it's truly growing on a daily basis. But y'all, this is the part that hooked me when I was searching in that year I mentioned, 2020, because Canva also allows teachers to have access to what we call our element library. So that's over 100 million different high quality audio and visual assets. So when I figured out that I no longer had to look for non-pixelated, non-watermarked, non-trademarked images, and that if I found it in Canva's element library, not only was it free for me to use, but Canva was properly compensating those creators and photographers on the back end, that just made my life and creation of instructional materials so much easier. You also have Canva Pro editing features like background remover in photo and video now, magic resize, and then tons of storage for all of your Canva creations. So usually at this point, after I kind of explain what you all have with your Canva for Education account for free, there are a lot of questions from super well-meaning, but also very skeptical teachers who are like, okay, Amy, what is the catch? Where's the fine print or asterisk at the bottom saying, yeah, you can have all of this stuff for free, but it's free for 90 days or free for 1 school year. But here at Canva, we authentically believe that education is a human right. So we provide the entire visual suite, not some lesser version for free. You actually get what people pay for Canva Pro plus our educational template libraries, 100% free. We'll also set up entire school districts with Canva for Education accounts, as well as integrate with your SSO and LMS platform. And then we also provide free professional development as well. So again, to reiterate, Canva for Education truly wants to empower everyone to create, collaborate, and communicate in the classroom and beyond. Here at Canva, we're all about equitable access to designing. And the really exciting piece is that when we allow our students to get into Canva and begin that design thinking process where they're creating, revising, iterating, redesigning, they are practicing lifelong skills that will stay with them well beyond their K-12 learning journey. So I know you all know those 4 C's: creativity, collaboration, communication, and critical thinking. But in addition, when students get into Canva and can begin to create, they get to practice teamwork, accountability, flexibility, and some entrepreneurship skills. So that's Canva kind of at the macro level. Let's dive in more specifically to what you and your students can do in Canva. Just to give you some ideas here. So we like to think of our Canva for Education library, template library, from 3 distinct angles. So the first is when you're looking to create those direct instructional materials in your classroom, how could you utilize some of Canva's pre-existing resources and templates? So each one of these that I'm previewing is what we call a template library. So in a minute, when we go into the Canva homepage, if any of this sounds exciting or something perhaps new to you that you want to explore more, you're going to have some time to do that. So we have an entire worksheet template library where you can sort by grade level as well as subject area. We have a poster template library, so think electronic anchor charts, where again, everything in that poster is potentially editable and customizable to ensure that it fits the learning needs of your classroom. We have a tutorial template library. We also have a presentation template library, so this consists of pre-made lessons, but we also have pre-made icebreakers. So when you're thinking about building that classroom community during that back to school time, you can literally type in presentation icebreaker, and you'll get to see all of these pre-made presentations and icebreakers that you can use in your classroom. We also have gamified presentations. So if you're looking for end of unit kind of review activities, please check those out as well. The second angle we like to think about Canva's template library from is, okay, beyond that direct instruction, now you're looking to release students to kind of explore more and collaborate authentically in your classroom. So what could it look like for you to use some of Canva's existing resources so you're not the one always creating those collaboration documents where students can kind of record what they've explored and how they're kind of engaging with that learning. We have an entire brainstorming template library. So again, you could just type in brainstorm from the Canva homepage and see a plethora of different brainstorming templates that you can ensure kind of fit the context of, you know, is it a partner brainstorm, small group brainstorm, or are you having your whole class brainstorm in Canva to potentially kick off a new unit? We also have a graphic organizer template library. So think anything, y'all, from compare and contrast to the arc of kind of like a story plot to timelines, you name it, you're going to find a graphic organizer that fits the learning needs of your students. We also have collaborative storybooks, which if you haven't explored these are super fun. Essentially on all of the pages, the different scenes or backgrounds are there. And then at the end, you have these resource pages of the different characters in different movements, as well as different facial expressions and talking bubbles. So students can work either independently or in small groups to kind of create a custom story. And all of the resources are already provided in that template for them to kind of just copy and drag and drop and create that story themselves. Lastly, I just want to highlight this template library. I know it sounds vague, but give it a shot. When you type in group work from the Canva homepage, you'll find anything from a group collaborative essay to a group scientific lab. So some really cool group projects and work included in that particular template library. And lastly, y'all, my favorite, the third angle we like to think about our Canva template library from is, okay, now we've progressed through this unit of learning. How are we allowing our students to take that new learning and thinking and make it visible to their audience? You could have students create digital portfolios in Canva showcasing their understanding of that unit. These digital portfolios could also become interdisciplinary, perhaps, and grow with a student as they kind of go throughout that particular school year or that particular class, depending on the structure of how your school is set up. You could also have students create custom infographics. They could record folks if they interview them and then edit it up in Canva and create their own documentary video, as well as electronic journals. So I know I've talked a lot, but just a few more things I kind of want to highlight. On this particular page here, you're going to see all of Canva for Education's template libraries. So again, I've mentioned a lot, but just a few more I want to point out. If you're looking to create an engaging way to communicate with your school families, we also have a variety of classroom newsletter templates that make it really easy to kind of showcase and highlight all the incredible learning going on in your classroom. One of my other favorite student projects, especially thinking about back to school time, is allowing students to create comic strips. So if you're reviewing those and kind of co-creating those classroom procedures and expectations with your students, you could allow them to create a comic strip where they can demonstrate their understanding and depth of knowledge when it comes to, all right, what am I expected to do when I come into this classroom? And it allows them to show a little bit of their personality and flair when they're, again, showing you what they know. They're just communicating it in a bit of a different way. Lastly, I just want to point out, we also have seating chart templates. So again, fully customizable if you have a unique space in your classroom or flexible seating, or even if you have like rug spots and desk spots, you can really easily customize our seating charts so that everybody feels successful and set up in terms of seating expectations. You can upload photos of students. So even if you have emerging readers, they can still find their picture on the seating chart and be able to successfully find their correct spot. Again, thinking this is also setting up everyone for success, because if you ever have a sub come into your classroom, it's a great resource to share with them as well. So I know that I've kind of showed you all a lot. Truly, with Canva, anything is possible. I just wanted to take a moment because Michelle and her team at CFISD have been incredible Canva for Education district partners. However, if you are joining from outside CFIR today and your school or district does not yet have Canva for Education, you can scan the QR code here, or we will be placing the hyperlink into the YouTube live chat so that you can kind of fill out this form. It takes about 5 to 7 minutes, but that way one of my incredible colleagues who does district setup or school, if you're an independent or charter school community, will help you kind of with the setup on the back end. So again, just kind of wanted to put that out there. If you're not necessarily the school leader, but you still want a Canva for Education account, you can always just go to canva.com/education and sign up for a free educator account as well. So I'm going to continue on, but I just wanted to provide that. We'll share that again at the end if you need that. But if you already have a Canva for Education account, if you could go ahead and take a minute to log in. Remember, your Canva for Education account is always going to be tied to your district email address. So that's kind of how we verify schools and communities to make sure that you're a verified K-12 educator. So again, you're going to use your district email address to log into your account. Again, I know we've shared slides, or we'll share them at the end. For some of these, though, I'm just going to pop out and demo live. But these slides are a great resource to kind of come back to and utilize as a refresher when we're not together in the future. So from your Canva homepage, I just want to point out a few things. I have no idea how active you all are in the Canva for Education community, but we launched back in May at Canva Create what we're calling our Canva Glow Up. So it's just kind of a refresh to the Canva user experience. So you might notice that your homepage looks a little bit refreshed here. For the most part, you're going to find things in similar places, but just kind of wanted to point out, if you haven't logged in a while, yes, it does look a little bit different with our current glow up. A few things I want to point out about Canva is Canva saves automatically as you go, as long as you have access to the internet. So anything that you open, you'll be able to kind of access here in your recent designs as you kind of go through and continue to create in Canva. You're going to see that this recent designs category can become quite cumbersome. So if you're looking for something from a couple of weeks or especially a couple of months ago, it may not be the best to kind of come to your Canva homepage and just scroll. I call it kind of doom scrolling. So I want to take y'all into your projects tab really quickly to show you how you can more efficiently find your Canva creations, especially when you've started something and you're looking to continue on with it. So from the Canva homepage, on the left-hand sidebar, you're going to see the second icon down, projects with a manila folder tab. Once you select that, you're going to go into all of your Canva projects, either you've created or that somebody has shared you on. When you're in your Canva projects tab, you can see that there's a variety of drop-down options. So again, if you're in your Canva account and following along with me, I really encourage you now to kind of play with these drop-down options and click so that you kind of get a feel for how you can find what you're looking for, especially when you need to find it in the minute or two before your class starts. So within the projects tab, the first drop-down option is who owns that particular Canva creation that you're looking for. So it could be any owner. If you know it was shared with you, but you don't exactly remember by who, you could say shared with you, and then maybe add in a keyword at the top here next to that magnifying glass icon. You could also default to your projects. Or one of my favorite things is you could begin to type in one of your colleagues' names. So here's my colleague, Tisha. Before I even finish typing in her name, she appears. Remember, this is not everything Tisha has ever created, or whoever your colleague is. This is not everything they've created in Canva. These are the things that they have actively shared you on in Canva. Because remember, Canva as a platform is private by default. From there, you could also potentially sort by type or category of Canva creation. So are you looking for a presentation? Was it a brochure? Was it a social media post, or even an event flyer you all were kind of co-creating together? You can type in whatever you kind of want to narrow it down. So maybe I'm going to search for presentations, since we collaborate on a lot of different presentations. From there, I could add in a date modified to, again, narrow down those search results. And then you can, by selecting this drop-down more towards the right-hand side of your projects tab, you can sort by most relevant, newest and oldest edited, as well as alphabetical order and reverse alpha order. The last thing, I'm going to clear all of this, but the last thing I kind of want to show you all is one of my favorite buttons in Canva. And I do not say this lightly because there's lots of really awesome buttons in Canva, But honestly, y'all, this one blew me away. So again, I am within my projects tab. And on the far right-hand side, you're going to see a button with an addition sign and the words add new. This is where you can begin to add folders and subfolders as necessary to kind of create nestled folders and organize all of your Canva creations. I'm not going to necessarily tell you how to organize your Canva creations, but I will say folders are your friend in Canva, because remember, every single thing that you ever open is saved automatically. In addition, underneath this add new button is where you could also potentially upload anything from your device. So this could be different photo files, video files, audio files, as well as PDFs. So if you have any sort of curriculum that your district or school community uses, and it comes off in PDF format when you download it, the really awesome thing about Canva is you can upload any PDF and then it becomes fully editable. Yes, you heard that, fully editable. So if you know that kind of like the intro and kicking off of this lesson is going to work great for your students, but you need to modify some of the collaboration pieces, you can click right into those text boxes. You could edit text, you could edit the procedure, you could embed photos and videos from Canva's element library if your students need more of a visual. You could even go in and record yourself reading certain bits of text of that lesson if that's a modification you know your students are going to need as well. So again, please remember that you can upload anything into Canva, and I call it kind of Canvatize it from there. The last and one of my favorites is underneath this add new. At the very bottom of this drop-down menu, you're going to see this option right underneath upload to import from an app. So you could connect your Google Drive, OneDrive, or Dropbox to your Canva for Education account. The first time that you do this, a window will pop up saying, hey, are you sure you want these two applications to speak to one another? I've already done that, but I can demo really quickly that I also have a Google Drive, and my Google Drive is connected to my Canva. So any of my Google Slides, Google Documents, Google Sheets, I can bring right into Canva and maybe renovate and give them new life for the new school year. So again, in a minute, we're going to go into Canva's template library, and we have thousands of templates for you all to explore and create with. But I also really recommend recycling resources you've already spent a ridiculous amount of time cultivating and creating over the course of your time as an educator. Remember, those resources you've already created are not lost in Canva. Just upload them or bring them in from your drive and give them a quick renovation, quick update for the new school year, Canvatize them a bit, and use them from there. So again, that's all within the Canva projects tab. So I really wanted to go into some nitty gritty here to make sure that you feel good about finding things that either you've been shared on or things that you've personally created and finding them in an efficient way so that you can spend your time doing other things in Canva rather than just scrolling on that Canva homepage in the recent designs looking for things that you want to reopen or iterate off of. So let's go ahead and let me come back to our slides here for a quick second. We're going to go into exploring Canva's template library next. So I just want to highlight a few things before I give you all a little time to explore. Within Canva's educational template library, and I promise I'll show you how to sort and filter and all of this stuff, but just wanted to give you a quick preview here. We have different subject areas that you can explore. So ELA, math, science, art, design, and social studies. And I'll also show you how you can filter templates by grade level as well. And I just wanted to kind of preview before we pause for attendance, some beginning of the year project ideas when you're thinking about searching for templates. So I came up with like my top 5 favorite here. So you could potentially write a postcard to your students. So you could type in postcard in a minute when we have some time to explore the template library. You could print the postcards and actually mail them or send them electronically to your families. You could update a class syllabus and make it more visual for your students in the coming year. I talked about this one previously, but this is one of my favorite template libraries. I encourage you to kind of explore presentation icebreakers that you could potentially customize to create that classroom culture at the beginning of the school year. You could also potentially create a vision board template and then share it with students so that they can iterate off of it. And then my last kind of like top 5 project idea for back to school was either creating a Meet the Teacher one-pager or presentation to introduce yourself to families and students. So let's go ahead, before we hop into the template library, let's go ahead and take a pause here so that we can go over the attendance code.
Yes, thank you, Amy. So many great ideas. Been a little bit quiet on the chat, but it looks like everyone's been following along with your presentation deck. And I love that top 5 of things to do, for back to school. I think that's a great 5 quick ideas. That's gonna I can start working on them right now before I'm back on contract. And then it's just a quick way to introduce yourself to Canva for those that are new to it. So up on the screen, participants, we have the attendance code for this 9 a.m. hour on day 1 of DLC up for about 45 more seconds. If you didn't already know, the EdTech team has added a handy attendance sheet on our website. So that way you can start writing down all your attendance codes for the day, and our Google Forms will open up after 3 o'clock and they're open all the way through midnight. So if you need to come back and watch the sessions later in the day, you can as well. So we'll leave it up for about 20 more seconds. The attendance code is up on the screen for room 3, 9 a.m. Awesome. All right, Amy. Not too many questions there. We've been answering a lot of access questions about the students. And so we dropped a sheet that Sci-Fair EdTech has, and it's a 2-pager. And one is staff access and the other one's student. So the student one is interesting. We have the elementary, middle, high school. They have different access level, like what they can see and use within Canva, just for just what's age appropriate. And so that's there, but also how to share the template. So we don't use the classwork module that's inside of Canva. We still push everything through Schoology.
And I appreciate that so much, Michelle, because I think it goes back to one of the benefits of signing up as a Canva for Education is you have more of those granular district controls to be able to kind of on the back end set up your Canva for Education accounts, especially when it comes to student access in a way that works for your school community and your school district. So thank you so much for sharing that with us.
Of course.
Today.
All right, let's continue.
All right. Okay, so y'all, we were in our projects tab, but we're going to go back to our Canva homepage, and I'm going to show you the 2 main ways to get started finding Canva templates. So the first is to go into Canva's template library. So again, on the left-hand sidebar of your homepage, you can select templates, and then you're going to go into Canva's template library here. From here, you're going to see different thematic templates that are going to kind of rotate throughout the school year. As you scroll down, Canva is going to recommend some templates based on some AI and what you've created in the past. But this is where I wanted to show you that as you continue to scroll, you can sort templates by grade level, subject area, or resource type. So no matter how you start, say I'm looking for some grade 3, you're just going to use these arrows to kind of toggle over to the grade level you're searching for. Once I'm within this grade 3 kind of template library, I can still further filter by subject area. So maybe I'm looking specifically for grade 3 science. And then from there, you're going to see, okay, we have some science, maybe journals, we have science infographics, we have science lessons, all kinds of options here, worksheets and flashcards. You can also, oops, I'm sorry, y'all, I scrolled too far up. You can also filter by resource type. So if you only want science presentations for 3rd grade, you can select that. And again, it's going to filter that down from there. So that is kind of how you go into Canva's educational template library and sort and filter by grade level, subject area, as well as resource type. I do encourage you, though, when you're within the template library, to further expand some of these other template libraries beyond just the education. So remember, you have over 3 million other templates that you can access for free. So I could collapse this education. Let me do that. And you can see our other categories of templates include business, social media, video marketing, print, and cards and invitations. So if you're looking perhaps to send a postcard to students, you'll most likely find that under cards and invitations. But I really encourage you to expand some of these other categories because even though it's technically titled business or tagged business, one of my favorite things to use with my students in the classroom was creating mind maps. And technically in Canva, that's nestled under business. But when I expand business, go down to mind maps, you're going to see that there's tons of mind maps that could very easily be used in any classroom. So perhaps here, you know, again, this could be modified. I could have my students fill out their own mind map, all kinds of options here. So that's all to say, please don't let some of these kind of categories of templates, the names, throw you off, because there's some really awesome gems hidden in each of these other categories beyond education. My second favorite way to get started is if you go back to the Canva homepage, you can just type in whatever you're looking for. So I keep mentioning this, so I want to kind of show you all what is in this template library. So I can type in presentation and then icebreaker. You're going to want to make sure that Canva templates is highlighted, and then I'm just going to hit the enter button. From here, Canva is going to search its template library, and you can see that we have about 68,000 presentation templates that are considered icebreakers, which is fantastic, but y'all do not have time to scroll through that. So let me show you just a few more ways to kind of narrow those search results down. You could potentially use this all filters button here at the top to filter by graphic design style, theme, feature, as well as grade level or even subject area. The other thing that I like to show folks is that no matter what you're looking for, this is one of my favorites here. There's a breaking the ice, but I love this or that. Whatever template, and again, it can be anything, it does not have to be a presentation, but when you click on it, this awesome preview window pops up. And I love this because you can see each particular slide or page, excuse me, in a larger format. And then if you kind of like this, again, I might swap out some of these kind of this or that's, but I don't have to create this whole page design from scratch. Once you find something you like, you'll hit the purple customize this template button, and now it's going to pop you into the Canva editor. As this loads, I just want to show you all a few of my favorite Canva editing tips and tricks. We'll talk about sharing, and then we'll kind of transition to make sure we have time to share resources as well as answer questions at the end. So y'all, please learn from my mistakes when I was teaching myself Canva. The great thing about Canva is it's going to save this automatically since I opened it. However, it's going to save it as whatever the random template name is that template creator kind of used when they submitted the template. So once you're in the Canva editor, you know you're in the Canva editor because you're going to see this teal, blue, purple kind of ombre bar, header bar across the top. And then all of your left-hand tabs here are going to allow you to edit up this design in tons of different ways. But I really encourage you, before you begin editing up, please rename this so in the future you can find it in your projects tab and you're not caught doom scrolling on that Canva homepage trying to find this icebreaker that you worked on. You can change the name of any Canva creation by putting your cursor right up into the top in this rectangle of this header. Depending on your screen resolution, you may not see this rectangle. That's okay. You can just go to the File drop-down menu, put your cursor at the top, and then rename this. Oops. Rename this icebreaker something you'll remember in the future. So that is my main tip of once you open something in Canva and before you begin editing, please rename it. Now, from here in the Canva editor, there are lots of ways that you can kind of customize this. So I'm going to try to demo a few of my favorites to get started. Within the Canva editor, no matter what you're creating, you're always going to see the pages down at the bottom here, and you can very easily drag and drop pages to reorganize or shuffle up the order depending on kind of how you want the flow of whatever you're creating to go. As you're creating, you can always hit this back arrow at the top of your header, or if you like keyboard shortcuts, it's Control-Z as in zebra. And it will revert back to the previous formatting. From here, I just kind of wanted to show you all that within the Design tab, obviously this is the this or that presentation that I selected. However, I like to show folks that you can still mix and match. So for instance, even though I really like this or that icebreaker presentation, I could within the Design tab still search for icebreakers. And maybe I like how this particular icebreaker has a moment for students to get to know each other. And before we get started, maybe they're introducing themselves to the students at their table. So for instance, maybe I want to add in these slides. Oops. So what I can do is hover over between any two pages, add in a blank page, go back to my Design tab, and I'm going to say, let's get to know each other first. And I'm going to add in another blank page, go back to that Design tab, and then I'm going to kind of go through how students are going to introduce themselves, okay? Before we kind of get into the this or that game rules. However, you can very easily tell from page 2 to page 3 that these are from different templates, right? You could also potentially bring in pages from any of your previous projects. So if you had slides that you used last year, you can always go to your projects tab and then individually bring in those pages as well. So I just like to show you that you have options when it comes to mixing and matching. And then from here, let me go back to my Design tab. Just like to show you all that very easily by selecting styles. Oops, let me close that, clear that out. I could come down to these color palettes here. I could click See All. I could find a new color palette for this or that. And I can select this color palette here and hit these arrows to kind of remix which colors are dominant versus supporting colors. Hit apply to all pages. And then in a few clicks, I was able to kind of, you can see now from page 2 to page 3, it's looking a bit more cohesive. Now, underneath styles, we also have the same thing with font sets. So these are made by trained graphic designers. So rather than you spend time trying to find a header, subheader, and body font that look good together, you can come to your styles tab and find a font. Again, we're thinking about accessible fonts to make sure that students can access this information. Find a font set you like, hit the purple apply to all pages button. And then again, from page 2 to page 3, you can easily see how that has kind of been edited up so that it looks like it all came from the same template, even though I totally brought in pages from another template. So those are some of my favorite tips and tricks to get started when it comes to designing and creating in Canva. Remember, you're going to find all of your share options in the top right here using the share drop-down menu where you can add in folks. You can send a collaboration link. You could create a public view link, or there's tons of really great options underneath this more menu where you can create assignments, create template links, lots of really amazing things. So thank you so much for hopping in to Canva to kind of unlock your creativity, especially thinking about how you can use Canva as you are getting ready for the back to school time. Again, we have put the slides into the YouTube live chat, but at this time, we're going to transition into our closing and ensuring folks have a moment to kind of answer questions. If you haven't already, if you could put your questions into the YouTube live chat, Michelle and James are going to help relay those questions to me so that we can make sure that everybody gets their questions answered.
Yes. Thank you so much, Amy, for inspiring us to create with Canva. We've been answering questions, really a lot of access questions and the YouTube chats. Everything's been rolling pretty smooth over there. Everyone's very appreciative of all the great ideas. And like I said in the past, you know, Canva's feature rich. So it can be intimidating for someone that's new, but jump in. You can't break anything. Everything auto saves. So just have fun exploring. If you really loved Amy's presentation, guess what? Tomorrow on day 2 here in room 3, she has 2 more hours at our 3 p.m. Our 2 p.m. hour and our 3 p.m. hour. So she's going to wrap up our last 2 hours of DLC here in room 3. So check out our schedule on the DLC app. Yes.
Thank you so much, Michelle.
You're welcome. Well, I hope you enjoyed your time presenting with us today. Guys, give her a shout out. She's Pacific time. So 9 a.m. was 7 a.m. for her. So she just really loves our district out here and is always supportive, and we appreciate her for that. In our room for the next session is going to be effective communication and family engagement with Brandy Dean, all about Remind. Those of you that are in our district or new to our district, we use Remind to message with our parents. It's a rostered technology that we have. And even if you've used it before, Brandy's going to have a lot of new ideas on how to push that effective communication. So hopefully you guys can join us after our quick break. Good morning, educators. Thank you for taking time from your summer to pour into yourself and pick up new skills or inspiration. We are almost getting started here with our 10 a.m. session in room 3 for day 1 of CFISD Digital Learning Conference. So welcome. My name is Michelle Aguilar, and I'm your DLC room 3 host. So I'm wrapping up my time on the EdTech team, but I will still be around serving our LOT, which is our world language teachers here in the district. So if I have any LOT teachers watching, nos vemos pronto during PD week. Over on the YouTube chat, we have James Brown, and he is an educator at Bridgeland High School who is going to be facilitating that chat room, dropping any links, and answering any questions as we can. If you have questions for our presenter, hop them in there, type them in there, and we will pass them on to her. Remember that sometime during the session, we'll take a quick hydration break and we will display the attendance code for this session on the screen for about 60 seconds. And you'll submit your credit all in one Google form towards the end of the day. Now, we do have can be played all the way through midnight for that attendance credit. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. At this 10 a.m. session, we have Miss Brandy Dean, and her session is Effective Communication and Family Engagement. She's an educator and lifelong learner. She taught elementary school for 12 years before leaving to pursue a job supporting teachers with technology. She is proud to share how Remind helps educators strengthen relationships with parents and students through that effective communication. So, Brandy, welcome.
Good morning, Michelle. So glad to
Good
be here
morning.
again.
Yes.
All right, so let me see and get my screen shared, and we'll get started here in just a second. There we go. All right, so thank you so much. Thanks for the introduction, Michelle. Really appreciate it. I think this is my third DLC conference with you guys, so I'm really glad to be back to share more information with you about how Remind can help you with effective communication and family engagement. So again, I'm Brandy, and so glad to be here. Before we get started, the first thing I would really like for you to do is go ahead and grab a copy of our conference resource guide. And James, if you'd be so kind to go ahead and pop that in the chat for everybody so they can grab that. There's a bit.ly link on the screen. There's a QR code on the screen. It has links to resources that you'll find handy, things that I talk about in the session so that you can learn and get more information. Again, please go ahead and use that YouTube chat to ask questions. They'll be filtering those over to me. I'll be checking for those periodically, and hopefully we'll have a few minutes at the end for any other questions that haven't been answered throughout the session. All right, awesome. So our objectives for today are for you to be able to create and organize your classes so that you can easily communicate with the various groups in your school communities. You'll also gain an understanding on the various ways you can create and send messages that are impactful and meaningful, and that you're making sure that you're sending them just to the right people. We'll also look at some engagement techniques geared towards student success. All right, so that's what our session is going to look like today, and let's get started. For those of you that may not be familiar with Mind, that are just getting started, it is a platform specifically designed for educators to make ongoing and purposeful communication between home and school easier for you to manage. You can really supercharge your communication, which ensures a more engaged community, which then can lead to student success. We're very student-centered. We understand that from the district and the schools and the parents and the clubs and the coaches and the counselors, there's all these people revolving around this student to help support them, and we help the communication between all of those people happen. If you're wondering why Remind, what solutions is it solving? Well, first of all, it's safe because your communication is all logged. There's proof of what happened and who said what to when, where, So it really does protect the students, the parents, as well as the staff. It also makes sure that your personal information stays private, because although you might be using your actual personal cell phone to communicate through Remind, no one's actually they don't get your personal cell phone number. They don't get your email address. They're just communicating through Remind for you. And then you can have all your communication in one place. So that makes it really easy. Also, it's very equitable because people don't have to download the app in order to communicate. So if they don't have Wi-Fi at home, they can still communicate via Remind. Even if they don't have a smartphone, they can still get online and do it. So it's very equitable. Everyone has access to that. Now, for those of you at CFISD, your whole district has Remind. I don't know if there's other people from other districts. You might check and see what your access level is. But at CFISD, you guys have the district-wide communication, which means there's district-wide communication, there's school-wide communication, in addition to the teachers in their classes, which is kind of what we're going to be focusing on today. When I was talking about supporting students and having a positive impact on them, like, well, what does that mean? So there's been different studies showing what happens when we have frequent teacher-family communication, and these are some of the positive outcomes that have been measured. Homework completion rates can be improved, class participation can be improved, and one of our schools actually used Remind as an intervention tool for their most chronically absent students, and with that group, they found a 60% improvement in attendance, which is huge, right? We know that we can't teach them unless they're in their seats, right? So it can really help there. All right. So we're going to talk about, I've got a question about merging classes. Let me talk about classes in just a second here. First of all, I want to let you know about a system called SysSync rostering. So SYS stands for School Information System, which for CFISD is ClassLink. They send information, they sync that information from the SYS to Remind. And what that does is it sets up your classes, it assigns the teachers, it adds the parents and the students. Now, those of you that work for the district, it's not done yet for the 2024-25 school year. Okay. So if you go in there, your classes are not there just yet. After school gets started, you will see your new classes set up. As far as merging classes, you cannot merge two classes together, but you can add people from one class into another class and then have everyone together. But we don't have a way of taking two classes and making them into one. Okay. And I believe I'll be able to show you how to add people from one class to another later in the session today. Thanks for the question. Appreciate that. So the one thing you do have to do after this rostering process is done, so when the new school year is sent to Remind and everything is started to set up, you should receive a notification to claim your classes. Basically, you just need to log into Remind. You'll see something that looks like this here on my screen, and you just need to say, yes, these are my classes. Okay, and that's it. And those classes that are made for you will be all ready to go. Now, in addition to those classes being rostered for you, there are other classes you might want or need, right? Because it's not just about your first period, second period, third period. It's not just about your fourth grade class. Like there's lots of other stuff going on, right? Teachers are busy people. Here's some of the things you might want to look at. If you're a coach, you can set up your sports teams. If you have after school programs or clubs that you're in charge of, some sort of special event, you're in charge of tutoring or PTA. As an admin, you also might want to create groups for staff members, custodians. As a teacher, you might want to break up your class into book clubs or spelling groups. There are just so many different ways you can organize your thoughts, right? And admin out there, it's not just for teachers, right? Admins can also set up different groups that they communicate with. So this is above and beyond those rostered classes. So we're kind of done talking about rostered classes. Now we're talking about classes that you can create for yourself to communicate with any group of people that you need to, okay? So it is super simple to think about classes. The hardest part is actually thinking about how do I want to organize my communication? Who do I need to set up? Because creating the class is super, super simple. We really only need two things. We need a name and it needs to be connected to your school. And in your resource guide, you will see a link to create a class to learn more information about those steps. But let me show you how easy this is. Oh, and one other thing, you can have up to 100 classes that you own and up to 5,000 participants in each class, which is a lot, right? All right, I have a demo account I'm going to be using here today, and let me show you how fast and easy it is to create a class. So I'm simply going to come up here in my left-hand panel where it says Add Class. I'm just going to go ahead and click on that and create new class. I need to put in a class name. So let's say, for example, that I'm in charge of the Math Olympics team. I'm going to go ahead and type that in. It will give me a class code. I'll show you where that comes into play in just a minute. And this is really important. Make sure it is linked to your school. And that's what's going to give you all the ability of hub features and communication that you need. Now, I just want to make a little quick note about folks that are working with elementary school students. Students currently that are under age 13 cannot send individual messages, and you can't send messages to individual students, but you can send messages to the whole class. If your group's going to be 13 or over, you just check this box and everyone can communicate. Okay. We will talk about in just a minute, talk about how to send messages and setting up office hours, folks. You're just getting a little bit ahead of me, but I will get there. I promise. Okay. All right. So then when I hit that create button, that's going to go ahead and make that class for me. It's going to show up here in my classes owned, and there it is. So that's how quick and easy that part is. Now I need to look at my class settings. This determines how the class will operate. So class visibility, once people join your school, they can look for classes. If it's something that you want private, this is my tutoring class, I don't want people to see it, you would turn the visibility off. If it's something like PTA and you want people to see and join, you would turn it on. Require approval to join means they don't get in without your permission. So you have to say, yes, you're part of my class. So even if you have that class code available, people can sign in, they don't actually get in without your permission. So again, if it's something you want that security for, you would turn that on. If it's something more public like PTA, you could turn that off. And participant messaging determines how people within the class can communicate with each other. On means all participants can message each other, which obviously you're not going to use when you've got parents and students in the same class. However, maybe this is just your other English teachers, right? And you want them to be able to communicate within Remind. Role-based means teachers can talk to teachers, parents can talk to parents, students can talk to students within that class. Or off, which is the most common setting we see. And then people in the class can only message the class owners. All right, let me show you where this is. So I'm going to go into that Math Olympics class I just created, and I'm going to go ahead and go to the settings tab. I can also always go in and change or edit any of this information that I want to and just save that. And then with the class settings, they're right here. I can go ahead and change those right here on the screen. As students, someone's asking about, as students are coming from a different school during the school year. So that SysSync rostering is going to take care of that for you. So if a student comes to you in November, then the rostering is going to automatically add them to your class. However, the classes that you create, you'd have to manually add them to. So if they join Math Olympics late, you would have to manually join them to the class. And I'll talk about how to add people to your classes just a couple minutes, okay? But the rostering ones will be done automatically. As someone's added, they'll be added. As someone's leaves, they'll be removed. Great question. All right, something else I can do with my class is I can add additional class owners. So if I'm a co-teacher, I have a long-term sub that needs to communicate with this class. I have a student teacher that needs to communicate with this class. I'm co-committee chair with someone. I can add an additional owner to the class. Now, first they have to be part of the class. Let me go into a class that has some additional people so you can see that. So first they have to be a member of the class. And once they are, then you can add class owner, click on the name of the person you want to share that ownership with you and add them. It's as simple as that. So you can have several. You can have a lot, but then it gets hard to manage. Once they're an owner, they can add people, they can remove people, they can send messages. So you do want to make sure everyone knows, what to do and not to do in that class to make sure that everything is running smoothly. Okay. All right. Now that we've created our class, we've added additional owners that need to be there. Let's talk about how we add people to our class. There's many different ways to do this. I'm going to show you these 4 first. So the first way is called direct add. This is a tutoring group. I know who's going to be there. I have their information. I'm going to go ahead and just add them into my class. I can copy and paste from Google Sheets or Microsoft Excel and put those in there. I can add up to 150 people at a time, and I can do up to 1,000 people per day. So I can get that done pretty quickly. And I'll show you these in the demo in just a second. I can also print out a PDF, which gives instructions for folks on how they can add to the class themselves, how they can join using a class code, going from the website. It gives them information. You download it, and then you can print it and make copies of it and pass it out. You also can just provide instructions. So if you're doing a Zoom call like this, you could just post this on the board, say, here's the code, send it to 81010, or you can create a poster. So some teachers, especially like high school, they like debate club, here's the code, drama club, here's the code, and they just have it in their room somewhere. You also can share a link. So this is the ability to be able to put it like on a website. If it's something like PTA, join our PTA, join our class. You put it right on the website. It's something that you can share. Also, you can use this link to go to a QR generator online. There's lots of free ones. And then you can actually create a QR code as well. So that can be really cool. Imagine like back to school night, and you have like the hall of volunteers, and you have all the different things that people can sign up for to help around the school, and they just click with their phone and they can join. I mean, there's lots of great ways to get people into those classes, right? All right, let me show you in the platform here. So once I'm in a class, I go up here, and you guys, it might get cut off, but way up here on the right-hand corner, might get cut off because of my the Zoom thing, is an add people button. You saw it here on the screen. Let me go back. This add people button right here. It's on the top right side of your screen, and that brings you to see those 4 options. So if I'm adding students, I go ahead, put first name, last name, their school email address. Parents, same thing. If you have the phone number and the email, I always suggest you put both in, because that way, if they're brand new to Remind, they'll get emails and text notifications. And it also helps to make sure that people's information is kept up to date. So when you add this, it adds it to their account. If you don't have the information though, put in what you have. If you only have a phone number, that's fine. If you only have an email, that's fine as well. So you would add these people separately: students, parents, and fellow teachers. Now, once you put a teacher in your class, it doesn't mean they own the class, that they control the class. They can just be a member of the class. So if I want to add my 4th grade teachers into this class, they're just members of the class, unless I make them an owner. Okay, just want to be clear. Just because they're a teacher does not make them an owner of every class they're in, okay? So that's the quick way there. The PDF, this is where it is available in different languages, and I go ahead and download that, and this is what it looks like. So it customizes it with that class code. Remember that unique class code we talked about? So now it gives them instructions on how they can join, different directions. There's even a phone number they can send it to, a long code. If they can't use the 81010, there's the 10-digit code they can send it to as well. And each class, this PDF is going to look different for each class that you have. So you'd have to print one for each class and pass those out, for example. Another option here, we saw the in-person instructions. So you can just have that on a bulletin board, put it on your smart board, put it on a poster, what have you, and that share a link right there. Okay. So that's how fast and easy it is to get folks into your class. And that way you can decide, hey, I'm going to go ahead and put them in, which means you can communicate with them directly, or it's more voluntary. Would you like to join, and give them the option? Okay. All right. The next thing you're going to want to do to make sure that you are communicating with everyone, and there's information in the resource guide, how do I connect a parent to a child's account? So when I am in the child's account, I can see the parent. If I'm in the parent's account, I can see the child. Now, for those of you in CFISD, or if your district, if you're somewhere else and your district is rostering, those family members are already connected for you. Okay. But one thing I want you to be aware of, just because you see a name doesn't mean you are connected to that person. Okay, so let me go into my people tab just so I can show you what I'm talking about here. So I see this Brandy Dean parent here, and I see that they have 3 children connected to them: Zoe, Bia, and Brandy. Now, Bia is already in my class. If I click on Bia, I can actually go and see her information because she's already in my class. If this person is not in my class and is not connected to any of my classes, it won't connect. Like, the parent is connected to Zoe, but I'm not. So Zoe is not getting my messages. I cannot connect with that student. They might be a student in a different school, what have you. Okay. So just because you see them here doesn't mean you are connected to that person. So if you need to send a message to Zoe, then Zoe has to be added to your class, and then you can communicate with Zoe. And I hope that makes sense, right? Again, rostering will take care of most of this for you. But let's say, for example, that single parent moms in the hospital, grandma's taking care of the kids. You have permission to communicate with grandma. She's a temporary ad, right? She's not going to be in the school information system as the main contact. You add grandma to your class, you connect them to that person, the student, and then when mom's back, you can remove grandma from your class. Is there a question? Is there a way where the parents' names shows who is their child? That's just what I was showing you right here. So when you are looking at the parent's name, you will then see the children's name right here. Now, you won't see that on the phone app. You would have to use the computer website in order to see the students that are connected to the parent. I had parents who said they did not receive my messages when I used the sync rostering. How can I make sure all my parents receive it? Ooh, great question. You can check your message history to see what's happening. Ask me that question at the end. If we have time, I can show you where that is. There's a way for you to check to see that people are actually receiving your messages. Okay? But before we get into that, it's time for attendance. Oh, Michelle, we can't hear you.
There we go. On this screen, you will be seeing your 10 a.m. attendance code here shortly. And we'll be having it up for about 90 seconds. We have a lot of enthusiasm, so there's a lot of value with Remind with our teachers. So a lot of questions. People are talking about how they use it. I really liked how you also pointed out that beyond just our rostered classes, that you can, especially I think more in the secondary realm for those special groups to make those Remind groups with them. So. We will have the attendance code for another 30 seconds. The attendance code is on the screen for room 3, the 10 a.m. session. Remember, we have a handy doc. We have seen some people try to access the planning guide doc. Remember, you have to be logged in with your CFISD account to access that planning doc. So if you're having those troubles there. But all you have to do is write them down, and then you'll get the Google link for the form for the attendance towards the end of the day. And that's just go to cfisd.net/DLC, and that will take you back to our conference app. All right, Brandy, we're ready to go.
Awesome. Let me get going here. And here we go. All right. So we talked about how you have the ability to create classes above and beyond what's created for you. Now let's talk about really how do we send effective messages. All right. So here's an example. This message was sent at 2 o'clock to class announcement, means it went to everyone. And it says, conferences start today after school. Please come at your designated time. And this is a great example of a really bad message, right? This message is totally ineffective. I don't care what time school gets out, sending it at 2 o'clock is too late. People have after school things, they're working, they've got other kids to take care of. Like, this is too late to tell people. This went to everyone. I'm not sure everyone needs it because honestly, I have no idea what this conference is about. Imagine receiving this message and you'd be like, what? What's happening here? And I don't know what time you're talking about. So this is just really bad. So I'm going to help you make sure that you have really great messages. To answer your question, can students message parents? Only if that is allowed in the class settings. So would have to be that everyone can message everyone for students to be able to message any parents in that class. Okay? Awesome. All right. First, let's talk about, there's 5 things we need to focus on. The first is purpose. What is the purpose of my message? What is my expected outcome? Am I trying to increase parent involvement, increase student attendance, highlighting work, get feedback, people to vote on an issue? Once you really think about why I'm sending this message, it will drive the decisions to make for everything else, right? All right, so let's look at the next thing. Audience. Someone asked me a question. How do I send this message out? Who can I send it to? Who needs to get it? Students, parents, both, a specific individual, a group of individuals, parents of students that need updated shot records, students on the dean's list, like who needs to get it? We have different ways of sending messages to different groups of people. So you can choose, I want it to go to everyone. So the district can send it to everyone. School administrator can send it to anyone. As a class owner, you can send it to everyone. And in the resource guide, there is a link to send an individual, group, class, or role-based message, which gives further details here. We talked about how students, parents, teachers, I can send a message just to students. I can send a message just to parents, right? So let's say I wanted to say, hey, parents, here's the syllabus for the month. This is what we're working on. Hey, students, here's the study guide for Friday's test, right? So you can determine exactly who's going to get what message, as well as, of course, sending to individuals. So let me show you how this works. So I'm going to go ahead and click on new message up here at the top left. And what I will see as a teacher is I will see all of my classes. If you're district admin, you'll see the district. If you're school admin, you'll see the schools that you're admin for. I'm going to focus on classes right now, okay? Since I think most of my audience is teachers. So I can then send this message to everyone in this class with simply clicking my button. This will go to 11 people, type my message and send. It's that simple. Someone asked me, how do I send it to more than one place? More than one click. I can send it to all my classes. I can send it to just these 3 classes. I can send it to whatever classes I want. But wait, there's more. Because what if it doesn't need to go to everyone? I click on this. This is a filter. It defaults to everyone. Now I can send this message just to these 2 students in this class. Or I can send it to the students and parents, or just the parents, or other teachers in that class. And I can mix and match. So let's say it needs to go to the other teachers in this class. It needs to go to, let's see, I don't have a lot of people in that one. It needs to go to everyone in these 2 classes. It needs to go to, the parents in this class. Like, I can mix and match and choose exactly who needs to get that specific message. So I don't have to do the message, copy, paste, do another message to another group. I can do it all at once. And it's like sending a blind carbon copy. No one else knows who got the message, and any replies just come back to you. It's like a blind carbon copy, but you can do it all at one time, which makes it super fast and super easy. You also can include individuals there. Now, the individuals are at the bottom of this list, which honestly gets a little tough to find everyone, but no problem. You can just search for the people you want. So if I just need to meet with this other teacher, I can go ahead and send that private chat to them. But maybe I'm meeting with a student and a parent and another teacher for an IEP meeting for a special ed student or something like that. I can send this message to up to 20 individuals per message. And again, it's like a blind carbon copy. They don't know who else got it, and any replies come back to me. Now, when you send a message to your whole class, it will be labeled as coming from your class. If a school admin sends it from the school, it'll be labeled as coming from the school. So they're going to assume other people got it, but it's not like they see a list, right? They don't know who else got it exactly. All right. So that's how you can focus and send your message to exactly who you want. And I hope that answered that question that someone had about how to send it to more than one place at a time. Next thing I need to think about is my content. What do I need to include to make my content? What content do I need to include to make my message clear, my purpose clear? I want to make it simple, clear to the point, easy to understand, but also having a nice tone. So what else can I do? Well, one thing I can do is attachments. And you have in your resource guide how to share a photo or other file there. You can add photos, short videos, PDFs, other files, up to 10 per message and up to 10 megabytes each. Okay. You can also do a 2-minute voice clip where you can record your voice pronouncing the vocabulary words, or you can give them a clip that they need to of a poem they need to memorize or piece of music they need to know. So you can do the 2-minute voice clip as well. Also, we have integrations built in. You can see the list here on the screen so that you can, like if you're using some more for publications, you simply click on some more, you'll see your list of publications, you click on it, and that link goes right into your message. So rather than trying to create your message to be a newsletter, make a newsletter and just link it in. Right? How simple is that? If you use Sign Up or Sign Up Genius or Google Drive, any of those, you can just connect the 2 accounts and then go ahead and send your message. So that makes it super easy. Let me show you where that happens here. So once I've decided on, I'm just going to pick a larger group here. Okay. Oops. My training practice class. Sorry if I made you dizzy there. So once I can type my message here. So this is my message. And I can include up to 10,000 characters. Now those links do take character count, 23 characters, but 10,000, that's a lot. Like, that's a lot, right? So this plus sign down here at the bottom, this is where I add my additional content. So this is where I can go to add a photo, video, or file, and this is where I record my voice clip. You record it right here in the app. You don't need anything special except for a microphone. So you need to hook your microphone up together, right? So you just click, you say what you want to say, and you go ahead and stop the recording, and then that gets included right here, and they can play that, right? Okay. You cannot link your courses together. So if, for example, if you had 12 sections, you'd have to click 12 times to send that message out to everyone at one time. Yeah. We don't have a way of merging or linking those things together. Great question, though. From here, I also have the other add-ons here that I can do, the other connections that I can make. The first time what I need to do, like if I want to use my Sign Up Genius, I'd have to click here, log in with my Sign Up Genius credentials, and then click on Sign Up Genius, click on the one I want, and send it out. So you just have to sort of connect the two accounts together, and then they're available for you to use. Right? So you can make your messages much more robust. Now let's take it up a notch. How do I make it engaging? Engaging means I'm making it more personalized, I'm making it more compelling, and I'm encouraging two-way communication. So how can I bring families, parents into what's happening in my classroom? What topics are people interested in? How can I encourage replies? Surveys, asking questions, asking people to vote, asking them to share information, right? And some of the features we showed already, like having a picture makes it more compelling. People want to see what's happening. What else can we do? Voice clips makes it more personalized, makes it more compelling. What else can I do? And we're going to talk about some other ways. We're going to have a more in-depth discussion about ways to engage families in a few minutes, but just sort of looking at it from the lens of just what I'm including in my message. One of the things that will help is translation, and there is a send to translated message information in the resource guide there for you. You want to make sure that you have that little button checked to make sure that your messages are being translated. So down here, I can see all the way down here at the bottom, I can see that translate button is highlighted, which means my translate button is on. I want to make sure I turn it on. It will stay on until I turn it off. In this case, it's a small group. I have 8 people that speak English and 1 person that speaks Spanish and 1 person that doesn't have a preference set. Now, again, rostering should set preferences for folks, but if that hasn't been set up, you can do it for them. The person can do it for themselves. Admin can do it. It just has to be done once per person. So when I send this message out, 8 people will get it untouched and 1 person will get it, and it will look like this. If I'm fluent in that language, I can also change this. I can modify this. And then when I look at my list, it will show me that the Spanish version has been edited. So if you don't like what Google Translate did with it and you're fluent, you can fix it. I get that Google Translate isn't perfect, but better to try and be able to reach people that you maybe weren't able to reach before than not at all, right? So give it a try. One of my admins I spoke to said, you know, Brandy, they don't expect perfection, you know, but they appreciate the effort when you try to send something in their language, right? So that is really going to help make things more compelling and easier for everyone to see and understand. The last segment of this is time. When is the best time to send this? Morning, afternoon? Should I schedule this announcement? I need to give people time to respond, which that first sample did not, right? And I need to be time specific in my message. It just said this afternoon. Well, what if the person works a swing shift or a different shift and they don't see it till tomorrow and it happened yesterday? Like, use dates or at least days of the week so that people know what you're talking about. Okay. And you can schedule your messages. So if I'm thinking about it right now, but I don't want it to go out till later, I can schedule my message to go out. So in this case right here, I see my little down here at the bottom. Let me focus on that so you can see it. I've got my little clock icon. That's my schedule message. So I don't want this to go out until Friday, let's say about 10 o'clock in the morning. I can go ahead and notice this send button down here. Oops, go over here so you can see it. Ooh, come on. It changes to a schedule button as soon as I click off of that. So now I can go ahead and schedule that message. It will go out at the day and time that I've designated, in this case, Friday at 10 o'clock. Now, up until the point where that message is sent, I can edit or delete that message. And when I look here in my class, I will see that scheduled announcement down here at the bottom of my screen. I'll see that I see I have that scheduled announcement right there. So I can always go ahead and click into that and edit or delete that message. Okay. So now let's see if using those 5 points of purpose, audience, content, engagement, and time, let's see if we can create a better message. Here we go. This message was sent at 8 o'clock just to the parents. It says, parent-teacher conferences begin next week. I'm looking forward to discussing your students' progress and setting goals. Come see their recent research projects. You can sign up for a time using the attached link, and there's a photo. So I've sent it to the parents a week in advance, just to the parents. Why? Because this is parent-teacher conference. The first 3 words tell me exactly what's happening. What I love about this message, not only is it make the purpose of this message clear, the purpose of this message is to tell you that parent-teacher conferences are coming up and to have you sign up for a time. Those are the 2 purposes, right? But it also gives the purpose of the parent-teacher conference, what we're going to be talking about. What sounds more compelling? Please show up at parent-teacher conference, or we're discussing your child's goals. Boom, right? Mic drop. So much more effective, so much more engaging. And I can use that sign up or sign up genius to have them sign up. Send a link, less work for me. They sign up for available time. It's good to go. And just to put the little cherry on top of the sundae, I'm going to include a picture because that's what's going to grab their attention. Because what's going to happen when every parent sees this message? I want to see what my kid's project looks like. I want to see what my kid did, right? So it really is so much more engaging. So just to think about this framework, think about purpose, audience, content, engagement, and time. And if you think about it, that path flows as you create your message. Let me show you. So I go to create a new message. I need to think about what's my purpose of my message. Next thing I need to do is think about my audience. Who's going to receive this message? Then I'm going to look at my content. What do I need to add to my message? And this translation is going to remind me about engagement. And this clock is going to remind me about timing, right? So if you think about that as you're doing your messages, it'll just flow and your messages will be so much more quality, so much more effective. All right. Cool. Let me see if I think there was a question here about, okay, if I have people in one class, so people were talking about merging classes, I can actually click on their names here and add them to another class. So let's say I ended up with duplicate classes or some weird thing happened. I want these students in this other class. I can go ahead and do that from my people list. I just check all the people that need to be in this other class and I add them to that class. Okay. So that's kind of how I can put 2 classes together. That's also how I create subgroups, right? So if I have a class, but I've split my kids into certain projects or book clubs or things like that. So these 3 students are working on, I add them to book club 1 or whatever class I want to create there. And then these 3 kids are in book club 2 or what have you. I can go ahead and take care of that real quick. So that's one way you can get folks kind of into one class from separate classes. See if there's any other questions. Office hours, I'll see if I can get to at the end. Okay, so let's talk about family engagement here for a second. As I mentioned earlier about engagement, I really think of a couple of things here. 2-way communication. Sending information out is not engagement. Engagement means you're getting information back. You can ask for people to send back reactions. You can ask for people to vote on something. You can ask for them to reply to something, right? And it's consistent. People know what to expect. I'm going to get a newsletter from my teacher every month, right? And it's focused on the student, right? Obviously, that's our main objective. So set expectations for that. Ask your people, say, I expect you to respond to me. This is what I'm looking for. Please be involved with your child's education. Okay. So thinking about how often to send messages, because we don't want to bombard people. We don't want to create message fatigue, right? So thinking about what's the biggest bang for my buck? How can I send to get people's attention? And think about it before you send. What the most annoying thing that I get when people send me is like, here's some information. Oh, wait, here's more information. Oh, I forgot to send this. Like, think about it and then send it, right? Like, make sure all the pieces are there together. Class announcements are best for scheduling, weekly newsletters, maybe weekly, monthly. And then if you do have something for an individual, then you can go ahead and do those direct chats there, okay? And then how do we extend learning outside the classroom? It seems like as soon as our students walk out the door, they think like learning stops. And there is in the resource guide some information about 8 methods to improve student communication skills. Send home photos of activities that students are working on, the bulletin boards, their work. Let people see, let the parents see what their students are doing. Ask students, if you are working with older students that can respond to you, require that they write incomplete sentences. Good practice for them. Say no texting abbreviations allowed, and remind, you will send to me in full abbreviation or full sentences and do the same yourself. You can also foster critical thinking with asking some questions. For you working with younger students, you know, you can engage the families. We'll get to that slide also, thinking about what you're going to send to the parents to help their students. So for students, you can ask them to send back pictures of examples of topics, whether it's colors, right angles, something salty, nutrition label, what have you. You can ask students a question ahead of time to say, we're going to talk about this tomorrow. What do you think about this? Or give them a fact. Is this true or false? And then have them think about it and sort of front load what's going to happen in the classroom the next day. To engage our families, and there's a couple things in the resource guide there about family engagement. Again, ask the parents for their help. Ask them specific information and give them specific information. We know what happens. The student comes home and the parent says, how was school today? Fine. What'd you do? Nothing. Like, what if they said instead, because you prompted them with, we were talking about Charlotte's Web today, ask your child about how they felt when this happened in the story, right? So instead of just how was school today, it's like, I know you're really reading Charlotte's Web. How did you feel when Charlotte, died? How did that happen to you? Now you can have a conversation with your kid, right? Now you can really have that conversation. So help arm the parents with that. Send the vocabulary words to the student. Send the vocabulary words and the definitions to the parent. They can help quiz their kid, and they don't have to feel brilliant and know all the answers because you've given it to them. Wow. You can also really engage families. You have a feature called voice calls where you can use your phone to call a parent through Remind. Use a voice call to reach out about sensitive information, right? Again, using those voice clips to pronounce words. Maybe the parents, English is their second language. Maybe they need to hear the pronunciation. Send it to them too, right? So just different ways of really engaging our families to help with that student learning. Again, there's information about attendance here. You can schedule wake-up announcements maybe for that student that's constantly late for your class. Follow up individually with students that struggle. There might be efforts at the district or school level to message out to parents when their students are late or tardy or absent from school, but just keeping up with attendance can be helpful, and urgent situations. So there's also information in the resource guide for that. Make sure your people lists are accurate. The classes that you create, make sure that if someone leaves that you remove them from your class. You saw that from the people list here. You can click on a person and remove them from your class. Again, you won't have to do this for the classes that are sysync roster that the school has done for you, but anything you create, you have to manually update, right? The sys system is not going to remove that, people for you. Make sure that you do that. You can also check delivery summaries. Someone asked earlier about how do I know if people got my message? Well, I'll show you how. When you go to your messages tab for your class and click on this information button, it will show you how many people was delivered to, how many people read, and if there's any errors or problems. Also, let me go to another view to show you something a little different here. 1 second. There we go. This is what's important. Was there anyone unreachable? If there is, it will either, if it's a short list, it will give you a list. If otherwise, it will give you the CSV file that you can download. And it will tell you what the problem is. This email is not valid. This person opted out. That's the information that you can give to an administrator at your school to say, hey, I'm sending this message to Ms. Brown. She's not getting them. My report says this. They can update your school information system, make sure that that's working correctly, update that information, reach out to the parent, make sure they haven't turned everything off or whatever to make sure that your messages are getting through. Okay, let's go to some questions. I accidentally merged with my parent account. Now it shows only my parent info on my profile, not teacher. Ouch. Okay, so you're going to have to contact Remind support to help separate those out or to make sure that your parent account has your teacher access. So if you put your teacher account into your parent account, then the parent overrides it. So please contact Remind support. I'll show you how to do that in a minute and ask them to help you fix your account. Wanted to confirm, parents can receive their message in their preferred language. Yep. Once that preferred language is chosen for them, then they will receive it in that language. And when they write in that language and go back to you, it will come back to you into your preferred language. Great questions there. Go back. I think I've answered most of these. So again, this answers the question of parents who said they didn't receive messages. You can check their names for the kids. I'm going through the questions to see if there's anything else there. Okay, perfect. So, and I have one more Q&A session coming up in just a second. I think there was a question earlier. I asked someone to tell me later, so I'll show you that as well. So let's make sure that you have everything you need to be successful, right? So we talked about how to create and organize classes you need above and beyond what the school is going to create for you, for all those different communities that you work with, for all those different things that you've got going. Oh, office hours. Thank you, Michelle, for everything else that you've got working. Then we talked about how to send effective messages, right? We talked about thinking about the purpose, making sure it's going to the right audience, thinking about the content and how I make that content engaging, right? And then also thinking about the time factor there. And we also talked about some different techniques to really help students succeed. We talked about making it more engaging for the families to help with education, making sure that we're keeping up on attendance, right? And those sorts of things. So I think hopefully we met those objectives. Now, if you want more information on how to do something, and the resource guide has links to lots of our articles, but there's also Get Help here. So you simply click on your name, go to Get Help, and you can go to our help center. So if you want to know how to do something, that's the first place that you should go. If you're interested in learning more about Remind, or maybe you're new and you are still working on setting up your account, we also have a Learning Center, also available when you click on your name. All you need to do is go to Learning Center, put in your name and your school email address, and you will have access to an onboarding series. There's one for teachers and staff. There's one for admin. We also have live webinars that we do called Basics Trainings. They're going to be starting here in another week through October. You can sign up for those. There's also recordings of webinars that we've done in the past. And there's also what we call deep dive. For example, if you want to learn more about voice calls, we have an online course for that. So this information is available in the Help Center, but if you want to really take like an online class, you can do that as well. And if all else fails, like the person that merged their two accounts together, please contact support. So when you go to Get Help here at the bottom, you'll see that email support. Reach out to them, give them the name, that the school that you're with, the email address for your parent account, the email address for your work account, tell them exactly what happened so that they can get that fixed for you. And then of course, the resource guide itself has links to things we talked about for classes, for messages, for engagement, and also getting help is down here as well. All right, let's talk about office hours. So, and all that's available here when you click on your name. There's the Learning Center, there's Get Help for the Help Center, and getting a hold of our support team. So let's go into account settings. I'm going to go to notification preferences, and this is where I can set up my office hours down here. Now, let me explain how office hours work. Unfortunately, it's pretty simple. It's not like you can have different days and different times, but it's just to let people know, like, this is a good time to reach me, right? Especially if you have the voice call feature and you're letting people call you. They cannot call you through Remind outside of these hours, but they can message you. Okay, now what happens when they send a message at 5 o'clock? Something pops up on the screen and it says, it's outside Miss Dean's hours. She may not be able to respond right now. Are you sure you want to send this? And they can say yes, and it will go through. But just know, if you get messages after hours, they have been told you are not available. So why do we let messages go through? It might be an emergency or urgent nature. Right? It might be something important. So we want to allow the messages to go through. But if it's not important and it can wait till tomorrow, let it sit there. Okay. But the voice call, it'll pop up and say, it's outside their hours. You'll have to call back, and it will give them your schedule. So you will not receive a voice call, but you may receive a message, just to know how that works. So again, I went to my account here, account settings, and notification preferences. This is also here where you determine how you receive your messages. I want them on email. If you want them on your phone, obviously you have to add your phone number, and then you can turn these on and off to determine exactly how you want to get them, and you can get them more than one way if that's really what makes you happy. Okay, awesome. Why do people from previous years' archived classes still appear when I search on people? So what happens is sometimes people can get connected directly to the school. And so I'm assuming you're an admin. So if I go to my people list here, I might see people that have been connected directly to my school. For example, this student isn't in any classes. So that is something part of the cleanup process that you'll need to do. If you go into the Help Center and look up cleanup, you'll see some ideas on how to clean up some of these folks that might be linked to your school that are old. They were probably not sync rostered. They were probably added manually, or they joined the school themselves. So that might be why you're seeing people that no longer belong. Super simple. You just click and remove them from your school when they don't belong anymore. Okay, awesome. All right, so thank you so much for your attention. And we're down to our last Q&A period. Are there any other questions I can help with?
Hey, Brandy, I had a question that I saw come through. And oh my goodness, it's just been such good questions. It really just escaped my mind. Darn it. But a lot of activity on the chat, and you've been answering those as they've come in. Thank you so much for that. Gosh, it's going to come to me after. That's what it was.
Let me see if I can go through the real quick and see if I can find anything.
Yes. I can't. This one that came in earlier. So I can't recall. But thank you so much, though, for bringing this important tool and all those other ways to just build that community and trust with our parents. Remind features make it so easy to stay connected. I know that when we were prepping for a session, we also talked about app smashing with Remind. So creating graphics to push those out. We are a visual world, outside of the school, our parents too. What I would do a lot of times is I would call, because that's our protocol. We call first. And then if they did not answer, I would send them a message through Remind and say, hey, Miss Aguilar, this is Miss Aguilar, and I just called you. I'm available to talk, and then they would call me back, because we get a lot of parents that screen the call. So adding visuals, giving them a heads up that you were the one that called through that Remind app, then that you get that response back. Usually if you just use the phone, sometimes you won't. So
that's a good point. And one of the things there is, because we're hiding your phone number, it's not your real phone number. It's just this weird random number. So a couple things I can suggest to help solve that problem. One is, if it goes to voicemail, just say, this is our private Remind phone number. Please save it to your contact list so you know it's me next time. You also, when you send a message, and if they're receiving text, it's the same phone number on the text as you will call from. So you can also say, hey, if you guys are getting this as text, please save this phone number as being from Miss Aguilar so you'll know it's me when I call you. So there's a couple ways to help with that. But yeah, really great ideas. Yeah.
Yes. So, and so I hope you enjoyed your time presenting with us again in CFISD DLC. James is putting some more links in the chat for us, your resource guide. We've been pushing that out. Make sure those of you that are following along, post on your socials all the great content that you are getting here at DLC. Text your colleagues. Maybe they forgot that DLC is happening today. It's not too late. You don't have to start from the beginning of the day. So, and all our videos are going to be up and available through midnight tonight. After our event, we do catalog them and then put them on our website through Password Protect. So all that information will come to you. So, but thank you again, Brandy, for staying or coming to CFISD DLC this year.
I'm so glad to be here, and thank you so much for having me. Thank you, everyone, for your attention. And please reach out to Remind if you do have any questions or problems. We're here to help. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. So it is almost the 11 o'clock hour. Some of you are going to be taking a lunch. Some of you maybe just woke up. You're still, trying to juice the most of summer that you can. And that is all right by me. So have fun learning. But for room 3, we are going to take a break at the 11 o'clock hour. So we will not have a session here at the 11 o'clock. So we welcome you to go to the DLC app and see what other sessions are available at 11 o'clock. But we will be back here at 12. Good afternoon to our CFISD DLC participants. We are back on room 3. This is our 12 p.m. session. And thank you for taking time from your summer to pour into yourself and either pick up new skills or be inspired as we inch our way closer to the start of the year. My name is Michelle Aguilar, your DLC Room 3 host. I'm wrapping up my season here with CFISD EdTech, but I will still be around as a LOTE coach. So if I have any LOTE teachers on the chat, I will see you during PD week. On the YouTube chat, we have our moderator, James Brown. He's from Bridgeland High School, and he's going to be adding in links and answering questions as they come about. He'll also be sending questions over to our presenter so she could answer towards the end of the session. Remember, sometime during that session, we're going to take a quick hydration break for about 60 seconds and broadcast the attendance code on screen. So make sure you are writing your codes down to submit later on this afternoon and early evening through our Google Forms. All right, so for this session, we have Ms. Nicole Litz. She is going to be talking all about Adobe Express, igniting creativity and engaging with our students. James will be posting some information if you are a Cy-Fair District employee that Adobe is accessible to staff and students and how to get to that resource. Nicole is a passionate educator with 18 years of experience. She's taught grades 3 through 8 and currently serves as a campus technology liaison and 8th grade U.S. history teacher just up the street from us in Conroe ISD. So she explores innovative teaching methods through technology. She's Google certified, trainer and innovator, Adobe creative educator, leader and innovator, and an Apple learning coach as well. Nicole is a lifelong learner with a master's in applied digital learning. Her commitment to staying current with educational trends underscores her belief in the transformative power of technology in learning. So welcome this afternoon, Nicole.
Well, thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here.
Yes, we are too. So you can go ahead and take it away.
Okay, let me get to share screen. Okay, let me just figure this little bit out. Okay, so kind of what I'm doing for this one is starting with activities that are really accessible to all teachers, beginning, intermediate, advanced teachers, things that hopefully you can implement very easily into your curriculum. So let me put it as present for just a second. That way everybody can get the either QR code or the Adobe link. If you missed that, I've put these links and codes on almost every slide. So don't worry if you miss out on that. Let me give you guys just a few seconds to get there. Okay. And remember with bit.lys, that's a bit.ly, they are case sensitive if you're having any trouble getting through. All right. Let's see. 1 second. Okay, so this is kind of a list of things we're going to go over: beginner videos, wonderful jumpstart guides, monthly challenges, and all kinds of activities that you can use in your classroom. And let me figure out what, there we go. Sorry, I just need to exit. I'm going to be popping in and out of my presentation as well as into Adobe Express so I can show you exactly where we're heading, okay? So the first thing is when you look at this presentation later, everything that is underlined on the screen is going to be linked to YouTube videos that can help you out later. So I don't know if you're like me. I've been in a lot of presentations and a lot of PD this summer, and it can get quite overwhelming. So I want to make sure that as the school year begins, that you can kind of come back to this presentation and click on these videos for additional help. So these first 2 slides are really just a couple of videos that I thought teachers would really like. They give you a really quick video of Adobe Express if you've not used that. If you are familiar with Canva, similar concept, that idea of a very easy to use graphic design program. So one of the things I love about Adobe, they've really upped their game the last year or so with creating activities really tailored towards students and teachers. And one of the things that's very easy to get onto as your first activity is look for jumpstart activities. So I'm going to go to just my regular Adobe Express screen. And let's go home. Okay. And then you'll notice if you scroll down, there are Learn the Basics of Adobe Express. And so this would be this one right here, the Empower Self-Expression graphic is a great thing to do at the beginning of the year. So all the students need to do is click on this. And then you'll notice on the side that, let me move my thing here, that it tells the students step by step what to do. And it even embeds videos on how to complete these tasks. So if you have kids that jump ahead, kids that need a little more help, these are all there for it. So every Jumpstart activity in Adobe Express shows you step by step what to do to complete this project, which makes it great. So you're learning, the kids are learning, and by the time you're done, you're going to create a very awesome display of what they like. So let's go back to our presentation. Okay, another thing that I really like about Adobe is they have monthly challenges. One thing, if you ever want to try this, is if you just tell the kids Google Adobe monthly challenges, it'll head right there. And if you go to, let's see, I already have this up, Adobe Exchange, it's the same website every time, they just update it. And so every month there'll be a challenge. I know a lot of teachers in Sci-Fair that participate in this. And they actually give out prizes. They gave out a Stanley Cup, they've given out scarves, they've given out little beanies. And if they pick your class as a winner, then you get those prizes. And so what's great is there will be a template there. There will also be a video showing the kids as well how to complete these projects. And then here are some that I completed. Let me make this a little bigger. This past year. This is that top 5 that you saw on the previous screen. This was a really cool one where the framework for this whole activity was there, but kids needed to describe their favorite book without really telling you your favorite book. And then sometimes they just have really cute ways of using the image editor. This is actually my Boston Terrier, Riley, right here. Another great thing about any Adobe Express project is you notice with the templates that we saw with the challenges, that's great because it gives you that framework so that you can start a project fairly quickly. So one thing that's great about these is if you find a project that you like or you want to create a template, you can create the framework for that. And then under the share button, notice it saves as a remixable template. Okay. And then you can publish a link to that template and put it in Canvas, put it in Google Classroom, whatever your district or LMS uses. So let's go back to Adobe. So maybe it's in my book report. Notice the presentation here. Maybe you want to tweak that presentation and make sure that the kids cover the content or teaks that you need for your subject. And there's a little bit, so let me show you that again. You're going to go to share. And then you're going to save as a remixable template. And then you're going to publish a link and then share that link with your students. And one of my favorite tools is the Adobe Animate with Audio. So I really want to spend some time showing you this one because there's all kinds of really cool things that you can do with this project. So I'm going to go back to my home screen. And this is the tricky part because it used to be down at the bottom in this menu here. But right here, Adobe Animate with Audio. This is the new home screen that Adobe just created. So I'm going to click record. Now what you notice here is this is what it's going to look like for your students. They're going to record their voice and then the character is going to blink, move its hands, move its facial expressions to match your student's voice. So let's go to record. Okay. And then let me give you a little tour. So it kind of started with your something to kind of inspire the students. So notice that it is square. So I'm going to go a little bit backwards for this one. I'm going to go to size. Okay. And then notice, depending on how they want to use their project, you can choose square, story reels, portrait, landscape, and then Instagram type shapes. Okay. Then background is right here, and the Adobe is constantly adding different backgrounds. So I'll give you guys a little bit of a view. We've got clouds and Sundays, all kinds of naturescapes depending on your season. Got different plain backgrounds, more seasons, shipwreck, outer space. I mean, what I love about this is for getting kids who maybe not into writing, I think they would really love this project. Now, one of the unique ones I want you to look out for is transparent. Because what if you don't want one of these backgrounds? What if the student maybe wants the character telling a story within their own bedroom or within their own classroom or around their school? You can actually use the transparent background, and then you can layer the audio that's been animated over not only a photo, but you can also layer it over another video. All right, so let's get into characters. These characters right here at the top row, I have not seen. And I was on Adobe just 2 weeks ago at ISTE. And so they're constantly, like I said, adding new characters. Another thing to think about with Animate with Adobe is very easy to do. It's also really great for kids who really don't want to be on camera. Your kids who are shy, who don't want to be videoed. This is a great way to get them to participate. One of the cute ones that they recently added is just the mouth. If you're old enough to remember Angry Orange, this is a great thing. They can put mouth movements on any object, including an orange, that you would like. So notice a lot of inclusion of different disabilities, different ethnicities. You've got cute characters. You've got the little shark, which is absolutely adorable. Cupcakes, clouds, the famous Stardust, that's our Adobe unicorn. All right, so let's pick one. I'm going to pick Stardust while I'm here. And let's pick her a background. How about Clever Clover? Now, one thing notice is you can click on each character and then size it to match your background. Okay. So let's do a record notice here. Enhanced speech, that will help with a little bit of the background noise that is sometime in your classroom, hallway noise, things like that that kind of come through on videos. Now notice the longer the students talk, the longer it will take for this to process. But it doesn't take too long. So let me try a recording real fast. Hello, everybody. I am so happy to have you back at school. Welcome back. And one suggestion with all these projects, particularly if you want to, spice it up a little, is show the kids like, hey, we're going to click on this. Why don't you figure it out? What do you notice from the process? Let them explore, let them play, and then maybe report back to the class of what they've learned. That way, when it's time for you to give them their directions or give them what you specifically need them to cover, then the kind of play time will be done. So we got a little bit of computing time. Doesn't take too long. This is the hardest part. Almost there. All right.
Hey, Nicole, we have a question as that generates. It says, can students layer a presentation underneath this animation?
They can't. Let's try that next. Okay.
Mhm.
So one of the things, notice you can download it. So if this is all you want the kids to do is to just do a simple presentation like we just did here, download it, they can upload it to Canvas or whatever they want to do with it. When I show you the transparent one, we're going to open it in Editor instead, and that will open it up there. So let's just see if let's test it out and play. Hello, everybody. I am so happy to have you back at school. Welcome back. Okay. Cheesiest unplanned video ever, but you guys get my point. So let's go back. We're going to tweak and we're going to make that transparent background now. Okay, here we go. Let's enhance speech. And we did our background. I'm looking for, oh, there we go. Oh, I learned something new myself. So I changed my mind on my background and I didn't have to re-record it. So that is awesome. So normally what I would do is would do a completely separate recording where I would change the background to transparent, re-record it. But I think we don't have to do that. Fingers crossed. Let's see what happens. And if you guys have any questions, now would be a great time to ask since we are waiting on the technology. I think we're a little sluggish, aren't we? There we go. So while we're waiting, why don't you spend a little time, maybe jot down some ideas of things, ways that you may want to use this. I know there's some projects that you may want to add this digital storytelling component. I've used it in history to have the students describe the different colonial regions for 8th grade, explaining the little mnemonic devices that we use. That's been a really great way to begin of the year. All right, so let's open an editor. Let's see what happens. Okay, she is on a white background. Let's do. Let's see what happens. Okay. Now we may have to, oh no, look, she is. So because I made it square, I think it stays square. But we can change the background colors. You also can save that and copy it and paste it to another project. So let me see, because I've even done that within different Chrome accounts. So let's copy her. Let's see what happens. Fingers crossed. Let's see. And that's the big thing about technology. Sometimes you just have to play with it. And if we don't like it, we can always click undo. Seems like it's processing it. All right. Let's see. Let's move her over. Hello, everybody. There we go. I am so happy to have you back at school. Welcome back. And I know if I go back into, sorry, I'm trying to navigate around all this Zoom stuff, is if I go back to my home page, if I can go back to my stuff. I know there was a project I did last summer where I found a video of fish and I used the actual fish. So this would be great for science or storytelling. And so what I had, it's going to come up, it was a video of just a sea image, little orange fish swimming. I used the fish character and spoke to that. And then you can also, to add a little more realism, when you click on, so if we clicked on Stardust, You also can add animations to it. And so there's an animation where the fish now kinds of bobs and weaves, and it's kind of mimics what's going on in the sea. I think everybody's on Adobe Express today because it's usually, I promise you, is way quicker than this. Let me go to, we'll come back and check on that one. How about that? Okay. Let's close the video. Oh, let me show you where down here at the bottom. So we're clicked on the video. Whenever you click on a picture or a video, you'll get this menu that pops up on the left side. So that's speed, opacity, maybe you want it to blend in a little. Okay. There's blend modes, but really just kind of like if I want him to blend in and look like this is really good when I talk about mockups that I'll show you later. Effects. I want to change the colors for Stardust. But the one that's interesting, especially with a video background, is the animations. In is how it comes into the animation. Do you want it bounce in? Out is how you want it to leave when time is up. And then loop was the one that I used. And I used the bobbing for the fish. And then once you use that, you can click on these dots here and then say that was bobbing way too fast. I'm going to be seasick. So you can slow the bobbing down. And notice after you click on it, it will kind of give you like, okay, this is how it looks. Okay, that's a little too intense. Let's see what happens. I take from 9 to 4. Now, like that feels a little more fishy. It doesn't take much. And there you go. Okay, let's check on that previous one. Oh, it's not wanting to open. We'll check on it again later. Okay, so let me close this. Let's get this screen a little bit bigger for you. Okay. And okay, I think this is our intermission. Michelle is going to have a code for you for attendance.
Yes, I am. Let me pull it up here real quick. On the screen, you will see your room 3, 12 o'clock attendance code. It's going to be up for about 60 seconds or so. We have a lot of activity on the chat, a lot of enthusiasm on using Adobe Express. And a few of our participants haven't already been sharing how they use it with their students. So great for intro, beginning of the year. You know, we have shy students and they'd love to use this tool so they don't have to see their own face. But, you know, all kinds of things like we're retelling short stories, something that they've read, or when you're doing any writing workshops, you know, I see Adobe Express as like the final draft. So the work still can be done in class like we already do with our students. And this gets them that enthusiasm of like, once I finish and my teacher checks off my writing, then I can go into Adobe and use the Adobe Animate. So it's a great tool to build up that enthusiasm. Again, on the screen at this time, you have your attendance code for our 12 o'clock session in room 3. And you can now take it away, Nicole.
Okay. So I love what you said, Michelle. Another thing to think about is I know that we are not one-to-one in my school. So sometimes we have to share computers. Sometimes it's kind of hard to find enough Chromebook carts to check out for my entire team. I'm in a large junior high. There's 5 of us that just teach US history, or 6 of us. So this would be great. That way you can kind of alternate. You can have some time in class to just work on the writing, perfecting, maybe practicing reading it, enunciating. Does it sound good? Like, and I think that's great for kids to see, particularly, you know, all those kids that want to be influencers. So, you know, they see the people on YouTube and they see how it looks so easy that they just turn a phone on and record and it happens. And that's not the case. They need to see that there's all that work that goes on before they ever hit recording. A couple of questions. Can you make it collaborative? I know there is something about, I believe you can share with another student, and I know they're starting to incorporate portfolios. That's something they mentioned at ISTE, but I've not played with. And we just showed how you can definitely layer the animations. Kids sharing, they can send you anything they create, they can create a link to it and share that link to you. I know in Canvas, there is a way to, and I think if you Google it, there's a lot of YouTube videos on it, on how to assign an Adobe project to share the link, like for the remixable template. I know even we use Canvas, which I know is very similar to Schoology. One of the ways that they can submit an assignment is just to put in a link to their project, and then they could upload it there. For Bitmojis, absolutely, you can import any Bitmoji, but that Bitmoji cannot be an animate character. That is an AI-driven animation with a lot of code behind it. And then yes, you are able to export as an MP4, and I'm not sure about the GIF part. So let me go back to share screen. I think I'm already sharing. Let me double check. Okay, no, I wasn't. Okay, we're back. Yay. Okay, so here's another one of my favorite tools. And particularly if I taught elementary, is the drawing tool. Now this one's a little tricky, but once you show the kids, oh, that's still not loading, it'll be really cool. So draw a picture. Draw a picture used to actually be in this square right here, but because it was in such a big square, everybody thought that they would click and draw in the box, and that is not the case. The draw picture is here. So here you have so many tools. You've got lots of colors. You can create custom colors. If you want it to match something, you can teach the kids the eyedropper tool. What I love about this is this program is so easy to use, but yet you can really teach the kids a lot of digital technology and vocabulary about, okay, what is an eyedropper tool? What does an eyedropper do? Okay, oh, it got me that color, that gray color I needed. Here's all the different brushes. You can talk about halftone if you like comics. And then you got the really fun creative brushes. So they could draw a picture of something they learned. Here's green ivy and leaves. Particularly, this makes it so accessible to kids who aren't really good at drawing. I'm not good at drawing. And like the longer you hover on the leaf, well, maybe it doesn't. Just the more you click. So they could create a habitat. Let's add some more leaves. I mean, this is just amazing. And then we got the rainbow. Okay. Ooh, rainbow twist. Okay, spiked, scatter. I mean, so many great for art, different types of brushes. You could talk about what is impressionism, watercolor. Love watercolor. Let's play with this one for a minute. Not a very pretty color though, is it? It's kind of a tube shape. So that is drawing, perfect for drawing a picture, rainy day recess. I mean, and no cleanup is the best part of this. And it saves everything you do automatically. Another great thing about this. Let me get back to our presentation. So I have 3 videos. So Adobe One Action Clicks for drawing, and the without drawing really covers kind of what I mentioned earlier about using the different shapes to draw, as well as blending colors. One thing I found just the other day, we're going to go back to drawing, is this symmetry. So for our math teachers, let's go back to draw a picture. And this is a tool I just discovered, and that's the symmetry. So if you're covering shapes and symmetry, I want a reflection. So whatever the kid draws, the student, you can talk about the different types of symmetry, and they can really see that. So symmetry on and off. And they can layer. Like, how cool is that? That is so awesome. Okay, so there's the symmetry. I add that picture for you to remind you and remind myself, because I just found that one. Okay, now here's one that is saving me and has saved me, is the edit PDFs. So if you do not have access to Adobe Professional Acrobat, then you can't really edit your PDFs. So one of the things that I did for my students, so let's go back, is we had a reform foldable that we did in the spring. The reform movements like, they all just skip my mind right now, like abolition, suffrage movement, temperance movement, is they created a foldable, but they had to do some research. So one of the things that I did is I uploaded our PDF, and then I created a key. And then from that key, notice that each section has its own box. Let me make that a little bit bigger, that you can edit. Okay. And then I was able for my SPED kids to create a, half completed one, a 2/3 completed one, so that I could print those for them as well. You can make corrections, all kinds of things with the PDFs. But what's even more powerful for me, so here you go. And to get to that, let me show you that real quick. Let's do another Adobe. Back. So you're going to hit the plus sign, and then you're going to upload media. So for someone who mentioned they wanted to put in their Bitmoji, that's where you're going to do that. So you're going to hit upload media, you're going to choose your PDF, and then it will upload it there. Cancel. So anything you don't have, you also can drag and drop. A lot of times I've had pictures in my downloads. If you don't want to, if I just have my presentation open and I click on my Finder, I'm on a Mac. This is where I put in some examples of my challenges. I was able to just drop it in, which saves lots of time for teachers. And then I can resize that, or just, when I change my mind, delete it, okay? Now, you saw how to do the PDFs. Let's take that one step further, and that is translations. My school has changed so much over the years. We now have about 41 languages on our campus. In one class alone, I had a Japanese student, a student from Taiwan, 2 students from Venezuela. So translating is one thing I like to do for those very early learners of English. I like to support them best I can, because in US history, it's just nothing but talking. A lot of times they don't have that foundational knowledge of history. So I try to, while they're initially in my class, to give them some translation. And then as they get more comfortable in English, kind of back off that. But also it's great for kids who just want to create something in their language. So for any project that you have, so let's see, where's one of my projects? Let's go to my stuff. All right, I'm going to do this on the fly. You notice the translate button. So I'm going to click. Now, if that was a PDF, it would translate the whole thing. I've done that for vocabulary, where I just uploaded a PDF for my students, what my kids were doing. I said, translate it into Japanese, and it translated for Japanese. One of the great things that I also love about this is that when you translate it, you can just copy and paste another version of it in the same file and get that. Now, I'm not sure if we should do this one, simply because it's actually in the format of an MP4. It's a video. So there's 4 pages to this. Now, one thing when you're working with pages, I like to go to view. I'm used to being on a bigger screen. Don't want to. Okay, this is the layers panel. So if you need to move anything around, what I'm looking for is the pages. Let me scooch over. I can't find it, but let's do this. I'll zoom in. A little too much. Lovely transcendentalism. Definitely a little easier on a bigger screen. And then let's take this box right here. I'm going to click all, translate. Let's translate all the pages. Okay, we can do that. How about finish? Well, let's do French. Just recognize it a little bit. We're going to duplicate and translate. Okay. And let's see.
Now I'm gonna jump in, Nicole, only
Uh-huh.
because I am part of the LOTE team, the foreign language team in our district, and
Yes.
kind of going back to what I said when we were doing our attendance break pause, like I love Adobe Express with students,
Mhm.
but we still need to do that classwork, right? So do
Mhm.
it in class and make Adobe, depending on the project, the final draft.
Mhm.
So it's good that you point this out because for some of our language teachers, the purpose is for them to create that second language on their own. So you don't
Mhm.
want them to create a project in English and just go and hit the translate button, right? So just a word of caution for those language teachers that are out there.
Yeah.
And it is a good application to use with some of our emerging bilinguals. But
Mhm.
again, make sure you're noting what your accommodations are because just translating all their classwork is typically not the route to go when you're
And yeah.
doing those accommodations.
Yeah, and generally a translation like this is, for example, my student from Japan understood almost no English, and I had her the last block of the day, and you could just tell as a teacher, you just kind of know that she was just so mentally and physically exhausted that just having that little bit of support. But I can tell you within a month or two, she was getting very little support from my
Oh yeah,
Venezuelan
immersion is
kids.
real.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was just like to watch, it's like the heart of a teacher. Sometimes you could just tell that she just really needed that. And my Venezuelan kids, I gave them a week or two and they just did so well so quickly. So really it's teacher discretion. Definitely you want to give them, just like with any special ed student, you want to give them their least restrictive environment. Definitely. And so notice here I have the first 4 pages. And then pages 5, 6, 7, and 8 are in French. This is what, so if you can click on a page, and then when I click the X, it goes to that page. And let me zoom in a little. And there it is, translated in French. And what amazes me every time is not as much just the translation, is the fact that it keeps all the formatting. There's no reformatting. Now, occasionally, if they're in their language, it's a little bit longer text. Notice it kind of goes over the picture. You might have to do a little bit of tweaking, but notice there's very little tweaking for any of this. And it's really not even just for students. I mean, if you have a parent who is a Spanish speaker or speaks another language and you want to write a note for them or something, this is another way of doing that and keeping it all the formatting. Okay, podcasting. I can tell you I am not a podcaster. That sounds really scary. I've been on a podcast, but to make a podcast just sounds really intimidating. But through Adobe Express, this is awesome. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back to Adobe. And this is so easy that I'm just going to search. And the kids, obviously, as they get more advanced, they can make their own podcast cover. So many wonderful templates. So they're just going to scroll through. They may find one they like and then they want to tweak. Okay. That one is really weird. Let's pick it. Okay. I have no idea what it says. All right. So here's my podcast. Now, one of the things I can do is under media, audio, I can record a voiceover. So similar to that animate with audio, all they need to do is record their voice. They could sit with another student, they could discuss something they've learned, they could teach something, and there's another opportunity for just having their voice and not being on camera. And they get to really dive in and tweak these covers. So let's record a voice. Okay, start recording. Hello, welcome to my crime podcast. Finish recording. And so notice for digital skills, we have this is almost just as if they were creating a video. We have a layer here of our graphic. If they were making a video, this would be their video where they can add scenes. They could change the scenes, add another layer, add visuals to their podcast, but it just simply layered it over it. And then now we hit play. Hello, welcome to my crime podcast. I gotta work on my intro there. And that's it. And that's where they're gonna download it as an MP4. Okay. Or they can just share the project. Okay. One of the things with the share as a remixable template, maybe if it's the first time they're making one, you could create a box here and say, hey, this is where you create your image. This is where you could put the steps in. And then they would open that up and they could have some steps and some information and directions within the template. And I'm sure once they did it, they would probably do a really good job with it. Okay, so that is podcast. So that's just a very simplified, easy, accessible way of doing that. And it creates captions. I'm trying to remember how to do that. Now I'm curious myself. So we got the translation, and there is a way of doing captions. Oops, don't want to do that. And I have completely forgotten. Oh, I almost also forgot. They can add layers of royalty-free music. So all they need to do, that's very interesting. And then they can drag that over. And then you're going to have discussions with them about, okay, if you put that and you play it, hello, welcome to my crime. That doesn't sound very good. So you're going to say, well, maybe we don't need the volume at 100%. Maybe we take that down to, let's try 16. Let's just scooch it, drag it over. Hello, welcome to. And there we got something a little bit better. So a lot of discussions with these projects, even though they're very simple and easy to implement. All right, this is an interesting one. So for 8th grade US history teachers, if I have any 8th grade history teachers out there, I feel you. One of the things they have to learn is they have to learn the differences between the two political parties. So think Hamilton and Jefferson. If you've seen Hamilton, you know they did not get along. Lots of arguments over power of the federal government. So one of the things that an optional project I had for my students is to create swag. So I want you to pretend like you are the campaign manager for Jefferson or Hamilton to get your bill through Congress. And so one of the things they could do is create swag and mock-ups. So if you go into Adobe, let's go to a new project. And we're going to look up, let's look up shirt. So a mock-up is simply what you see on Amazon. It's where you get a blank t-shirt or you get a blank billboard or a mug or anything that's just blank, white, ordinary, or black, and then they can put a design on it. So here, create new. And so as a part of that project, what they did is they created a slogan for their candidate. Jefferson was really more about farming and working the land. He thought he was closer to God when he did that. Hamilton was all about business and trading, international trading, banking systems. So they would create different items to display that. So for my example, like I made for you guys, let's get this over, is what if one of your students created their dream business? So these are all Bella's bookstore images. So what I used to create this is Adobe Firefly is built into Adobe Express. And so I just created this Bella's bookstore image, and then I was able to attach it to a cup, to a t-shirt, and then this was the original image. So for these first two, I added the text, but I also used the background remover. And then with this one here, it just happened to be a square that fit perfectly. Was just a white sign, and I just layered that on there. So let me show you how to do that. So we're going to go to Media, Text to Image. So if you've used generative AI, you know this. So I want a cute baby unicorn. Look, And what I love about this is the fact that students really have to think about what they want to say. Oh, there you go. See, in a grammar lesson already from Grammarly. An open book. Then there's all kinds of styles. Let's do automatic. Got layered paper. These are the popular ones. You got different movements. Synthwave makes everything very neon and glowy. Pop art. The cut paper ones are really cute. Those are a little tricky to get right. Different themes. So let's do concept art. Techniques. Ooh, I don't like those. Iridescent. Let's try it. Let's see what happens. And if the kids don't like it, they can just redo it. Oh, that's really cute. Now, I love that first one actually. And if they don't like it, they can just keep generating more. And they may find that, hey, I don't think my prompt's not giving me what I want. Maybe I need to tweak my prompt. Maybe I need to just talk with a friend about, you know, what words can I use to get what I want out of this? Okay. Now, I didn't have all this extra stuff on mine. It was more of a plain background. So you may need to go back in. The student may say on a plain background. So what you can do is you can click on that. Once you click on the picture, let's click X. This is where we can do the remove background. And also notice text to images right here. Like, look at that. That is amazing. I didn't think it was going to be as great as it is. Okay, so there's my unicorn. And then if they were putting it on the t-shirt, what you do is you just go into text, add your text. Okay, this is where they would pick their font. Bold, italicize, so normal, like you would see in Word or Google Drive. There's also some really dynamic text is really interesting. And what I love about Adobe also is notice all I did was hover over this, and it's giving me examples of how the dynamic text works. Notice how it's not all exactly the same. Making circles, like it's really easy. Arches, if I wanted to go under the unicorn or over the unicorn, I can do that. So let's do. All right, this is getting a little busy for this slide. Okay. All right, I can pick my color. This is a great time to talk about matching. So maybe maybe my student's favorite color is purple, but I want Bella's unicorn purple. Do that. Opacity, want to blend it into that. So one of the things you can do is like when I put it on this picture here, I kind of lower the opacity just a little bit so it looked like that light was kind of bleeding through that image. All right, so we're getting low on time, so I want to make sure I show you everything. I've lost my background.
Hey, Nicole, while you're queuing up your last thing for us, we had a question. We have out-of-district educators as well, and they were having trouble accessing the presentation. So maybe their district isn't set up with access to Adobe Express yet, or
Actually,
maybe there's another way for them to be able to open it up.
So it looks like 97 people are in it. This is actually in my personal account because my Adobe account is in a little bit of limbo in my district because we had some login issues. So it should be okay. But definitely let me know because I think I have.
Yeah, it forced a lot of people to log in to Adobe when they opened.
You have to have an Adobe account.
Right. So
that one, yeah. But I'm using my personal account, and that kind of, thank you for reminding me, Michelle. So just like with Canva, if you've used it with Adobe, you get all the professional suite of tools as a teacher as well as for your students. But I will tell you that if you ever choose to have a personal account, there are some things in the personal account that you can't get in. At least I can't in my district, like the add-ons.
Mhm.
There's a lot of add-ons that, so maybe as a teacher, you want to use to create maybe TikTok videos or videos for your
Yeah.
students.
Mhm.
That's one thing to think about. So I kind of have both. Yeah.
Another thing to know, at least within SciFair, we have any of the AI features currently turned off for students.
Okay.
So it is open for staff. And as fun as those prompts are, one way around it is maybe at the elementary level, it could be an activity where they write a prompt, they're describing a character, and you kind of take one up every day or every week, and you type it in and display what generates, and that's an exciting way to still have the kids involved in using the AI, but through your teacher account, because they won't be able to access that feature.
And I've done that with different things for my students as well. It's kind of a reward, or just as for fun, you know, created something for a kid on the fly. But yeah, they definitely appreciate that. Definitely.
All right.
So how are we on time, Michelle?
We are about to get into our break before our next session.
Okay.
So if you wanted to tell us anything towards the end, and then we'll wrap.
We are really, really close to the end. So let me just double check. So we did the swags and the mock-ups. There's stop motion animation. That's one that's definitely going to take time to explain. That's a more advanced idea. And that's the idea of creating videos, but you make each of the scenes or pictures for like 1/10 of a second. So that's something we probably don't have time to go over. It's definitely a much more advanced project, but I did create 2 images or 2 links to YouTube videos if you ever want to consider that. And I believe Claudio Zavala Jr. just made a video for that for ISTE. So in this link, I did a bit.ly for you. There is their updates that they did, new things for Adobe that I haven't even had a chance to play with yet, that they announced at ISTE. So if you really are loving this and want to see any of the new updates with Adobe Express through the Adobe team, education team, check out that playlist with YouTube.
Yeah, I would definitely start following Adobe Express on socials, and they push out all their updates and great ideas. They have the Adobe Educator Exchange, so they have a lot of templates that you can remix then to work with your students as well. One thing I really love about Adobe Express is that it's feature rich for our students, but it's not, how do I say this? It's not feature dizzy. Like the other platform that, you know, I love, and Christine Morgan has been helping us out on the chat. She's an Adobe kind of person. I'm more of the one that starts with the C. But I love Adobe for students because it's a quick in and out for them to get their project done, and they don't get lost with too many choices. So as far as the classroom application, I really prefer it, especially with our younger ones, but even our older students, they sometimes will get too many options and they won't get it done. And we don't have a week to complete projects, right? So I encourage you to check out Adobe and try it out with your class and see how it goes.
Definitely. And love Christine. I was chatting with her this morning via Twitter. She is definitely a great resource. If you want to talk about Adobe, she will definitely help you out.
All right. So if you liked Nicole's presentation, she's coming up next at 1 o'clock after a quick break. But we're going to switch gears away from Adobe, and she's going to showcase relevant tips for transforming your Google Workspace in Chrome. So if you kind of have a little secret and you need to clean up your clutter, be sure to come back. And James is putting up important information and links in the chat as well. So we will be back right before 1 o'clock.
See you at 1.
Thank you.
Right.
Good afternoon, educators. Thank you for joining us in our CFISD Digital Learning Conference. This is day 1, and we are getting started on our 1 p.m. session. My name is Michelle Aguilar, your DLC Room 3 host. I am wrapping up my season with EdTech team, but I will still be around supporting our LOTE educators this coming August. So I will see some of you during PD week. Sometime during the session, we'll take a quick hydration break and we'll share the attendance code on the screen. And remember that this afternoon, the Google Forms will open up for that. Over on the YouTube chat, we have James Brown. He's an educator from Bridgeland High School, and he's facilitating the chat room, providing us links and answering any questions. So for the 1 p.m. session, if you stuck around from our previous session, we also have Nicole Lips. And this session is From Clutter to Clarity, Transforming Your Google Workspaces and Chrome Experience. Nicole is a passionate educator with 18 years. She has taught grades 3 through 8 and currently serves as a campus technology liaison and 8th grade U.S. history teacher in Conroe ISD. She explores innovative teaching methods and is dedicated to student success and amplifying voices through technology. She's a Google certified trainer and innovator, an Adobe creative educator, leader and innovator, and an Apple learning coach. She just doesn't turn off. I don't think she gives herself summers. What about you guys? And Nicole's also that lifelong learner with a master's in applied digital learning. Her commitment to staying current with educational trends underscores her belief in the transformative power of technology and learning. Welcome back, Nicole.
Well, thank you.
Yes. So let's get started cleaning up our clutter.
Yes, so this is really more about teacher sanity than it is about learning for today, learning for teachers. So what you're looking at is at my previous presentation. And let me get to our new one. Oh, so many cute things we did. If you didn't attend my last session and you're interested in Adobe Express, definitely check out the video. All right, so I'm going to leave everything about like this because we're going to be bouncing around today. So this is the bit.ly at the bottom. Notice if you haven't inputted a bit.ly before, it is case sensitive. So the C's need to be capitalized. I'll give everybody a second. And I tried to put this on every slide that I could. So if you don't get in, it will be up on the other slides. Okay, I'm going to head to the next slide, but the address will be on there. That slide as well. Here we go. Okay, so if you ever want to give a presentation like I am and didn't want to go into presentation mode, if you go to view, right here, speaker notes, those always get in the way, right? And the view right here, which is called the film strip, you can turn those off. So I've been trying to turn those off. That way we can kind of see. I need you guys to see my Chrome as well. So one of the things that I think all teachers that I have ever met and worked with struggled with is their Google Drive management, okay? So with the Google Drive management, what you really need to do before if you decide this is the year I'm going to get it in order, is to really take some time and think about how you use your Google Drive. How do you want to organize it? I know my campus has changed over time. Initially, we were all about here, not only in our Google Drive, but as well as in our shared drive that we have on our local network, is we always said, like, this is everything for the 2019-2020 school year. Here's 2021, here's 21-22. We found that I think I did an archaeological dig this year and I had to go all the way back to 2017 to find the document I needed for this past school year. So we've decided that's not working as well. One of the things that we've decided is to go ahead and keep everything by unit and then just keep updating documents within that folder. And if there was anything that we felt like we were not using anymore, is to create maybe an archive folder. And then if it sits there for several years and doesn't get used, then maybe we get rid of it. So just kind of thinking about it as a way you can kind of keep old things, keep organized. And it's not something I would necessarily recommend doing like between now and the beginning of school, is start with your first unit. Okay, for this year, we're going to talk as a PLC. How do we want to do this? Get everybody on board. And then just start with the first unit. And as you go through each unit, you organize that unit. Another thing you need to think about is your naming conventions. That is one thing that I have struggled with, and I've struggled with my team. Like, how many different things say Industrial Revolution? Well, is it a student activity? Is it a key? Is it the PowerPoint? Is it the Google Drive, the Google Slides? What is it? So be very specific. This is the Industrial Revolution notes. This is the notes key. I think we tried writing key in all capitalized letters at the end to denote that. Another way you've done it is put key at the end so that the files, you can see that the file has a key. And then sometimes some years we've done it where we put key at the front. So all the keys are together when you put in alphabetical order. That's kind of one of the things that's got to pick what you'd like to do for your team. Another thing in Google Drive, I don't know if you know, is that you can color code your folders. And one that I love is you can actually add emojis as well. So I'm going to go to my Google Drive right here. Now, something that is new, only I think a few months old, is this home view. Home's view is whatever you use the most recent. Normally, when you've gone into your Google Drive, it's been My Drive. That's the typical view, okay? So one of the things I've not done as much, and this is my personal account, but if I go into my school account, you will see that I have color coded them. I've numbered them by unit. So to do that, you're going to right click on a folder. We're going to organize it. That way you can pick a color that you want the folder. Maybe I want my goals as green for go. And then you also can rename the folder. So maybe I want to put goals. I'm on a Mac, so don't know if this is going to work. I'm going to click on an emoji. And I'm going to say, I love having goals. I can add that emoji. Now, one thing I did notice as I tested out before is putting emoji in the front of the file name doesn't change the order of it. If you want to say alphabetize all your folders, it doesn't change all that. Let's go back to our slide. So here you can see where I've put unit 1. I tried to do that so that when I put them in alphabetical order, they are in order. Then you can use icons, maybe notes is a pencil, a key is a key, a game, all kinds of great gaming. This is a joystick, activity, puzzle piece, quiz is a test just for fun. I made it the really scary face because the kids are always upset when they have a test. One thing I started doing a couple years ago is I also did that within my Canvas course. So I know in Sci-Fair you use Schoology, they're very similar. So this is a module, is what we call it in Canvas, and this is for their Industrial Revolution. So I added went a little extra on this part, adding little emojis here to kind of cover about the different things in the unit. We're on a block schedule at my school, so I had to put, we're red day and green day because we're Highlanders. So I put there at the top, trying to remind them this is the day of our test. One thing I want you to notice is that depending on what kind of computer you're on, the emojis look different. So this is probably on my Mac, where it looks more like it does if you have an iPhone. The Google ones, if you're on the Chromebook, look very similar to the Apple ones, but the Microsoft ones look a little more retro, and there's not as many emojis on a Microsoft PC as they are on a Mac or a Chromebook, and they will look the way they are depending on what device you're on. So just something to keep in mind, because sometimes they look very different. So sometimes I'll test them if I'm working on my Mac at home, as well when I get to school, I'll check it on my PC, because sometimes it'll just be a black box. Like we don't know what that emoji is at Microsoft. And then I don't know if you've checked this out. So say you can't find the perfect emoji, there is Emoji Kitchen. So I'm going to go right here. Now, if you Google it, it is a Google project. There is a Get Cooking, but I just wanted to show you guys there is a website for that as well. And what it does is it creates, you can create your own emojis. So what you can do is say, I want that smiley face, but because he's a Texan, well, that one's already, maybe I want the love face, but I want it to look like the Texas cowboy hat. it combines those. Now, one of the things you notice is that these are kind of all created. So once you click, it'll also show you all the alien options. But notice that some of these are kind of ghosted right here. They're whited out. That means there is no combination. So you can kind of see what the options are. So really, these are all pre-created. You were just clicking on your options. So I'm going to do smiley face, but I wanted a tiger with glasses. And then all you need to do is you can either copy them, or I believe you can just download them. I think you can save image as, or just copy the image. So that's a really cute tiger. And then I'm going to just Velcro it on. And Command or Control V for Velcro, which is the paste option. And then add that right in there. Isn't he cute? And that way the kids and you can get creative. Particularly, I know some people like to do the emoji kind of storytelling and emoji sentences. That's one way to get really creative. So that is Emoji Kitchen. Okay. All right. I'm one of those teachers that loves everything to look just so, and finding fonts is not always the easiest to do. So I discovered that if you go to fonts.google.com, so let's go there, is you can preview your fonts. So maybe I'm making an industrial, can't type and all unit, but I want to spice it up a little. So here I can kind of see what all the different, and there are some beautiful cursive fonts in here. I wish I had this handwriting and kind of get a view of how they look. Okay. And then you can look, do I want it variable size? Do I want it colored? That one's really cute. I don't want either one of those. Serif and slab serif. So serif is the fonts like this one here. Not quite that one here. Serif fonts are the ones that have the little ends to them. So notice they're not just straight. Those are serif fonts. And then sans serif, sans meaning without, means they're just straight. They don't have those little marks, those little kicks on the end. They're just straight. And then slab serifs, I think is just bold. And then classifying it, doing more handwriting. Display is going to be more chunky and visual. Monospace means every font takes up the exact amount of space, no matter what size it is. So notice this letter I is going to be just as wide as the A or the L. Different properties. And then Noto is an international font so there is some emojis in there. So a lot of foreign languages will use the Noto family of fonts. And this one I thought was amazing, and that is the icons. If you've ever had to create any documents or tutorials on technology, these are all your little icons that you can insert. You can copy them and paste them into other documents for instructions for your kids or for giving a PD, which I thought, oh my gosh, I should have been using that a long time ago. And so that is fonts.google.com. Right. Now here's another one that's kind of tricky, and that's that whole untitled documents that seem to pile up. I'm gonna go back to my Google Drive, and all you need to do, you can see I've already done it, is just type untitled in the search bar, okay? Nothing else. Now you're like, okay, that's a lot of untitled documents. That's over a year's worth of untitled documents. That doesn't help. I don't want to have to open all them. So notice you have two views. You have a list view here at the top, and then you have a card view. So I'm going to click on card view, and notice I can see what is in those documents. and then kind of decide, do I need to open that document? Do I know, is it something I can definitely delete? Or is it something I need to open and decide about? So let me see if I could go to, this is my school one. Go to my drive. There's a little more interesting stuff in this one and that other one. Okay, not too many. I cleaned it out recently. But here now I get, oh, that was probably, I was testing something. That was probably practicing, writing something with links. Oh, that is my green 8 class where I could print it and check them off for attendance. I probably can delete that because those are not my students anymore. So now I can just delete it without even having to open it. So that's just putting a title in the search and changing it from the most common list view to the card view or the grid layout. And we're going to talk about these different accounts in just a minute. All right, so that is untitled documents. All right, advanced search tips. So notice in the Google Drive, I just clicked untitled and searched it, but you can be more specific. So when I get to this Google Drive, I can say, I want an entitled document that is a PDF. Nothing's coming up. I just want to see all the PDFs in my account. It will show it that. If I need something very specific, like I know this is in the title. This is where you have to spell it right. Okay, that's everything that has the word revolution in it, okay? So here are some options for you. Putting quotes around something means I need to find this specifically. I can also, without typing PDF, let's go back, say I want, sorry, history teacher, a lot of revolutions. Okay. Then, and this is my professional account, not my Conroe ISD account, so there's not much revolution in there. But here's where I can click, okay, I need it to be the spreadsheet. I need it, it's a presentation on a revolution. People I've shared with. The last time I modified it, did I work on it the last 7 days, the last 30 days? Location, where is it probably? Do I only want revolution in the title? So that works. And I bet you if I go over to my other account, not you, this one. All right, definitely more revolution in this account. Okay, so I'm in the grid layout. Notice I've got some slides, got a slide with a map on it. I've got keys. Well, this is where this would come in more handy. I want any presentation on any revolution, industrial or American. And there we go. Okay. So I'm going to close this one because we already did that one. All right, so that's just being more specific with your search. Right, good quotation. Oh, minus sign. Minus sign is really good. I use that more with searching in Google than I do with files. But like I already covered, I'll show you the minus sign in just a second. So quotation marks is I want to be very specific, exact phrase, like Miami Dolphins. I want both of those together side by side. I'm going to put that in quotation marks. If I want to be very, very specific, if you put it in the year, month, and day format, I want it before or after this date to help narrow it down. That helps. But with a minus sign, so say I look up dolphins and I want to do a science project. I'm like, that doesn't help me. Even though football's great, but that's not helping me. So that's clearly more popular, the Miami Dolphins, than it is to the dolphin animals. So what I can do is minus football. So minus says I want anything about dolphins that doesn't have to do with football. So you may have to test, do I need minus football or minus Miami? And let's see. Oh, that still did do football. Okay, let's try Miami. So notice I did get Dolphin. I did get Miami Dolphins at the top, but notice I have less Miami Dolphins in the search, a lot less. So I know, like, if you're looking up apples, I want actual apples I can eat, not Apple the computer company. Notice I have some Miami Dolphins stuff here, but nowhere near as many as I did before. All right. All right. Here's a trick I actually don't use very often, and I should, and that is, say I'm in a hurry. I want to open a quick doc or quick form or slides or sheets, but I don't want to go to my Google Drive. Open up my Google Drive, hit New Slides. You can go into the URL and just type what you're want, a doc.new, and it will open one up for you. Now, it will just put it in your drive. It won't put it in a very specific location for you, but at least gets you started. So before you finish that one, you may want to put it where you want it, where it belongs. So I know you guys are all working on keeping your drive more organized. So let me go back to that slide. So that's docs.new or sheet.new, slide.new, or form.new. We'll open one of those up immediately for you. Okay. Now this one is a district level thing, and that's a shared drive. So if you go into my other Google Drive, so notice I have my drive and then I have shared drives. So I am on 2 shared drives. So what that means is anything that gets put in that drive, if I leave my school district, will not disappear. So I don't know how many of you have shared and worked really tight with a PLC. Someone from your team leaves and everything leaves with them. So with this shared drive, so this is my history one. Let me do a list view. So all this stuff is in there. There's our exams, there's our plans that we do in Google Sheets. This is all our information. I edited and created a lot of this along with other team members. If one of us leaves, it does not go away. Now, the one trick, now the district will set that up for you. You may need to talk to your district people to see how that works. But one thing to note is if I take something from my drive and put it in the shared drive, it doesn't make a copy of it and puts it in the shared drive. It puts my copy in the shared drive. So if you want to keep your stuff, you will probably want to keep your original, make a copy, and then put it in the shared drive. Another thing is when you organize documents, because most people on my team have a Unit 1 Colonies folder or a Unit 2 Causes of American Revolution folder. When I set up our shared drive, I went ahead and in parentheses put shared drive in there. That way no one was confused about where they were putting that document. We're not doing force a copy. So let's take a brief intermission. I think that was a lot, and let's get your attendance code from Michelle.
All right, here's time for our attendance break. The attendance code for our 1 p.m. session is on the screen. The attendance code for our 1 p.m. session is on the screen. I think you really opened up a Pandora's box, Nicole, on those emojis. A lot of us didn't know. I know I have like an extension on my Chrome that you can find, but that website that you shared with us was really cool. So I appreciate that. I know everyone's digging in through their drive. James and I were like, search how many entitled documents you have. And I won. I had 12. He only had 3. So I'll pose that challenge to our viewers to see how many untitled docs they have as well. Again, for about next 30 more seconds, we'll have the attendance code up on the screen for our 1 p.m. session for DLC Day 1. All right, Nicole, let's keep going.
Okay, so we're done with Google Drive. I know that was intense. We're going to move on to Chrome. And this is something that you kind of see me doing, and I use every single day. These are tips that I cannot live without. Let me dismiss. Still getting used to doing this on my Mac. And that's the managing our browser. The first thing I want to talk about, and I've even talked about this with my own students. I teach 8th grade, so they kind of know this, is that idea. I kind of describe it as church and state. There's some things that I do that I want, it's part of school. I want to keep it as part of school. But there's some things that I don't want to bleed into my school accounts. And this is all about keeping that safe. It's also that idea of each workspace is set up for a specific situation. So this particular workspace is what I call my professional account. This is my account that I use for different professional organizations. This is the account I use for grad school. This is my Google Innovator account. This is if I'm applying for a job, I use this account because notice every time you create a Google account, you get a Google email, you get your own separate Google Drive, and you can log into your Chrome, okay? And so this one, I made it teal green, so I know which one it is. And notice there's no shopping. There is Pinterest on here simply because I messed up on Pinterest and they locked me out of my account and I had to make a new one. But it's very simplified. There's not a lot of stuff, a lot of tools in here. That is my professional account. So when you want to log into Chrome, you notice for me, I have 2 pictures of myself here, okay? This is for this Google Drive, but this one here is my Chrome account. So if I click on this icon, notice that, and let me scooch it over because I think you guys have something in the way on your side. So let me show you, not this one, this is for Google Drive, but this one here, this is my professional account. I even labeled it as professional, okay? But then I have another account that you guys have noticed, and I have it is called MCC for McCullough. If I click on that one, that's my Conner ISD SSO. I do some grocery shopping on my free time occasionally. Adobe District Leaders. This is the Highlander Hub, Canva, GimKit, a lot of school stuff. What do I have? I mean, notice this is almost all school stuff that I have done. So this is my school account, okay? This is our website. And notice if you ever get confused, oh, here's the Sci-Fair, last year's Sci-Fair. If you ever get confused on these, and I'll tell you how I did this, you just hover over it and it'll give you the name, okay? The other account is what I call my social account. In fact, some of your students, if they're older, will tell you they have like a junk email address. This is the email address that I sign up for Amazon, shopping, restaurants. This is where all my junk mail goes. And you can notice it's more of my kind of weekend account. I got my Instagram, my HEB again, YouTube, photos, Twitter account. It's a different beast, okay? But what's unique about these is I'm keeping everything separate, but everything also has its own Google Drive, which means it has its own Google Drive storage. And I notice I can switch back and forth, okay? And there's some other things we're going to talk about that makes it unique as well in just 1 second. All right, let me get back here. So we did that part. Okay. So we talked about keeping them separate, logging into Chrome, separate profiles. Now, notice that I have lots of favorites here with no words on them. So whenever you open a website, whatever image is right here is called a favicon. And if a website has a favicon that you recognize, you can probably look across my favorites and recognize several of these. If you can recognize that favicon, there is absolutely no need to save the name of it. For example, YouTube. Everybody knows the YouTube, right? What that icon looks like. So say I want to redo this icon. Now, normally when you do that, actually, let's do a different one because that's kind of confusing. KHOU, our local TV station. Go to KHOU, notice that their favicon will look like the channel 11, but everything's reloading really fast or really slow. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hit it as a favorite. Okay. And then I'm just gonna delete all the words. I don't need the name of it. And then let me move something over. I'm gonna hit done. And then if you notice right here, once it loads, everything's running really slowly. It will look at like the KHOU 11 here, and I'll know that's KHOU. Now, say you put something in, and I occasionally do that, like I recognized it 6 months ago. I don't recognize it now, like this one right here. All you need to do is just hover over it, and I'll go, oh, that's Claude. I tried to test out Claude, which is another similar to ChatGPT. That's what that is. Okay, this is Slack. This is Drive. And that's a group me. So lots more stuff using the favicon option. Okay, and I put some common favicons on there. Okay. Okay, another thing is notice that all my icons to the left are really, really short with only their favicon showing, whereas these here show the name of, so for example, the Miami Dolphins. That means each of these tabs take up way more space. So if you're like me, where you have lots and lots of tabs open all the time, one of the things that you can do is right click on the tab. So I'm just clicking on the tab. I'm going to right click on it and I'm going to pin it, and it's going to suck it up and then put it right there on the left side. And what's great about this is if I were to close my Chrome browser, when I reopen it, all of these last three on the right will be no longer open, but anything I pinned will not close. It will be open. Another thing that's great about this is because I'm logged into Chrome, if I have this set up here, and then I go to school, I log onto my desktop at school, I open my professional Chrome account, the pinned tabs will still be open. And so I don't lose my place. So that's pinning tabs. That means imagine you're putting a thumbtack in it so that you can't accidentally close it. This is also good for protecting you against yourself. I'm notorious about closing like Eduphoria or something when I think I'm done and I'm not. So that's pinning. You also say you're working on some research and you want to kind of group them together so that you don't see them. You also can right click on them. And we're going to add tab to a new group. And so say this is my Google group, and I'm going to pick a color. And now that's my Google group. And now I can add tab to a group. Now that I have one, I'm going to put it in my Google group. And then when I'm done working on my Google stuff, say maybe I was working on something during my PLC or my planning period, the kids are back. I just click on that and it closes, it collapses that group. So that's all about minimizing your space or maximizing your space, as well as, hey, I want to come back to this later. I'm not ready to shut it all down. Another one that I use all the time is the duplicate tab. Particularly for Eduphoria or anything where I'm getting data, I want to bounce back and forth. If I'm saying you're working on your Schoology account or your Canvas account, you can duplicate a tab. And what's great about duplicating a tab is not only does it duplicate, so these are the same, it also saves my browsing history. So say you have this perfect search and Google's finally giving you what you want in your search, and you don't want to lose that by clicking on a link, you can duplicate that tab, preserve that search in your new duplicated one. And this is one of those that you just have to kind of play with it to understand how it works. It preserves all that. You don't lose any of it. Okay. Let me go back to my slide because this is the part, this is something I use every day. So I want to make sure I don't miss. So we went over pin, we went over group, we went over duplicate. I use that all the time. Okay, another one. And this actually worked for Eduphoria for me the other day, or before school was out, and I was surprised. Say you close a tab and you didn't mean to close it. So on a Mac, it's always Command. On a PC or a Chromebook, it's always Control. So you're going to, for me, I'm on my Mac, so I'm going to hit Command T, and it will open up your previous tab. Command Shift T. So that was it. Last time I closed a tab, it was an untitled document. Now this slide, I'm jumping ahead of myself because I need to scooch over my Zoom stuff, is Control Find. Now this works in Word documents, this works in PDFs, this works in websites, this works almost anywhere. This works in spreadsheets. You got a lot of data, is you'll hit Command on a Mac or Control on a PC, find. This search will drop up and say, I want something, I want to know everywhere on this page, it says the word Houston. Okay, it says it 30 times. And that's sometimes when you're looking for something, if it says 0, it tells you it's not in that document. And then I can use these arrows to scroll down everywhere it says the word Houston. So that's going to notice it makes Houston from highlighted yellow to highlighted orange. So I know sometimes when we get our star duty list, I need to find my name in a spreadsheet real fast to see where I'm supposed to be. I just type in Control Find Lips, and I find myself right in there. So this works in all kinds of things, just not on the web, or not only on the web. A bonus tip. Now, most people know copy and paste. Control C for copy, Control V for paste. I always call it Velcro. But did you know that if you hold the Shift key has become my favorite key, is if you hit Command Shift Velcro, it will not only paste it into your document, it will paste it into a format that your document is in. Because I don't know how much time I've ever spent where I've copied it from something from an old document into a new document, and then I got to match the font and the size. Well, holding that Shift key down will paste it in the format of the new document. Another thing, particularly if you are using messages or you're using ChatGPT or texting, whenever the Enter key is making you send something, like when you text somebody, when you hit Enter, it sends the text. Or if you're in ChatGPT, you put in your prompt, you hit Enter, it sends it. Well, what if you want a space? If you hit the Shift key and Enter, it will drop down a space and not enter the information. So definitely play with that one. That one has been a lifesaver now that we have AI and chat bots. Okay. All right, this one's great for kids, but kids are kind of figuring this one out. This is an old tip. Say you're walking around, kids on a Chromebook, and you know they just shut a tab down. They were on Blooket or some kind of cool math games. If you hit, which I went over earlier, Command Shift T, oh, that KHOU was the last one I closed, but most kids have figured that out. I'm going to have a better tip for you coming up. And then maybe you want to see what their browsing history is. Command Shift H for history. No, maybe that's because I'm in Document Control Shift H. It's supposed to open your browsing history, but Zoom may be affecting that. But usually you can kind of see where they've been. Okay, bonus tip. So the kids have figured out the history and the Control Shift T. So what they've discovered is they can have a separate desktop where they're doing whatever you want, whatever they want, but you don't see it. Now this is a specific to Chromebooks, and that is, how do you find their other desktop? So this one I can't show you live, but I did get you some pictures. So this is how it looks when you open to see how many desktops they have. Notice desktop 1 probably has whatever they're supposed to be doing. Desktop 2 can have whatever games or YouTube channels they're on. So what you're going to do on their Chromebook, and when I showed some of my boys this, I knew that I'd hit gold because they were scared. They were like, oh my gosh, teachers now know our trick. And that is this button on the Chromebook. So notice it looks like a little rectangle with the 2 lines. It's usually somewhere around the 4, 5, 6 range. If you click, that's called the switcher key. That will open what you see on the screen, and you can see how many desktops they have open. And as a teacher, that means you could use it as well. Maybe you have something you're working on during your PLC or planning, and then you switch to a different desktop for other things. So that is unique to the Chromebooks. Okay, here are some Chromebook keyboard shortcuts, and many of these work on Macs and PC as well. So if you hit the Control or Command key plus F, that I showed you that one, that's for find. But say you want to zoom in, you can hit the Command, and I don't know if this will work on Zoom, but if you hit the Command or Control plus button, notice it's zooming in my slideshow. So that, now notice whenever you say, oh my gosh, why is everything so big? Normally, and I don't know if it's because of Zoom, it will show a little magnifying glass in your URL button, and you're like, okay, I know I'm zoomed in, zoomed out. So Control or Command minus to make it smaller, and say like, I don't know what I'm on. If you hit Command or Control 0, that will reset it to what it originally was. And then one I never use, but someone may love it, is Control W, closes whatever current tab you're on. So we had this to fit, not 100%. Okay. And then here are a couple of my favorite extensions. Feel free to share yours in the chat. There's not a lot of extensions I have available in my district, but Google Translate, a lot of my kids use that, particularly when they're taking tests in Eduphoria. For Canvas is RLMS. I know Sci-Fair has Schoology. There is a extension that makes it easier to print a quiz in Canvas, so it doesn't take up much paper. You've got Read and Write for translation and for dyslexia students for Chrome. Screenshot will read images, similar to Google Read and Write. Confetti Cannon, just you click on that extension, it shoots confetti. The one I probably use the most is the eyedropper tool. If I'm, say, making in Google Slides or some program that doesn't have the eyedropper tool, and I need a very, very specific color because I'm very much like the way things look, then I can use that tool to find out the exact color. And then Open Dyslexic is good for kids for when it's a font that really makes it easier. It makes, if you notice kind of by the O, it makes the bottom of each letter weighted a little differently. And I'm not dyslexic, but I'm pretty ADD. And I found that I could read text a lot better with that font. And we're almost to the end. So this is a super bonus tip. I just did an AI hub at UT, and this is through Google Research, and this is a game called Semantris. So this is good for your English teachers. This is good for recess. And what Semantris is, the reason why I think it's good for students, let me go find it again, is because they're using their verbal skills. And this is created by Google. So there's two ways to do it. There is an arcade version and the blocks version. The blocks version is probably really nice for your beginner students. It's kind of that similar to Tetris. Okay, so let's try a game. So what this is you are going to type. So you have all these words: pillow, engine, newspaper, pasta, shoe, and they're all in the color. What you're going to do is you're going to input words. And if the computer recognizes those words as one of these on your screen, all the colors that are next to it, kind of like Candy Crush, will disappear. And what you want to do is after you go, it's going to drop more blocks down, and you lose when the blocks get higher than this diagonal line right here. So let's do plant and moon. So let's do, and what's interesting is it also recognizes pop culture, because it is trained by AI. So this is kids using their verbal skills. So if it said Frozen and you put in Elsa and Anna, it would recognize that as Frozen. So let's try, well, let's just do lemonade because we're here. So drink, summer, and they can put as much as they want. Yellow, let's see what happens. And the AI is going to see if there's any words that match those descriptions. And it's like, okay, this one matches, and then it gets rid of it. It's a little slow today. Usually it really moves quickly. So it's going to remove the block, and then they drop. So that's that version. Remember, You don't want it to get past this top line. And then the arcade version is for all your kids that are really good at typing. I am not. And it's the same thing, is you don't want this line to get too long. And so you want to get rid of all of these words. So scissors, I'm going to put cut, and it doesn't have to be long, paper. And it's like, oh, no, that wasn't good enough. Let's do, no, cut, paper, tool. Let's see. Anyway, I'm apparently not doing well with this game today. Usually it's a lot easier. I must have picked the wrong word. But anyway, little something extra for you guys to kind of play with your school. Rainy day recess. I mean, thinking, critical thinking, spelling, all kinds of really cool stuff. And Michelle, I think that was my last thing, but let me close this because it has audio. Double check. Yep, that is it. I think you're muted, Michelle.
Oh, there we go. No, I was just commenting that website is really cool. It's different. I've never seen it before, so we'll have to see if it's Google. So kind of like the Google Doodles, those are open to students, so that probably that game is as well.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. It's been really informative this afternoon. I think many of us are familiar with Google and Chrome at a surface level, and we just go in, do what we can, and get out. And seeing sessions like this today during the summer, gives us a little bit time to like rethink our steps and our processes and what could make our time once we're in the classroom a lot more efficient. So thank you for raising awareness and some of those tips and tricks for us. So I appreciate that. And so thank you again. And then I wish you a successful new year, Nicole, up in Conroe.
Well, thank you for having me. This was a pleasure. And feel free to reach out to me on X or in the feedback, and I'll try to answer any questions that you have.
That's right. James is including links in the chat for that. And then coming up at 2 here in room 3, we're going to be switching gears and immersing ourselves in the world of WeVideo with Alexis Canas. So be sure to stay in our live stream for room 3. If you didn't know, WeVideo is a Sci-Fair district provided account. So it does screencasting, and there's no storage limit or time limit. So if you've been using other tools and running up against that, I really encourage you to stick around to see what that tool can help you with. So we will see you all back in about 10 minutes.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi, good afternoon, educators. You've made it to the last 2 hours of day 1. Y'all are amazing for joining us. We've had such a high turnout here in room 3, so we're really excited about that. My name is Michelle Aguilar, your DLC room 3 host, and I'm wrapping up my time with the EdTech team here with Sci-Fair, but I will be around supporting our LOT teachers, our world language teachers, this coming school year. So if you're a LOT teacher in a room, nos vemos pronto. So over in the YouTube chat, we have our facilitator, James Brown. He's an educator over at Bridgeland High School, and he's going to be helping you with links and answering any questions about access. And we'll be then also tossing questions to our presenter so he can answer as well. Don't forget that sometime during the session, we'll take a quick hydration break, when we will be showcasing the attendance code for you to write down for those Google Forms towards the end of the day. So here in our 2 p.m. session, we have with us Alexis Canas, and he's going to be introducing WeVideo, talking about student creativity and media creation with WeVideo. Alexis is a customer service manager with WeVideo. He received his bachelor's degree in business management from the University of California, Merced. During his time at WeVideo, Alexis has helped numerous teachers transform the learning experience one video at a time. He is passionate about helping educators use technology to engage with learners, as well as monitor their needs. With WeVideo, he supports educational teams to elevate instructional practices and meet institutional goals. Welcome, Alexis.
Thanks, Michelle.
You're
Really
welcome.
excited to be here.
All right, so let's get started. Before you do, over the summer, so those that are listening in, a really big name video tool went away. And so I'm talking about Flip, or some people may recognize it as Microsoft Flip. So if you did not know that, over the summer, they broke that news that it was only going to be available within Microsoft Teams. So I wanted to let y'all know, if you were an educator that kind of leaned in using Flip, it's not going to be available. So WeVideo is a great alternative to pick up and go, and for the students to be able to access and do video responses and video creation. So with that, Alexis, you can take it away.
Perfect. Thanks, Michelle. Welcome everybody for today's session. Today's session is called Intro to Multimedia Instructions with WeVideo. So we have a fun interactive session. For those that have used WeVideo in the past, this might be a little refresher. But again, for those that are looking into breaking in the platform, this will be a very informative session. So please follow along. If you're able to log in into your WeVideo account, I would highly recommend for you to do so. There will be some time for you to practice. So if you are able to log in, you should do so now. Before I start sharing my screen. So I'll just give it about 1 minute for those that are able to log in. And then that way you are able to follow along and practice as we move forward as well. So please go ahead and take the next minute or so. I'm going to go ahead and start sharing my screen here.
Hey, Alexis, I'm going to pop in real quick. James is putting it on the chat, but if you've never gone to WeVideo, it's rostered on the back end. So we have captured all our staff's login. So all you do is wevideo.com, find your sign in, and you can just click Google and it'll get you right in.
Perfect. Thanks, Michelle. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we're good.
Perfect. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and get started here. So like Michelle went over, my name is Alexis. I've been with WeVideo for about 3 years now. So very excited to be here to walk you guys through the basics of WeVideo. So without further ado, for today's workshop, we have 4 main goals. We'll start by discussing the benefits of multimedia projects. Then we'll dive into the video editor and learn the basics of editing and publishing a video. After that, we'll take a look at our assignment ideas library and other classroom features. And finally, we'll have some time to begin working on a multimedia project. So like I mentioned before, if you're able to log in, please do so you can have some time to practice as we're moving forward. But please feel free to ask any questions at any time. We'll do our best to answer those as we move forward as well. So the first question we want to ask ourselves is why video? So let's start by considering the benefits of student creativity and multimedia projects. So whether you're teaching language arts, history, science, world languages, or virtually any other content area, multimedia projects are a great way to increase engagement and enhance learning outcomes across content areas. Students build academic vocabulary and content knowledge as they create media to demonstrate learning. Here we have 3 different project examples aligned to the Common Core State Standards for literacy across content areas from English, language arts, STEM, and social studies. So we're going to be going to watch one of these projects. And as you watch this 90-second video, please consider the question on the slide. What is the strength of this piece as a video as opposed to writing or another form of media such as audio? So I'm going to go ahead and play the first project example that we have here, the Where I'm From project. This is one of the projects that you're able to create within WeVideo. So it's always a great project to get started with your students, just to see where they're standing, or give them the opportunity to share anything they want from where they're from. So I'm going to go ahead and play this video now.
Where I'm from.
Michelle, can you tell me if there's audio?
I am from Picture Frames.
Yes, there's audio, but if you can enlarge it, that'd be great.
Yeah, I got it.
Where I'm from. I am from Picture Frames, from phones and tablets. I am from the never dirty for long house, brown eyes and brown hair. I am from the lilac, the weeping willow tree whose long gone limbs I remember as if they were my own. I am from family gatherings at Thanksgiving. I'm from love and hugs, from Sean and Pam. I am from sports and care and gardens. I am from go big or go home, from Taylor Swift, Meghan Trainor, and Ariana Grande. I am from a living room full of friends and family on Christmas, from Colorado and Kansas. I am from fried green tomatoes and calamari, from my dad shooting a nail through his wrist with a nail gun, my sister having blonde hair and blue eyes, while the rest of us have brown hair with brown eyes. From quotes being on my bulletin board, I am from Leaders by Kate Rizzo.
All right, so please take the next 60 seconds to type in the chat your responses to the following question. What is the strength of this piece as a video as opposed to writing or another content or another form of media such as audio? And Michelle will be, if you guys can read some of those as well, that would be great.
We're getting some. Maria said all words are represented with visuals, which makes a great connection. Sophia told us that student engagement, tackling different learning styles. Paul said kids love to see themselves. Carlos says more senses involved, more neurons firing together, making a memory. And Jennifer said, it just motivates students. So a lot of great answers there.
Perfect. Yeah, so media projects promote empathy, creativity, and student voice and choice. So pretty much what you guys were sharing, it allows students to further express their feelings, emotions by visually demonstrating those, especially for those that are a bit shy and not able to express what they're feeling with words. I think this is a great option as well. So any writing assignments can easily be turned into media projects. Media projects is strengthening traditional literacy and media literacy across content areas. Students learn how to access, analyze, evaluate, create, and act using all forms of communication.
Yeah, Alexis, what I really like about this, and for the educators that are tuning in, it really drives that relevance home. So when we're in class doing writing assignments and they just may not have a positive outlook on it, you have to remind them, like, what about the media that you're consuming? All that media that you consume that is in video format started as writing. And so maybe, turning that lens on that would make them so much more motivated in their writing.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a lot of benefits of multimedia. Video projects provide multiple modes of expressions. Students use visuals, voice recording, and text to demonstrate learning. So it really does change the entire perspective of students' education. For video project, aligns with the best practice in education, such as project-based learning. It promotes 21st century skills, such as critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, and communication, as well as higher order thinking skills. So now that we discussed some of the benefits of multimedia, it's time to learn how to create a video. But before we dive into the editor, let's briefly discuss why WeVideo. So WeVideo is an online video editing platform that works with any device. It is designed to be intuitive and easy for teachers and students to learn. It also supports real-time collaboration, which means students can work together to edit a video or podcast from separate devices. So pretty similar as using Google Doc. Multiple students can be editing at the same time. So it really does expand that creativity and collaboration between themselves. It also includes a stock media library with over 1 million royalty-free images, video clips, and audio clips. So if you are creating videos with our platform and uploading those into YouTube or any other third party, you won't get any copyrights. So really very, very cool feature to have there. And it also allows your projects to go up a little in terms of the quality of the stock footage that we have. So highly recommend you to explore the stock media and start creating any projects. It also includes screencasting tools. So if you're not familiar, you're actually able to download our Chrome extension Recorded, which will allow you to screen record, webcam record, or both. You don't have to log into WeVideo for you to utilize our screen recording, our screencasting tools, which I will showcase once we dive into the editor. But I just wanted to emphasize that we don't just have an editing tool, but we also have ways to create podcasting, ways to screencast, and for you to be able to create any instructional videos as well. You can export projects as videos, podcasts, and GIFs. GIFs is just a 45-second video with no sound. That if you are trying to make just a quick message, that's usually a great way to do so. WeVideo also includes classroom tools that make it easier to implement student media projects, which we'll cover in just a second. So let's go ahead and get started. So if you were able to log into your account for this video workshop, you're going to create a short video responding to one of these prompts. Create a video introducing yourself to students. You can also create a video sharing your summer with students, but you can also create a video introducing content from one of your courses. So I'm going to be demoing how to create a simple video using the Share My Summer. I'm going to be sharing that. And then I'm going to be demoing how to create a simple video using video, text, music from the stock media. We'll take some time, 3 to 5 minutes for you guys to practice that on your own. And then at the end, we'll export together as well. So again, if you were able to log into your account, feel free to follow along and practice as well. So the first thing we're going to do here, so we're going to go ahead and log into my account. So I'm just going to bring this back here. And let me just make sure the right screen is showing. Perfect. Perfect. So once you're logged into the account here, the first thing I'm going to demo is how to create a project. So the first thing we're going to do here, we're going to log into our account. Then you're going to navigate to the Projects tab right under Templates. Once you log in here, you will be able to see any projects that you've started before. If you haven't, that's totally fine. I do want to mention one of our newest features that we have. You're actually able to create a folder, and I'm just gonna Cypress. You're actually able to create a folder, and if you are collaborating with other colleagues, teachers, staff, and you're going to be working on multiple projects, you can actually invite collaborators to your folder. So once you create your folder, you can just go over to the 3-dot menu option there, and this will populate from there. So you can invite anyone from within the same school account as you can be part of this. So again, whatever project you start within this folder, it will also be sent out to everyone there. So it makes collaboration a lot easier. But also if you are using WeVideo with older students, and you might not necessarily want to use our classroom feature, but it's going to be more individual work. You can also utilize our sharing folders, so you can create a bunch of projects for students and be able to give feedback for those as well. So one of our newest features, being able to create that folder. Another also reminder, if you used to use our classic option of WeVideo, if you were in the past use WeVideo, we have now moved into consolidating into one space. So if you had any projects within Classic and you don't see them here within the consolidating spot, you can manually transfer those projects. So don't be afraid if you lost any projects, they're still there. You can just manually transfer those. But for today's sake, we are just creating a simple project. So I'm just going to go ahead and click on Create Project. That will take me to our editor. So this is the WeVideo editor. If you have logged into WeVideo, you might be familiar with this. I'm quickly going to go over every single option here before I start showcasing how to create your project. The first thing I like to point out, if you go here to the top left, you're going to see the three hamburger menu bar. You can actually go to the theme and you can change the theme. So if you want to work within the light mode, you can. If you want to work within the light mode, that's also an option. You can also actually turn this into edit in full screen. For those that are looking into getting more space in your timeline, that will also help you out with that. Here at the top, you're going to see a few options in order to bring up your own media. So you can go to your project bin or uploads. You'll have the same options, but if you go to your project bin, this is where you'll be able to upload any media that you'll be using for this project, or from any of the social sites that you're allowed to import from. You're also able to record from here. Even though we have our Chrome extension, you're also able to use the screencasting tools within the editor. So if you are looking into adding any screen recording for your project, you can do so from here, and that will be added to your media. And then lastly, we have the narrate option here. This will allow you to add voiceovers to projects, which we'll demonstrate in just a second. Here to your top right, we have the notification section, but a very important option here, which is our help question mark center here. So if you are looking for any help, if you're looking to see what's new with WeVideo, if you're looking into going to our WeVideo Academy, which is great. It includes a lot of short clips. So even after today's session, you're still sort of trying to practice more or see more examples, please feel free to use our help question mark section here as well. You can contact support, you can see admin quick start, you can see our getting started guide. So really all the resources that you need to be successful could be found here. Another cool product too as well, you can go to our product feedback portal and be able to see everything that's being worked on, what's currently on beta. You can actually share your feedback or any ideas that you would like to see in the future. So if you have any feedback, please feel free to browse through our product feedback portal and share all of that with us. Right next to that is just improving, again, sharing any feedback that you can do so as well. Here at the bottom, we have all the different options, being able to add tracks. We only have 2 different types of tracks, even though 3 are labeled here. Text 1, video 1 are the same track, which is labeled at text 1. So for those that are starting into editing, you're going to know that text has to go at the top of everything in order to be able to show it. And then we have our video track, which is the regular one. And then we also have our audio track. Another thing I want to point out, once you add voiceover or narration, that's going to actually add a separate track here at the bottom, so it won't confuse you with any of your audio tracks. We also have the undo redo, just like Word or Google Doc. We're also able to split clips, so I'll go over that in just a second. Live feedback, I will be also touching that on just a second as well. If you're trying to change the ratios of your project, if you're trying to do a project for mobile devices, for a computer, or whatever it is, we have 3 different aspect ratios. And then lastly, we have our zoom in, zoom out of your timeline. This will allow you to be more precise with your editing. So if you are looking for that as well, that could also be a good benefit moving forward. So now that we have sort of the framework of the editor, let's go ahead and start creating our project here. So the first thing I'm gonna demo is adding a video. Again, I'm picking a prompt sharing about my summer. So I'm just gonna navigate to the video section here. And the first thing I'm gonna find is a clip of the beach. But you can literally search anything that you want from here. You will be able to find any kind of clips, all school appropriate. If you do see something that you won't, that you don't think is appropriate, you can just right click on that and report it and remove. So just know that you also have that option. Another also quick tip, if you navigate, if you're searching, since we have a ton of different content here, you're able to heart any of the clips. So let's say if you heart this one here at the top, and next time you come back and you're looking for it, you can just go to your favorites, press see all, and you'll be able to see whatever you hearted there. That goes the same thing for images and audio. So you can heart and favorite any of the clips. So I'm just gonna go ahead and grab this beach right here. I'm gonna drag it down. So very easy. Whatever you are gonna use, all you're gonna do is grab and drag it down to the timeline. Make sure you put that within the video. Again, video and text are the same, so you will be able to put it on any of them. But if you want to add text, you're gonna have to leave that blank. If you try to put this in the audio, as you can see, there is an outline of red. It doesn't allow me to, but the video one will be just enough. The second thing we want to do, we want to make sure we add some text. So I'm just going to navigate to our text section here. As you can see, we have a ton of different text options. Under titles, if you press see all, we just added the tropical retro candy varsity neon ones. We wanted to make it a little more fun for students. We know they love to see colors and different fonts. So just know that we have those available as well. So I'm just going to go ahead and grab the retro one. So very similar as to grabbing one of your media. All you're going to do is grab whatever text you want to use and drop it right at the top. What I wanted to showcase is I'm going to add one more track here, and I'm just going to show you what it would look like if you actually put the text in the bottom. So you actually wouldn't be able to see it. You would only be able to see the top. So that's why it's very important to know that if you are adding text, that's going to go at the top. The next thing we want to do is we want to add music. So I'm just going to go over to my audio tab. I'm going to go down to playful, and then you can actually preview music. Very similar to adding any other type of media. All you're doing is just dragging down to the audio tab. And again, if you try to put that in any other tracks, it won't allow you. So pretty easy to navigate that. So now that we have our music clip, we're going to go ahead and trim, split, and arrange all the media just how we want it. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make this audio a lot shorter. So 2 different ways of splitting. You can move your playhead anywhere you want to split. So let's say if I want to split here, select my clip and then just click on the scissors. And then just select whichever clip you want. That will make 2 clips, so you can select whichever you don't want and then press delete. But again, you can undo one more time. The second option to trim clips is that you can actually grab the edge of the clip and then just trim it to wherever you need it from there. So that's some of the ways to trim. Now, in order to arrange the media, that's where I wanted to have it. In order to edit the text, I'm going to just double click. But you can also just select the clip and then just press on this edit pencil. It will do the same thing. I like to just double click. It's super easy or simple. So I'm just going to go ahead and then put here my summer 2024. You can actually change the font. You can change the placement of the title. You can change the size, however you want, and wherever you want to place that. So title, slide, and some sound. And the last thing I want to show you here, this is a little more advanced, but if we have people in the room that are a lot more advanced in the editing, you can actually also add animation to the title. So you can pick a start position from there, and then you can also pick an end position. And then press done. And that will just take your project one knot up. So again, pretty easy to use, pretty easy to create, and that's how you would normally start your project. So let's go ahead and take the next 3 to 5 minutes to create what I just showcased, and then we'll come back after 3 to 5 minute mark.
Yes, Alexis. What I'll do too, as they're working for a few minutes and playing around, is I'm going to go ahead and share the attendance code. So
Thanks,
the
Michelle.
attendance code will be up at the screen. So on the screen, it's currently the attendance code for our 2 p.m. session here in room 3 for day 1 of DLC. So maybe once we go back to your screen, you can show us how to toggle between dark and light mode. I know for a lot of people I've introduced WeVideo, they get intimidated by dark mode. They're like, oh, that's like a super, like I'm not a video editor, you know, and maybe switching over to light mode makes it a little bit easier. But WeVideo, even with all the tools that are right there, is actually very intuitive. So I hope some of you are playing around with it and thinking about, hey, maybe my team, you know, I'm a 4th grade teacher, and my team, maybe we want to do an intro video for everyone on the team. And that's a great way to hook our students and our parents back to school. That's one way to, you know, play around with it and get familiar, because once you're familiar, then it's easy to make those projects with students. So again, the attendance code is up on the screen for about 30 more seconds. You were going to say something, Alexis?
Yeah, like you mentioned, I know the dark mode and light mode. Sometimes, you know, users put the dark mode as being a lot more advanced, but it really is the same editor.
Mm-hmm.
So don't let the theme, but I would change the theme right now. So if it gives you more comfortability while navigating, but also it's a really good satisfaction once you create your first project. So I am encouraging all of you guys to try it out and really explore that first project. Maybe after today's session, you're able to export the project that you're working on, and then you're able to play it and share with your friends or staff. And it really is a big satisfaction. I remember my first time creating my first project. I felt like I was part of a movie. Again, really cool feature, really easy to use. So I highly, highly recommend you guys take advantage of this tool that's available for all of you.
Yes. All right. Thanks. It's back to you.
Perfect. So let me know. You can put in the chat if people still need more time. I know we have about 15 more minutes, so I really want to make sure that we cover everything that I have here for you guys. So if anyone needs additional time, please let us know in the chat. If not, Michelle, let me know and I can keep moving. Also remind you that you will have the slides and the resources. So if you need more time to practice, you can also do so on your own. Nothing here gets deleted. Whatever you already have as progress, even if you exit it out, you can just come back. So yeah, that'll be perfect. Thanks, Michelle. So I'm gonna keep moving forward here. I'll leave the light mode for you guys as well. So the next thing we want to do, now that we have our title page, we have our beach, we have a sound. The next thing I want to showcase. Yeah, so at any point that you want to also rename your project, here at the top where it says My Project, you can rename it at any point of you working within this project. I'm just going to put My Summer 2024. You will also have another chance to edit that title once you go to the exporting, which I'll show you in just a second. It looks like we have a question. How do we crop trim the sound? Very same process as we did with the media. You can either grab the edge or just grab your playhead anywhere that you would like to cut the sound, select the sound clip, and then just press split. So that's how you would trim that. Good question. So we're moving on here. So the next thing we want to do, we're going to add a voiceover. So if you are looking into creating an introductory video for this new school start, you can actually do a voiceover talking about, I don't know, whatever you're showcasing. So I'm going to go here at the top where it says Project Bin. Actually, I'm going to go where it says narrate, so it's a little easier. And then I'm going to just press the narrate option right next to the record. So again, all I did was navigate to uploads, and I'm just going to press the narrate option from here. Once you do that, you can select your mic that you're using and then press start. And all you're going to do is press record. I'll give you a little countdown. And this is my summer 2024. And then you can just press pause, press done. You can review it. And this is my summer 2024. So if you're happy with it, you can just press save. See how it generated a separate track. So this won't let you get any mixed up here. So now that you have your voiceover recorded, you can place it wherever you want to place it to match your project. I'm going to just make that shorter because I think I didn't speak in the beginning. And this is my summer 2024. One thing that I want to point out, one quick tip, as you can see, we have volume controllers all around here because the music is overpowering my voiceover. I can either put this louder or I can just simply lower the volume for the music track. Now, two different things here. This will allow you to control the entire volume for the whole track, but it won't allow you to lower the volume on one individual track. One individual clip. So let's say you're using two different music sounds in this same track. If you are lowering the volume, it will lower the volume for the entire track, no matter how many clips you have. But I will show you guys in just a second how to lower the volume on each individual track. This goes for video tracks and audio tracks and voiceovers. So now that we have our voiceover, and this is my summer 2024. See how that raised up? So I know a lot of students obviously aren't recording with professional mics. So this really just gives you that chance to be able to fix the volume levels there. So now that we have that, the next thing we want to do, we want to add a transition. So I'm just going to go ahead and go to videos and then grab live music. So you can really find any clip with live music here. Whenever you find that, you can just drag it down. To be able to add a transition is very straightforward. All you're going to do is go hit transitions here, and then you can preview any of the transitions that we have available for you. Crossfade is one of our most popular ones, which it allows you to connect two ideas within the same project, but also the dip to block, it allows you to finalize an idea or completely change to a different topic within the same. So what I usually like to do is just grab the crossfade, drop it right in between the clips. See how I didn't have to make a space for that? It automatically just adjusted. So just make sure both of your clips that you want to put a transition with are together, and then we will do the rest. And now, and we'll just make the music to match the whole thing. So again, it just allows you much more smooth transition, and you can add the dip to black at the end, just so you can finalize the project. So again, that will give you that movie feel. So now the last thing I want to do is I want to make sure that we add the volume levels. So like I was mentioning before, in order to control individual volume levels per each per each clip, you're going to select the clip of the sound. You're going to go over here where it says audio and opacity, and then you're going to click where it says show audio level. That will generate this blue line. So with this blue line, you can actually control the volume based on wherever you want. So if in my voiceover, I don't really want an audio, all I'm going to do is make this J-cut effect. So then my music goes up after I'm finishing. So here's what that would look like. And this is my summer 2024. And then you can just press. Again, it just allows you that smooth transition. You can have a clear voice, and your music will go up to the same level of volume that you had it before. So that's pretty much how you would alter that. The last thing we want to do, once you're happy with your project, you're going to go ahead and press export. Again, you'll have another chance to be able to put your title. So if you change your mind in your title, you can still change it here. You can export as video. If you are creating a podcast, we actually allow you to export the audio only. So that's a very cool feature. So for those that are looking into creating a podcast, that would be great. Again, if you are creating a GIF, it has to be under 45 seconds or else it won't let you export. Resolution, make sure you pick the highest resolution that's available for you, just to give a more crisp video. If you're looking into advanced settings, we have frames per rate and also the visual quality as well. If you are able to connect any of these destinations, you can certainly do so. So if you connect your Google Drive, your YouTube channel, or OneDrive, you can simply send it your project straight to there. So very cool features available as well. Once you're happy with your selection, I'm just going to press export. You don't have to wait for this to fully export. You can just go about your day, start creating other projects. Once it's fully exported, you'll get a notification that's fully ready, and then you'll be able to find your project within the exports. Now, one question that I do get often, am I able to continue editing even after I export? The answer is yes. So if you go back to projects and you actually click on whatever project you just finalized and press edit, that will actually take you back to the editor. So don't be afraid to go back if you already published it. You can continue editing as well on that. And that's pretty much what I wanted to showcase here within our video editing. We don't have a lot of time for you to finalize your project at home, but make your final selections on your own time, and then feel free to export as well. That way you can share your first project. But I'm going to go ahead and move forward here. I want to make sure I cover the classroom features that are very important as you are moving down. Question, how did we get the text to the first line? Text to the first line, so you can either add a track So you can select. So I'm going to go back here to the projects. That's not my project. Let's see. So I'm going to go back here to the projects, project that we were editing. So the text one track was already here. If you ask when I added an additional one, one appear at the top. So two different ways to move tracks up and down. You can select the three dots there and it says move up or down. So you can literally move the entire track. So if for any reason you mix them up, just know that you can move them up and down. So that will give you the flexibility on that. So I hope that answered that question. If not, let me know. But okay, so we're moving on here to the WeVideo Classroom tool. Again, we do have those options as well. So I'm going to be quickly showcasing how to create a class, how to roster your students, how to create an assignment, how to utilize our assignment ideas library, and how to save and publish and give feedback. So I'm going to quickly move forward here. So the first thing we're going to do is create a class. So I'm going to exit my full screen and then go back to my WeVideo and close this out. So once you're here, in order to create your own classes that you're going to be utilizing WeVideo for and using our assignment ideas library, you can go to classes here in this section. And then you're going to press on the drop down that says add new class and then hit create class. Once you're here, you can just press the title of the class that you have. Section optional, grade is also optional. You can upload a cover photo if you would like. Once we do that, that will populate here. So the other thing as well, if you want to keep editing this class, you can do so by just clicking on the three dots. Once we're here, we're going to click on this particular class. The second thing we want to do is we want to roster our students. So if we move over to the People tab, just know that we have two different options. If you have access to Google Classroom, you can actually import your roster from there. But if not, you can simply just share one of our invite codes here. So if you're sitting in front of your class and you have your students logged in, you can simply just copy this code. I'm going to quickly transfer over to one of my students' accounts here. This is Peter Parker. So Peter Parker is going to go to classes and is going to click on join class. And it's going to add that code that you provided. That will automatically get them inside the Cypress class. See how they have a to-do list and turned in section. Perfect. So your Schoology, we are currently working on adding that so you can roster your students. But for now, just feel free to use that code to get your students on board. But once they're here, I'm going to go back to my teacher view here. So again, you're going to see Peter Parker already joined. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create an assignment. So if I move over to assignments, you can see the introduce yourself option that we have here. You can already use this. Just add your own instructions and press assign and then select whichever class. But if you wanted to create your own assignment, we can title it however we want. Description, create video about your summer. You can embed links. Students will be able to pull up this as they're working on their projects, which I'll showcase in just a little bit. So whatever you put here, they will be able to access as they're working on the projects. In terms of the project type, you can select whatever you want to work on. Participation, you can actually do team assignments and individual assignments. For team assignments, you can select as many teams as possible. And if you click assign teams, you can then assign your students or simply just auto assign them. If you don't select teams for your students, then they will have the option to select. So I'm going to leave it just blank so you guys can see that motion as well. You can pick a due date. You can also pick a time. And then you can actually also add starting blocks. So if you wanted to either help them get a head start, create an intro, or simply just add any media that you would like them to use for this project, you can do so as well. Once you're done with this, You can either save it as a draft and then publish it later on, or you can also just simply assign to this particular class. So once you assign, Peter Parker will then log in and see under to-do list that you recently assigned a project. They can see what kind of project, if it's team or individual. Once they press jump in, they'll be able to select whichever team since we didn't pick the teams for them. And I will take them inside the editor. Michelle, can you check me on time?
Yes, we're almost at wrap up. I did have a question for you. So because we're still working on that back end to get maybe SSO through Schoology, but is there a way to get a link on that assignment that you created? That way we can put it in our Schoology classes, or would the students still have to jump into WeVideo?
Yeah, so at the moment, they will still have to jump into WeVideo for the creation process. But let me get back on to you on that. I want to make sure that I'm giving you the latest. I know we recently just added a new LMS, so I will follow back with you on that and see if we have anything
But I
new.
guess just thinking about the process. So as a teacher, I've set up that assignment. And so what I would do in my Schoology is, just make almost like a link assignment and give the students instructions. Go to your WeVideo account and you will see this assignment, open for you to get started on. So then the students would just go to wevideo.com, sign in with their credential, and then get working on that assignment that you have on that portal.
Yeah, and I am actually pulling up the Schoology right now. What we're able to do. So I know you can roster. So launch WeVideo. So here it is. I'm just going to share this with you guys as well. It's not letting me put that. One sec. There you go. Are you able to see the Schoology one?
Yes, I'm seeing that.
Yeah, so again, I will also share this with you so you guys can actually see what you're able to create within WeVideo. But it looks like we can launch WeVideo from there. So this is the teacher view. This is the student view. So you can create a new assignment for WeVideo from there.
All right. So
yeah.
that'll be something that EdTech and the IT department kind of circle back with Schoology to see if that's a feature we can sync up on the back end. But for now, if you're thinking about using it, that would be the workaround. So you just tell your students to go to WeVideo, log in, and then get started on their assignment from there.
Correct. Yeah. For now, until we all get on the same page, we just send the students to work from the platform. But once we all get squared away, we can essentially see if going from Schoology directly will be enough.
All right, perfect. Well, we only have maybe just 2 more minutes before we have to wrap and go to commercial break. So anything else you want to share with us, Alexis?
Yeah, so the last thing I want to make sure that I showcase is our Chrome extension recorder. So are you able to see my full screen, Michelle? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I'm seeing it.
So once you've downloaded the Chrome extension, it's going to appear here at the top. And I will be sharing instructions with Michelle so she can share those with you guys. But once you're, again, once you've downloaded it, it will be an extension here. You have the option to record dual screen, webcam. Once you do that, you can easily just press record. You can select the background that you want to record as well. And then one cool feature, you actually get this little toolkit. So it actually allows you to annotate as you're recording the screen as well. So very useful. Once you're done, you can just press pause or stop. It'll give you the recording right away. So you can simply download it, or you can still send it over to the WeVideo app for any edits. So
yes, that is a great way to just jump into WeVideo and get started on it. And then later on, you can really maximize on that tool with the editor that Alexis showed us today. But James is going to, in the YouTube chat, drop the web store link. It is an approved app for staff and for students. So if you are recording your video lessons from something on your screen, that's an easy way to get started. It'll just be an extension on your Chrome. And the same with students. If the students have made a project and you want them to narrate over their project and scroll down through it or something of that nature, they can do it just with that WeVideo extension.
Yeah,
So thank
correct.
you for showing that, Alexis.
And then lastly, since you guys have the deck, just know that the last slide has a ton of clickable links for you to finalize going all the details and start working within WeVideo and show everyone the cool things that you can create moving forward.
Yes. All right. Well, thank you for introducing so many of us to the world of WeVideo. And I just really appreciate how it's so accessible through the website and that Chrome extension to easily start creating. So stick around if you want to learn more from Alexis here at our 3 o'clock hour in room 3. He's going to move more into the intermediate and advanced features. So those of you that are still playing around, continue playing around during our break. Because WeVideo is intuitive and it makes you or your students' video productions look pro. So I'm excited that we had so many participants this afternoon. So we'll take a quick break and come back at the top of the hour. So if you're joining from home, it's about that time to raid your pantry for a midday snack, and we'll see you back here very soon.
Thanks, Michelle.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to room 3 for DLC. We are now in our last hour of day 1. So thank you for hanging out with us today. We had, I believe our numbers are close to or a little bit above 4,000 for the day, but I'm not trying to toot my horn or anything, but room 3, we've had each one of our sessions have over 500 each. So thank you guys for joining along. Again, I'm Michelle Aguilar, your DLC Room 3 host, and I'm wrapping up my time with EdTech this summer, but I'm just going to transition over to the LOTE curriculum group, and that's world languages other than English. So if you are a teacher in world languages, I will see you very soon for our PD weeks. Over on YouTube chat, we have James Brown from Bridgeland High School, and he's facilitating the chat room and tossing in important links for you. So we appreciate all his work on that end. And for our 3 p.m. session, we have our presenter, Alexis Canas. He's going to be doing level up video creation with WeVideo. He's a customer success manager with WeVideo. He received his bachelor's degree from the University of California, Merced. During his time in WeVideo, Alexis has helped numerous teachers transform their learning experience one video at a time. He's passionate about helping educators use technology to engage with learners as well as monitor their needs. And with WeVideo, he supports the educational teams to elevate instructional goals and practices. So welcome back. I think most of our viewers right now, they're just following along from your first successful hour.
Perfect. Thanks, Michelle. And
you're welcome.
Hi again, everyone. Hopefully you enjoyed the first session, and hopefully this next session will motivate you even more to start creating with WeVideo. So without further ado, I know we have only 45 minutes, so I want to make sure that this time around I get through everything here. So today's session for this time is called Level Up Multimedia Instructions. This is going to be discussing numerous different video tips that's going to take your video editing a lot higher. So you're gonna now really feel like you're creating an actual movie with WeVideo. So again, my name is Alexis Canas. I've been with WeVideo for a little over 3 years now. I'm so very excited to be here as your customer success manager and showing you guys all this cool tips to take your editing skills to the next level. So without further ado, today's objectives center around leveling up editing skills. in order to create a better video content and teach students how to make better films. So you're going to see a lot of cool features here that users love from WeVideo. So I'm excited to showcase all of that. So during today's workshop, you're going to create a video that suggested the prompt is for you to make an example of what students will create for media projects you will teach. So if you're already working on a video or a project or have any idea of a video that you've been wanting to make, you could also choose to work on that. Again, you'll have some time to choose a video project idea, storyboard, and begin to gather your media. Because of time, we might just quickly take a quick minute for you to come up with the prompt. Again, it could be something that you're already working on, maybe the one that you were working in the previous session. So whatever you want to practice here. If you're looking to you can also take a few minutes to explore the assignment ideas library, which is located right under classes within your main dashboard. Projects you will find in the assignment ideas library include making a video introducing yourself, which is a great one to start with this new school year. A video about your summer that could focus on somewhere you travel or want to travel, or a video responding to the prompt, "The world I want to live in." So again, because of time, we might not take a lot of time picking this. So while we're discussing this, feel free to think of a prompt that you would like to work through during the rest of this session. So again, go ahead and take the next minute or so just to come up with an idea, and we'll come back at about 5. You guys are 3 or 5? Thanks, Michelle. If you are wondering where the assignment ideas library is, it's just right under classes. I know if you're from this previous session, I didn't get to fully explore this, but you can simply browse through all grade levels. We have a lot of content here. So if you are looking for any ideas, inspiration, you can navigate to our assignment ideas library. You can also browse through subjects. So really there is one assignment for each individual of you guys here. Once you find whichever you want, you can just hit preview. It will take you here to where you can actually see what the final product is, all the different instructions. You can save it to your class. Once you save it to your class, then you can go back to that particular class, Cypress, and then be able to edit that assignment. The beauty of this is that you can actually add your own touch. So even if you don't agree with most of the things here or some, you can still edit whatever you want from here. Once you're done, you can just simply assign, and that will be another assignment assigned to your class from here. So very useful feature that we have as well. But I'm going to go back now. So we're going to get started here. So if you didn't get a chance to pick a prompt, just follow along. There's going to be a lot of good tips as we're moving forward. The first tip that we are going to talk about is green screen and background removal. One of our most popular features with the WeVideo platform. If you still haven't explored this feature or seen how it works, you're probably going to be very excited to use this feature. Moving forward, it's very popular with students as well. So without further ado, let's just go ahead and keep going with this. Again, you can use the chroma key to remove backgrounds and transport yourself anywhere in the universe, just like how we're seeing here in this little gift. Green screen tips, make sure that you're not wearing green. If you are recording yourself behind a green screen. Also make sure the subject is well lit. Make sure you have good lighting. Make sure the background is evenly lit as well. Make sure that there are no wrinkles on the green screen. So pretty similar as our colleagues do here is showcasing that. Just make sure that that's pretty straighten up. Make sure that there are no shadows on the green screen by ensuring some distance between the subject and the green screen. But one sort of misconception is that you have to use a green screen. You don't have to use a green screen. You can use any other color background as long as you're not wearing the same clothes as the background. So you can make that green screen. So you don't have to only use a green screen. You can use any other color as well. Just make sure that you follow the tips that we just discussed. So now I'm going to go ahead and showcase how to create a green screen effect here within our platform. So I'm just going to navigate again to our WeVideo page. I'm going to go to our projects. I'm going to just hit create a new project here. And that's going to take me back to the editor. I'm going to change my theme to dark mode. I like it a little better just because it lets me see all the words from the editor. But again, preference, if you want to work on light mode, that's perfectly fine. Again, it does the same thing. It's just changing the background color. So now that we're here, we're going to be showcased on our green screen background. The beauty of this is that we actually have green screen backgrounds already for you here. So if you wanted to just grab one of our green screens, stock media that we have available for you, you can do so. I like to showcase the little aliens here. So I'm just gonna grab this little aliens and just drag them down. One important key for green screen effects is that the green screen is gonna go at the top of the background. So that's a very important thing to note. So I'm gonna grab an additional track from here. And then the next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna find some background for this. So now that we have our green screen, I'm gonna go look for some space to send this, guys. So I'm gonna grab just this one here. And again, the background, I'm gonna go ahead and put that right under the green screen. So at the moment, you're not able to see the background, only the green screen. But if you simply double click on that green screen and you navigate to the keying option, you press the dropper, and then you take that mouse to anywhere the green background is. Don't put it on the alien, just make sure that goes on the solid background color, and then press one more time. And then you're going to be able to see that just like magic, we went ahead and transported our aliens to space. A few other sort of tips from here. We actually have the fade option as well, but also the chroma key background. It's not letting me do it. I'm gonna go to the chroma key. So there you go. So you can actually press on show mask. What this will allow you to do, you can de-French, so you can be a lot more exact with the green screen. So if you wanted to just be more precise with the outline, but also don't forget to turn this off again so you can actually see the final product. So that's basically how you would create a green screen effect. Any quick questions on the green screen effect? Perfect. So moving along here. So I think the next thing I wanted, perfect, no questions. So the next thing I wanted to showcase is our transitions. So even though we already know how to utilize our transitions, transitions are used for specific storytelling purposes. So again, I briefly mentioned this on the last session, so if you were there, the fade in and the fade out transitions are typically used to signify the end, the beginning or the end of a scene or a film. So in the WeVideo editor, the dip to black transition creates a fade in if placed at the beginning of a clip, and a fade out if placed at the end of a clip. The crossfade can be used to blend one shot or a scene into another. It can be used to signal the passage of time or blend two scenes together. Just as you can see right here in the example, again, the dip to black is sort of to either end a story or star, and then the crossfade just allows you to connect the different ideas within. So now I'm gonna showcase how to add those transitions here. Again, pretty straightforward. If you've edited before, you know more or less what I'm talking about here. But now that we have our aliens, another quick tip that I wanna let you guys know, if you highlight the entire project, you can actually move this all together. You can actually copy that entire project. So let's say you're creating one project and then the same repeating files or clips over and over. You can simply just highlight it all, copy it, move your playhead anywhere else that has space, and then just press paste. So that's literally just gonna mirror every single project that you created there. So it'll save you a lot of time if needed. But again, once we're here, I'm just gonna go ahead and add some transitions. So I'm just gonna grab this other world here. And again, if you go to your transitions here, the crossfade is the perfect one to combine two scenes that are from the same idea, but also the dip to black is a perfect one to either end a project or even start it. So two different ways there to add the transitions, the dip to black as well from there. So again, pretty straightforward. I know that probably most of you guys know how to utilize those, but just wanted to give you the different perspectives on what a transition could signify as you are watching a project there. Perfect. Another one of my favorites, the speed ramp. A speed ramp involves gradually increasing and decreasing the speed of a video clip. Use a speed ramp with longer clips to keep things interesting when you want to show the whole clip, but you don't necessarily want to spend that much time on that clip because it might get boring, and none of us like boring. So I'm going to just quickly press this example here so you can kind of see what that's going to finally look like, and then we can all work together to showcase that as well. So here goes the example here. And I'm going to play one more time and make that big. Are you able to see that, Michelle, or should I make it bigger? The only thing I really wanted to showcase you guys is how it fast forwards. So again, just a quick fast forward, just a quick speed ramp that creates that effect. So again, I'm going to go ahead and navigate to my WeVideo editor so we can demonstrate that. So I'm going to go back to my stock footage here, and I'm going to look for the forest. We can do this one here. So once I have my forest, the second thing I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a sound, a speed sound. Again, all I'm doing is navigating to audio, clicking on speed. Also reminder, everything that's here, it's royalty free. So if you're utilizing any of our stock footage, stock audio images, and you are uploading to YouTube, you're not gonna get any copyright. And for this, I'm gonna make my timeline a lot bigger, just so I can be more precise on my speed. And the next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and double click on my clip, just so I can create the speed. and then I'm going to navigate to the speed section here. Now I'm going to pick the range of where I want to create the speed ramp. So I'm going to create it right in the middle. So I'm going to go where the range is at, and I'm also going to make this as fast as possible. So I'm going to move our little friend there all the way to the fastest route. Once I'm here, I'm just going to press done. And now that I see where the speed created, I'm just going to take my speed sound. And make this a lot bigger so you guys can see it. So that kind of gives you the idea on how to create the speed ramp. Again, you can pick a bigger range or a smaller range, depending how you want, or you can also make it a lot longer by decreasing the speed. But this is our speed ramp that you can shorten clips that are super big to make your movie a lot more interesting. Are there any questions on the speed ramp? Perfect. So now it's your turn. So let's give about 3 minutes to try it out, removing that background or creating that green screen effect. Feel free to add a transition as well. And then also you can try out creating a speed ramp. Perfect. And if you guys are already trying it out as we're going, we don't have to necessarily make a stop so we can have full time. So Michelle, are we good to keep going?
Just pause for our attendance break. So we'll go ahead and share that code on screen. Perfect. So on screen, you are seeing the attendance code for room 3 p.m., our last session of the day. Thank you guys for staying around and joining with us, learning about all these added features, these intermediate and advanced features with WeVideo. I really liked that little zoom in. I felt like I was watching all those like YouTuber videos that you see. So who knew that as educators, we have access to an editor that will do something like that. So again, on the screen, you have the attendance code for the 3 p.m. session in room 3, day 1. Those of you that are following along all day, the attendance Google Forms are now open. So you can open that up and then submit them and then just keep on learning. Alexis, you can go ahead and take it back.
Perfect. Thanks, Michelle. All right. And we are back. So thanks everyone that's following along. Please feel free to stop us any questions. But now let's talk about audio and film. So sound is half of the picture. This famous quote from George Lucas when talking about the level of importance he placed on audio when making Star Wars. That movie pioneered sound effects into a new era, but sounds has been an important aspect of film since its inception. So whether it's scoring a silent film, recording the actor speak, or using the soundscape to create authenticity, the sounds coming from the speakers of the theater are just as important as the images coming from the screen. So the quote is, "Hearing is believing, introduction to sound design." So with that, I'm gonna go ahead and play these 2 clips. And I want you guys to ask yourself, how does music change the tone or emotion of the scene? So these are the exact 2 scenes, but with different music. So let's go ahead and play the first one first. All right. right, so that was the first one. Let's go ahead and play the second one. Again, right, two of the same clips with different music. It was a complete different tone or emotion. One of them obviously was scary, sort of a crime. The first one was very nonchalant, very happy. So this is pretty much the meaning of adding different music to your clips that will transport your audience to wherever you really want them to go. To be able to add all that. But with adding sounds and music, the different cuts come into play. So if you have heard about the J cuts and the L cuts, this will be a refresher. If you haven't, it's not that difficult, very straightforward. It sounds a bit difficult, but it's not. So the J cuts and the L cuts are ways of using audio to transition between different video clips and scenes. The J cut is when you lead your audience in with the sound of your next scene before they can actually see the clip. So you can kind of see here the top. Yeah. And the L cut, this is the transition, can also work in the opposite manner when your audio fades into the next clip after the visual has already changed. So very straightforward. As you can see here at the top, the J cut is basically just introducing the sound of the upcoming scene by utilizing the audio opacity here and creating that J cut. Not really a J, but it looks like a J. Now the L cut is basically just playing one of the same one sound for two different clips that will sort of combine the same mood that you're trying to convey. So I'm just gonna go ahead and play the first clip here at the top with the J cuts. And we're going to try out the L cut now. Again, on the first one, creating the J cut, you started to hear the sound of the waves even prior to seeing the waves. And then the second one, it was just one sound. And then Michelle brought up also a good point. It's very good to see how you can tie that into the learning about tone in reading / language arts. So you can really make all those connections by utilizing sounds and music within a digital project as well. Down here. So again, the J cut creates a smooth transition from one scene to the other one. So here I'm gonna go ahead and play both of the same examples, but one is using the J cut and one is just using, it's not using anything. So you can kind of see the difference it makes. So let's go ahead and play the J cut first. Again, right, it had the smooth, just like what we heard before. But here's the one with the basic cut, which is just putting all the sounds together, but not really making that J cut feel. So see how there was no smooth transition. It kind of just abruptly landed. It's not super bad, but again, if we're trying to level up our editing skills within WeVideo, I think it just makes a lot a lot of sense to utilize those J cuts or L cuts. The last thing too here, I'm just gonna quickly showcase you guys how to do that here within the editor. Oops. One second. I don't normally use Zoom, so bear with me on the selections here. There we go. We're back. So again, I'm going to go ahead and quickly showcase so you can see how that works within the editor. So if we're going to just move this to the side so we can have more sound. But again, right, if we find two of the same clips, I'm just going to grab the beach. I'm going to quickly just split this. And I'm going to grab, I don't know, maybe this elephants. And quickly just cut that. Select, cut. If you're ever having any sort of buffering experiences, know that our software is cloud-based, so it could have some potential slows, but at any point, just go ahead and refresh. And you'll be just back to normal. There we go. So again, we have two different clips. If we wanted to create that sort of J-cut feel, I'm going to go to audio and I'm going to find some elephant sounds. So what I'm going to do with this, so even though this clip doesn't have audio, I'm still going to start to bring in the sound at the end, or we can just find some wave sound so you can kind of see the difference. Waves. So I'm going to also find some waves and I'm going to add one more audio track. There we go. We now have both of those sounds. And what I'm going to do here, I'm just going to split this right over here. I'm going to put it right over here so you can kind of see the blend. There we go. Split, delete, perfect. So now we have two different. We're going to transition right here, the crossfade. So the only thing I'm going to do here, I'm going to create that J cut. So I'm going to select that clip, drop down on the show audio level. We're going to create that J cut feel. And I'm also just going to lower this so it doesn't overpower. So you can kind of see how to create that J cut feel. Again, very easy. You just gotta really blend in the second sound to the first sound. And that will be the J cut. For the regular L cut, again, you just need one sound. So you just want to match whatever theme you want to go for. And do that. So pretty straightforward. Again, just one sound, nothing fancy, nothing major. Just make sure that it matches the theme that you're trying to convey with your project. Any questions on the J cuts and the basic cuts or the L cuts before we move forward? Perfect. All right, so we're going to continue talking about sounds. So this example that I'm going to showcase uses media from the stock media library. The videos have no sound. Sound effects were added to bring this scene to life. So the blue lines are at the bottom that you can kind of see here of this video represent the volume of the sound effects. So pretty much the audio opacity. So pay attention to these clips as you watch and listen to this clip. So you can kind of see how it's blending in and out. Michelle, are you guys able to see this on your screen? Perfect. So I'm going to go ahead and play this. Again, this was used from our stock media within WeVideo. It had no sound. All the sounds were added individually, additional to the stock media. So again, right, the J-cut helps create a smooth transition from the forest to the waterfall scene. Then the fade out of the volume matches the visual as we get farther away from the waterfall. So the L-cut really creates the scene that we are still within the earshot of the waterfall when you cut the monkey. So again, you can really transport your audience to wherever you want, just being very selective with your sounds and also making sure that you're using those J cuts and L cuts to create that experience for your audience. Just demonstrate this. So again, this will be your turn, but I know you guys are working along the way, so we're just gonna keep on moving forward. We have a few more tips that I want to get through before the session ends. But please let us know if you have any questions as you're working within these tips. Another very popular tip and feature that we have is our picture-in-picture effect. Most of the people that are editors are very familiar with this, and it actually allows you to transform your images into moving images or just being able to add a lot more creativity. So we can use the transform tool to add a pop-up of an image or a video clip on top of the video clip we are viewing. So I'm going to show this example here, that way you can see it, and then we'll put it together within the platform.
Although sloths look similar to monkeys, they are actually related to armadillos and anteaters. Sloths are herbivores.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and try this out. As you can see, we had 3 different images, 1 main video there. So I'm just gonna go ahead and highlight all of this, press delete. I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna find 2 different animals. I'm gonna get some dogs. For all the dogs lovers here, we're just gonna grab this one. And I'm also gonna grab, there we go. Oh, I'm just gonna make this smaller. There we go. I'm gonna grab the dogs one more time, place them in one of my video tracks. I'm also gonna get some cats. Some cats for all the cat lovers here. There are a ton of cats. There you go. This kitty looks cute. We're gonna grab both of those. And we're also gonna grab a main animal. And since we already have the elephants, we're just gonna grab the elephants as well. So see how I'm just gonna stack everything up each other, and you can add more tracks. I'm just gonna stack them for now. So again, for now, the only thing you can see is what's at the top, just like how we all know. But if we double click to edit each clip and we use our transform tool, we can scale it down enough to place them maybe in this corner here. And we're gonna be doing that with each individual. Maybe we'll leave the elephants, we'll leave the cat as the main one. So I'm gonna go to the elephant one. Actually, let's use a cat because that's bigger. There we go. So obviously make sure that your clips are all. Why is the cat's not showing? Let's see. There we go. Just rearrange my clips. There you go. Perfect. So remember, right, it's going to be like a cake. So layers are going to be very important. So what's at the bottom is going to be the main, and then what keeps on going up is going to be the additional courses here. So again, you can individually go transform each one, place them into wherever you want, press done. Oops. There you go, press done. You can do the same thing with the elephant, scale it down, move it however you want. If we wanted to add some text to this, I'm just gonna add two more, and then we're gonna go over to text, and then just press this sample, drag it down. Again, you can double click on the text. We can put elephants, and we can make that smaller, and then put this elephant here at the top. We can also do the same thing for the dogs. And again, right, I'm just stacking everything up, but the transform tool is allowing me to move it into the different for the text. So for this one, I'm just gonna double click, edit, dogs, make that smaller, place it where I want it to be. And maybe we'll just add some sound to make it cool. And now we have our picture-in-picture effect. So again, right, it's just about stacking them. Make sure to resize it properly, and also make sure to see which image you'll want to have as the main one, and go all the way at the top, and then from there work your way up. And that is how you create a picture-in-picture effect. Are there any questions for the picture-in-picture effect? Michelle, was that a yes questions? Yeah, perfect. Moving along. Another also very cool. Perfect. I'm glad everyone's learning a lot. So moving down the another great thing that you can also do with the transform tool is you can adjust the scale, adjust the position, flip and rotate, adjust opacity, fade in the clip in and out, blur background. If you're recording with your phone, and then you have the sort of the black in the sides, you can mirror that out. So as you can see here on the example, it's pretty much just showcasing everything you can do with the transform tool. So you can scale it again, opacity, rotate, all of those good stuff. Being able to crop your videos and clips, again, pretty straightforward. All you're gonna do is double click on the clip, go to crop, and then you can horizontally crop just like it's been shown here in the example. You can also horizontally, vertically cropped. This could be done for images and videos. So again, if you're trying to crop, just know that we also have that option. Your turn. I'll just skip this. Ken burn effects, another very cool one, is pretty much just referring to the effect Ken Burns used to animate images in history documentaries. So to create a Ken Burns effect, you use the animation tool to add a zoom or effect to an image. The animation tool can be also applied to video clips to simulate camera movement. So I do want to showcase this one here because I think it's a cool one, and it might be one of our last ones here as well. So I'm going to quickly grab just any kind of image. So again, you can do that with the video. Oh, that's not a good one. So we can do that with any video. And what we're going to do here is we're going to use our animation. So double click, go to animation. We're going to pick a start position and we're going to pick an end position. So this is going to give that Ken Burn feel. And voila. Here we are having a whole motion animation on the video. So it adds a lot more to the plot. But you can also, there you go, just zoom in right where we left it. But you can also do it with solid images. I like to showcase just whichever this one is. But yeah, you can grab any image and you can go to animation. And again, you can pick an end position to sort of highlight one specific part. So again, start position will be here, end position will be here. Once you're done, you now have a moving image. So this is pretty much the benefit of the current burn effects. Are there any questions on this? The second thing here, it's just being able to add colors to your images. So if we double click here and we go to colors, you can really mess around with the brightness, the tint. So if you want to make it a lot more interesting, you can do so as well. So we have that option. Another cool one that I want to showcase here is being able to use that color coding to make a cool effect. And this is going to be the last one that we go over. So I'm just going to find a caterpillar. I'm going to do this here. So this is a cool one here. Where is that? Oh, that's not moving. I'm going to go to video. Sorry. Caterpillar. There we go. This is the one that I want here. So very cool effects that you can create here. So I'm just going to cut this into different clips. And again, this will be the last one. I know we're at the top, but I'm just going to make this individual clips. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to individually click on each one, go to the color, and maybe change the tint for each individual one. Color. And one last one so you can see it. Oh. So you can kind of create this cooler effect by changing the colors there. So again, pretty useful just to make it a lot more interesting. At the end, you just finish export and share. Quick tips here, just to stay organized. You can organize your media, but also you can use our app as a way to transform, send media to your projects. So you can download the WeVideo app and use that as a way to take pictures with your phone and then be able to send that media from your phone app to the projects that you're creating. So that's pretty much everything I want to share with you guys. Again, if you have the slides, there's a lot of links that you can click on there. So feel free to do so. But yeah, we made it, Michelle. I think you're muted.
And I am. I hit the gas too fast. All right. So yes, we are. Thank you, Alexis, for showing us exciting ways to deliver lessons. I almost feel like a YouTube pro. It's all the different slices and cuts you taught us about. That's really cool. And the students, they live on social media, right? That's how they're getting all their content. So being able to show how they've mastered their content using a tool like WeVideo is going to bring in that excitement. Like, hey, you know, my edits can look like those cool edits I see on YouTube. So I know we had a teacher from JVTV, and she's commenting how WeVideo's editor has gotten a lot better recently, but it's beyond those CTE courses. You can use this from K through 12, really. So, you know, your kids are more capable than sometimes we realize. So Anyhow, I love that you don't have to start from scratch, and WeVideo also has a built-up library of resources.
Yeah, so a ton of cool things. Two new features that we just released was blur and being able to make your sound a lot more crispier. Again, two cool features. There's going to be a ton of new ones being added. This will probably be our biggest year coming up. So stay tuned, start working, and be in the lookout for more cool features like the green screen and all that.
All right, well, perfect. This wraps up Alexis' time with us today, and James is posting. He had the presentation link in there and some end of day links that you will need. But thank you for joining us, Alexis.
Thank you, and thanks for everyone for participating today. I hope you